Chapter 2444. Each of the dragon emperors was at the top of the world. To normal people, they were like gods. The Dragon Emperor Eternal Life and Dragon Emperor Eternal Night's attacks were unbreakable. With the two of them working together, no one in the world could escape from the circle of perpetual destruction, except for Ling Huang and Yang Yu. The two Dragon Emperors had prepared for a long time before they finally succeeded. They managed to bind Long Chen. In everyone's eyes, there was a giant white cocoon in the sky. The cocoon was formed by the power of time. In fact, it was a combination of the endless power of time binding. The three Dragon Emperors stopped, and they couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is really strong. But the older, the wiser. We had to work together to suppress him. But it is undeniable that his combat power is far beyond any of us. Even if the other three Dragon Emperors worked together, they might not be able to defeat him. Eternal Dragon Emperor Eternal Life stroked his beard and laughed. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor smiled faintly. They were indeed almost defeated just now. Her gaze shifted to the huge white cocoon in front of her. Suddenly, she realized that there was some movement inside. Under the double time seal, he can't move. At this time, the people below thought that the outcome of the battle had already been decided, and they all started cheering. Although Long Chen did not win, it was enough to convince them. After all, not everyone had the qualifications to fight against three Dragon Emperors. Even if Long Chen did not win, it was still undeniable that he had become the third strongest expert in the world. Especially after he awakened the chaotic time reversal. But soon, everyone stopped cheering and looked at the white cocoon. This was because what they saw was that in a short period of time, the white cocoon was dyed red by the color of blood, and its shape was also changing. From an oval shape, it started to expand, and in the end, it turned into a blood-colored round cake in the sky. The white cocoon was originally very huge, and now that it had turned into a round cake, it was even bigger. Although the three Dragon Emperors had turned into dragons, they were still enveloped by the round cake. The Eternal Dragon Emperor also stopped smiling. He was extremely embarrassed. Looks like he's using the move he awakened in the Eastern Galaxy. This is the real attack. Dragon Emperor Eternal Night squinted and said cautiously. Be careful, you two. At this moment, under everyone's anticipation, a crack finally appeared on the blood-colored round cake. In that instant, the entire Eternal Nirvana diagram shattered, exploding into dust and disappearing from the world. The destruction of the Circle of Perpetual Destruction proved that Dragon Emperor Eternal Night and Dragon Emperor Eternal Night could not trap Long Chen. They had failed. Now, it was up to Long Chen if he could succeed. The entire Eternal Dragon City was now under the protection of the realm of all living beings. Therefore, the sudden appearance of death that they felt was not as intense as what the three Dragon Emperors felt. There was a difference of 10 times between the inside and outside of the realm of perpetual destruction. But even if it was only 1/10, it was still a nightmare for more than 90% of the warriors. In that instant, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Their faces couldn't help but turn pale as they looked at the sky. In their trembling eyes, they could see that the ancient blood spirit dragon had formed a ring. It was a door. Death Realm Dragon Gate. When the Circle of Perpetual Destruction was destroyed, it was time for the Death Realm Dragon Gate to open. There was a loud bang, and the surging death aura descended, covering the world, and trapping the three Dragon Emperors. They could not see anything around them, and only the endless red aura was rolling endlessly. But the people below could still see clearly that the three Dragon Emperors were in a passive state. They wanted to escape, but the chaotic time reverse was still in effect. Their speed was limited, and they were in a mess. And at this time, from the Death Realm Dragon Gate, the second killer move, the Death Realm Dragon Claw, came out. A single finger of that huge arm was about the size of a Dragon Emperor. Looking up from Eternal Dragon City, it was even more shocking and chilling. It was as though they were looking at the hand of the heavens, and the three dragon emperors were completely defenseless under the claws of the Death World Dragon. For the three dragon emperors, this was definitely a power that could not be avoided. Alright, we admit defeat. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was very direct. He had tens of thousands of years of experience, and naturally knew that if the three of them chose to fight this level of attack, the possibility of death or injury was very high. Of course, Long Chen would not hurt them, but when the Death Realm Dragon Gate was used, the outcome was indeed clear. So Long Chen directly removed the Death Realm Dragon Gate. When he removed the state where the head and tail were connected, the Death Realm Dragon Gate disappeared, and so did the countless death aura. The most terrifying Death Realm Dragon Claw also disappeared, and the originally blood-red sky instantly became clear. The sky was clear and boundless. The three dragon emperors did not have time to adapt to the changes here, and they were still a little shocked. Long Chen had already turned into a human form, and descended from the sky, and slowly landed beside them. He had won. To be honest, the Death Realm Dragon Gate, a killer move with too much evil aura, could only be used on the enemy. Long Chen did not plan to use it at first, and directly used the chaotic time reverse to challenge the three dragon emperors, but he still underestimated the strength of the three dragon emperors, so in the end, he had to use the Death Realm Dragon Gate to save them. And now, everyone was still immersed in the murderous intent of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Even though everything had disappeared, they still could not forget the scene just now, and could not forget the Death Realm Dragon Claw. However, to the other dragon emperors, this battle was undoubtedly very exciting. The most exciting were naturally the two mystic arts, the chaotic time reverse and the Death Realm Dragon Gate. These were the biggest gains for Long Chen recently. They could not help but cheer for Long Chen, and this also woke up more people, and they cheered for the man in the sky who had won. This enthusiasm gradually infected everyone, and made them gradually forget the horror just now, and threw themselves into the grand cheer. At this time, the three dragon emperors who had personally experienced the Death Realm Dragon Gate and the chaotic time reverse had also turned into their human forms. The three of them could not help but look at each other, and finally smiled. This time, we are convinced of our defeat. The Eternal Dragon Emperor used the loudest voice to announce his defeat, but even though it was a defeat, he was the most proud. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was the least proud. She had always thought highly of Long Chen, and from the beginning, he was a very respectable elder. Long Chen has the ability to fight three dragon emperors, maybe even 4, and more in the future. I dare say, he is not far from the position of the Slaughter Dragon Emperor. Let's all look forward to the birth of a miracle. Our human race will soon have a super master like the Eternal Dragon Emperor, a new paragon. Below, the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor of the Slaughter Dragon City could not help but cheer. The Slaughter Dragon Emperor was the heart of the people. As long as Long Chen's strength met the requirements, there would be no suspense. This cheer lasted for a long time. Seeing so many people supporting him from the bottom of their hearts, Long Chen actually felt very happy and touched. He still remembered when he had just arrived at this place, he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. But now, he had finally succeeded. He had allowed himself and his father to obtain everyone's respect and support, becoming their new faith. Everyone treated him with the most sincere part of their hearts. This was indeed his new home, just like Baiyang Town and the 3 imperial domains. It had become an incomparably important place in Long Chen's life. No matter what, he had to protect this place, the last home of the divine dragons. After a long time, the cheers finally quieted down. However, the news of Long Chen single-handedly defeating the 3 dragon emperors of the Eternal Dragon City had spread all over the world and the Eternal God Realm. Presumably, those great demon lords, Neptune, and holy sorcerers had also seen Long Chen's hard work and growth. In this case, no one was more suitable than him to enter the Devil Star. to complete the mission that no one else could. But to Long Chen, this wasn't the end. He still had 2 months, and he needed to continue working hard. His current results were in line with his expectations, but he still had 2 months left, and he needed to grow even more. First, there was the Life Taoist seal and the Karma Taoist seal. He was still very confused. Then there was the late 7-starred tribulation. In fact, he had devoured primeval trolls will clone, and the strength of his will had caused his primordial samsara force to increase rapidly. It was growing stronger every day, but there was still a lot of pressure to reach the late 7-starred tribulation in 2 months, and it might be difficult to accomplish. But no matter what, he would do his best to grow. Next, he went into closed-door cultivation, focusing all of his attention on the comprehension of life and karma. But he soon discovered that, unlike the time slaughter, life and karma weren't so easy to comprehend. Even though it took a lot of effort, he still lacked a kind of epiphany. Therefore, time passed by, but there were no results. Instead, his realm kept advancing by leaps and bounds, growing thousands of times faster than ordinary geniuses. He was approaching the late 7-starred tribulation. Just like that, a month passed. Apart from approaching the late 7-starred tribulation, there was still no growth in the Life Tao and Karma Tao. He didn't know what the 7-aperture Karma heart could do. There was only 1 month left. Long Chen was in a dilemma. Time was tight, and it seemed that he needed to give up on life and karma. He needed to focus on cultivation and increase his strength to the late 7-starred tribulation first. This kind of increase in realm was the most important for him now. During this time, Yang Yu sent news from Sky Dragon Star. It seemed that the seal of the demonic star was changing very quickly, and time was tight. It was estimated that in a few months, the entire seal of the demonic star would collapse. So now the great demon lord, the Sea Emperor, and the holy shamans were very anxious, and even hoped that Long Chen could enter the demonic star in advance. Chapter 24:45. Of course, there would be a few months until the demon star's seal was broken. There was still a month left until the agreement with Long Chen. When they heard that Long Chen had defeated the 3 dragon emperors, the great demon lords were still willing to trust him. The eternal life god domain was a matter that involved all of the spirit folk, and yet the spirit folk had chosen to stay out of it. The truth was that the spirit folk were very nervous, but the spirit folk were under the control of the spirit sovereign. Without the spirit sovereign's orders, the spirit folk wouldn't get involved. Most importantly, no one had been able to find the spirit emperor. Even the dragon emperors could not pass the news to Ling Huang. Especially when Ling Huang came to ask for Long Chen's child but failed. He seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and even the higher-ups of the spirit clan could not find him. Therefore, the great demon lord, the Sea Emperor, the holy shaman, and the dragon emperor basically did not care about Ling Huang. In fact, the only thing they could do was to enter the demon star after Long Chen might fail and before the demon star's seal was broken. Then, they would do everything they could to defend themselves. If the primeval troll really came, they really would not be able to do anything. Of course, the biggest hope was still Long Chen. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure this young man was carrying at this time. His success or failure was related to the survival of the entire eternal sacred territory. Moreover, he was facing his best brother. Everyone knew how conflicted and helpless he was, but there was no other way. This was fate. Now, he was facing a choice of fate. Now, the dragon emperors still had information about the demon star, and they had not leaked it yet. However, once it was leaked, it would cause a huge panic. Long Chen was quite depressed. The progress of the Tao of Life and the Tao of Karma was not smooth, and he did not make much progress in this month. Seeing that there was only 1 month left, how much progress he could make in this month was directly related to too many things. It was impossible to say that there was no pressure at all. In the dead of night, He and Lingxi sat on the roof of one of the palaces in the Green Water Palace, gazing at the starry sky and holding each other's hands. As far as the eye can see, there are countless stars. I wonder how big this world is. Long Chen said with some emotion. Lingxi looked at him with distress and asked, Chen, are you really not going to take me in a month? Maybe I can be of great help. Long Chen was quite firm on this matter. Perhaps Yang Yu wouldn't agree, so he shook his head helplessly and smiled at Lingxi. Do you think I will fail? When have I ever failed in front of you? This was a matter of great importance. Even Lingxi didn't have much confidence in Long Chen. Lingxi was startled when she saw the determination in his eyes. She shook her head and said, No, I feel that you will definitely succeed. It's just like how you faced the City Lord of the Vein back then. Everyone thought that you had died in the City Lord of the Vein, but didn't you still return in the end and even defeat the City Lord of the Vein? With her words, Long Chen was finally able to release the pressure that he had been suppressing in his heart. He reached out and pulled Lingxi into his embrace, a faint smile on his face as he said, Little Xi, being able to meet and get to know you in this life is my greatest fortune. It's even more important than any inherited blood essence. No matter what, you will always be my most important treasure. To be able to have you by my side in this life, whether it's for a short time or for eternity, I will have no regrets. Speaking till here, Lingxi's eyes were already a little red. She could feel the deep love he had for her, and it surpassed everything else. However, wasn't she the same as well? All the hard work she had put in had proven this point. Don't talk nonsense. If you can become a god and have eternal life, then I will too. I believe in you, and I believe in myself. As long as our hearts are strong, no one can defeat us. The corners of Lingxi's lips curled up, her eyes were also filled with determination. Long Chen suddenly had a great deal of confidence. However, he didn't think that at this most peaceful moment, an accident would occur. This small accident would soon become a major event. A multicolored dot appeared in the night sky. None of them had noticed it, because it was too well hidden. At Long Chen's current level, there were very few people in the world who could match up to him in terms of perception. In fact, there were only one or two people who could suppress him. That multicolored dot was extremely tiny. It floated over from afar and suddenly floated to Lingxi's fair finger. It was like a little bug, but compared to a bug, it was even more silent and undetectable. The moment it came into contact with Lingxi, the colorful speck of light disappeared. Lingxi's finger trembled slightly. She hurriedly sat up straight and said, Something seems to have entered my body. Long Chen immediately went on high alert. This was almost impossible. At least the entire Eternal Dragon City was under his control. He knew even the slightest movement of the grass and trees. Everything around him was also under his control. It was impossible that something had entered Lingxi's body without him noticing it. If it was real, then it had to be the work of the top experts in the eternal celestial realm. He picked up Lingxi's hand, and the primordial samsara power seeped into it. He found the multicolored dot. It was a very strange thing, as though it didn't exist in this world. Although it was small, it had a very complicated structure. There was a lot of information in it. When Long Chen's power surrounded it, he felt a power similar to an Immortal Lord realm technique. It was probably a very complicated spiritual art, and there was only one person in the world who could use it to this extent. That person was Ling Huang. He hasn't given up yet. He had actually attacked Lingxi. Long Chen was instantly filled with rage. Of course, before the danger was resolved, he could only suppress it. He had to force the multicolored dot out first. His primordial samsara energy was extremely powerful. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to shatter this multicolored dot. Unexpectedly, this dot was like a sharp needle that pierced through Long Chen's energy and then disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. Lingxi didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Long Chen didn't give up. He immediately linked the 3 lifetimes emotion thread with Lingxi, and the two used the same power to search together. Lingxi was more familiar with her body, but the multicolored dot had disappeared. They checked the fetus themselves, and found nothing out of the ordinary. However, Lingxi's expression changed suddenly, and she shuddered. She said to Long Chen in a panic, This is the lost spiritual design." When she said these words, she seemed even more certain. Her face paled, but she didn't cry. Instead, she was angry. "Not bad. Seems like you're quite knowledgeable. No wonder you're the inheritor of an immortal Lord Realm technique." At this time, a voice floated into Eternal Dragon City from afar. A white dot appeared in the distance, and it quickly enlarged in front of Long Chen. Judging from the voice, it should be Ling Huang. He was very fast, and almost as fast as Yang Yu. Ling Huang had already made a sound, and the 3 Dragon Emperors of Eternal Dragon City had also sensed it. They had appeared by Long Chen's side before Ling Huang. Seeing that both Long Chen and Yang Yu were fine, they were a lot more relieved. At the same time, they informed the other Dragon Emperors. At this time, the silver-haired Ling Huang was already in front of them. His face still had the same elegant smile, but this time, his eyes were especially oppressive. This made the 3 Dragon Emperors understand that he must have an important purpose for his sudden visit this time. "Ling Huang, what's the matter with your sudden visit?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor was a little angry. He knew that this guy had his eyes on Long Chen's child. He was waiting for the child to be born, and Ling Huang, an outsider, had come to snatch it. This was simply asking for their lives. The Spirit Sovereign smiled faintly at him, but his gaze was fixed on Ling Shi, whose face was currently filled with rage. He said, "It is indeed a lost spirit formation. I spent 2 months, spent countless good items, and experienced more than 10 failures before I was able to construct this primordial spirit formation. Ordinary spirit formations will not be able to hide from your eyes." At this time, Long Chen had already stood up with Lingxi. He still didn't know what this lost spiritual design was used for, but hearing what Ling Huang said, this thing was so difficult to succeed, it must be something that defied the heavens. After Ling Huang was rejected last time, he actually didn't care about anything else this time. And it was before the Devil Star catastrophe. To be honest, compared to his identity, this kind of behavior was simply a disgrace. Long Chen really didn't think that the dignified strongest person in the Eternal God Realm would do this. What lost spiritual design? Hearing these 4 words, the 3 Dragon Emperors knew that something was wrong. They surrounded Ling Huang, while waiting for the other Dragon Emperors to arrive. At this time, looking at Long Chen's face, it was obvious how angry he was. His biggest taboo in life was others attacking Lingxi, but Ling Huang had done it. Moreover, he wasn't worried at all. He explained, "A long time ago, the ancestors of my spirit tribe controlled the lost spiritual design. In fact, the lost spiritual design is also recorded in the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. It's just that it's too profound, and it involves rules, so this little girl can't come into contact with it for now. To put it simply, I am the owner of the lost spiritual design, and she has been struck by it. Her life is in my hands. The lost spiritual design is almost impossible to break, and impossible to discover. I set a time limit of 1 month. After a month, if I don't remove the lost spiritual design, it will activate, and then, 1 corpse and 2 lives. In this world, only I can resolve this lost spiritual design. Controlling Lingxi's life and death." Chapter 2446. Long Chen knew very little about spirit arts, and it was the same for the other Dragon Emperors and Yang Yu. Ling Shi, who knew the most about spirit arts, was the one who knew the most about spirit arts. When she heard the words, "lost spirit array," from her expression, Long Chen knew that she had no way of doing it. Ling Huang was telling the truth. Since he dared to do such a thing, there was no need for him to fake it. He was well prepared this time. After all, Yang Yu was not in the dragon god domain, so he was not afraid at all. After all, he was the strongest in the eternal sacred domain. If it was peaceful times, he might not fight with the human race like this. After all, the spirit race was not as strong as the human race, especially when the human race, the demon race, the witch race, and the sea race were closely allied. But now that it was chaotic, it was possible for him to take advantage of the chaos to rob them. Hearing these words, the three dragon emperors were the first to be angry. Dragon Emperor Yongye said angrily, "Ling Huang, I thought you were despicable and unworthy of your status. I didn't expect you to be many times more despicable than I imagined. What do you mean by doing this? Do you want to start a war between the human race and the spirit race?" They could still talk to Ling Huang calmly, but Long Chen could not. Although he knew that this guy was powerful, since he had done such a thing, no matter what his goal was, Long Chen could not forgive him. What he hated the most in his life was people using Lingxi to threaten him. Obviously, Ling Huang had a goal in using this lost spiritual formation that no one could break. His goal was undoubtedly Lingxi's child. Perhaps if Long Chen did not give it to him, he would choose to destroy Lingxi and the child in his arms. At his current age, Long Chen was still able to restrain himself and not make a move when he wasn't confident. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have let the Spirit Emperor say anything. After all, Long Chen knew that he was still one step away from defeating this guy. He was just one step away from becoming the strongest expert in the entire Eternal God domain. At this time, the Spirit Emperor had just finished explaining about the lost spiritual formation and hurriedly said, "All right, in fact, I don't have any malicious intentions. I came here today to make a bet with you, Long Chen. Just a bet. The lost spiritual formation is just a topic of conversation. If you accept my bet, then no matter who wins or loses in a month, I will remove the lost spiritual formation for her. This is my promise, so you don't have to worry about her safety." To be honest, even if he said this, Long Chen's hatred for him did not lessen in the slightest. One day, when Long Chen reached a new realm, he would fight with Ling Huang, just like how the Eternal Dragon Emperor had fought with him to become the strongest in the world. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "Ling Huang, if you have something to fart about, hurry up and say it. I believe that you are not an idiot. This is a critical moment, and anyone can do crazy things. You are indeed strong, but don't push us too far. The other people of the spirit race are not as capable as you. If we really fight to the death, you can protect yourself, but I will bury the entire spirit race with you. I mean what I say." Even with Ling Huang, the spirit race was not strong enough in front of the human race, especially now that the spirit race was isolated by the other four races. The Eternal Dragon Emperor also said, "You also know about the matter of the demon star. Now, we are all people who are struggling in the end of the world. Life and death have long been out of our minds. So, don't push us too far. When the time comes, I think the great demon lord, the Sea Emperor, and the holy shamans will support. You know very well who the spirit race will support. Don't let the spirit race be exterminated before the demon star arrives." These threats were not without reason. Hearing this, Ling Huang suddenly laughed and said, "You guys are really too nervous. I have already said that I am not making things difficult for anyone. The lost spiritual formation is just a capital of mine. As long as Long Chen dares to bet with me, I will naturally take back the lost spiritual formation after a month. I can swear that as long as the bet stands, I, Ling Huang, will not harm a single hair on this woman." Speaking up to this point, his tone changed and he said, "Everyone, let me first talk about my bet." The three dragon emperors were still waiting for the other dragon emperors to arrive. Naturally, they would try to delay as much time as possible. Long Chen's reverse scale was touched, and his killing intent filled the sky. However, he was already able to hide his killing intent in his heart and explode when the time was right. Now, he really wanted to know what his bet was. At this time, Ling Huang began to speak slowly. Do you know our spirit race's Spirit Supreme Residence? Spirit Supreme Residence. Of course the 3 Dragon Emperors knew about it, but Long Chen had never heard of it. Ling Huang was mainly telling this to Long Chen, so he continued, the Spirit Supreme Residence is a secret realm passed down by our race's ancestor god, the Spirit Supreme. There are all kinds of natural disasters and tests left behind from the primeval times, and it is extremely difficult. For millions of years, only 3 people have been able to pass through it, and the most recent one was your father, Long Qinglan. He defeated me after he passed through the Spirit Supreme Residence. As for the people before him, they were people from millions of years ago. You can say that the Spirit Supreme Residence is the most difficult secret realm to pass through in the entire Eternal God realm, and the test of strength is also the highest in the entire Eternal God realm. At this point, he smiled. Of course, our Ling Huang has partial control over the Spirit Supreme Residence, and can travel through it freely. But that's only a part of it. There are some places in the Spirit Supreme Residence that even I can't reach, and there are some disasters that even I can't handle. In fact, the Dragon Emperors also knew what he had said. There was indeed such a sacred place in the Spirit God territory that only Spirit Emperors could go to, and it was also the place where Spirit Emperors usually stayed. Within 10 million miles, no one could get close to the Spiritual Supreme Residence. The Spiritual Supreme Residence was personally passed down by the deities, and not built by their descendants. Therefore, there were many mysterious and unexplainable places, just like the battlefield of the gods, full of mysteries. Every Spirit Emperor could only control a very small part of it, and they could only travel freely in certain areas. What's your bet? After talking about the Spirit Supreme Palace for so long, it was time for him to reveal the real secret. Lingxi snuggled up to Long Chen. Hearing the words, Spirit Supreme Residence, she seemed to have some impression of it. At this time, Ling Huang's eyes focused on Long Chen, and he said solemnly, it's very simple. I'll wait for you in the deepest part of the Spirit Supreme Palace. If you can reach the deepest part of the Spirit Supreme Palace, I'll immediately remove the lost spiritual formation for Lingxi. For me, it's just a thought. But if you can't reach the Spirit Supreme Palace, or if you die inside, then you lose. I'll naturally remove the lost spiritual formation for Lingxi, but I won't let her leave the Spirit Supreme Palace. When she gives birth to the child, I'll take the child away and treat her as my successor. Then, I'll send her, or you or her, out of the Spirit Supreme Palace. Sure enough, what he said was similar to what Long Chen had guessed. No matter what he did, his ultimate goal was still Long Chen's child. After listening to him, the Dragon Emperors of the other 4 dragon cities arrived at the same time. 15 Dragon Emperors surrounded Ling Huang. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night briefly explained what had happened, and the 15 Dragon Emperors were on guard, firmly blocking Ling Huang's way out. All the Dragon Emperors had arrived, and they were confident, so they naturally wouldn't be polite to Ling Huang. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said in a low voice, impossible. You forced us to make this bet. It's not fair to us. Ling Huang, if you really want to make a bet, you have to remove the lost spiritual formation first. Only then can we have a chance to talk. If you can't do that, there's no room for discussion. The world is in chaos now, but we humans don't mind letting the Spirit Clan disappear from the Eternal God realm forever. Then, even if you find a successor, it'll be useless. The 15 Dragon Emperors also made their stance clear. It was impossible for them to take advantage of Ling Huang. However, Ling Huang had come prepared. He had a strange personality, so he naturally wouldn't be scared. He smiled faintly and said, fellow Dragon Emperors, don't scare me. If you choose to do this, what good will it do? I know how much you value these two young people. I don't think anyone wants to see this girl die like this. One corpse and two lives. That's why I've come here today. That's why I'm not being polite. That's right, you can treat this as a threat. I'm using her life to threaten you, to threaten Long Chen to break into the spirit house. So what? You have no other choice but to agree to my conditions. Or you can attack the spirit clan during this time. But if you push me too far, I'll just fight to the death. After all, the Devil Star primeval troll is about to come, and no one can escape from it. I'm not afraid of you. At this time, he finally tore off his previous gentle and refined face and spoke his mind. That's right, he had spent 2 months preparing this lost spiritual formation to threaten Long Chen. He didn't make Long Chen surrender directly, but used the spirit house as a wager. He was already afraid of the human clan, so he came up with such a tactful way. After all, it was a chaotic world now. The 15 Dragon Emperors really valued Long Chen and Lingxi. That was why this matter was so difficult. Their weakness was in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to be tyrannical, the human race could only be even more tyrannical. However, the Spirit Emperor could endure the destruction of the spirit race, but Long Chen could not bear the death of Ling Shi. This meant that in terms of ruthlessness, they could not compare to the other party, and so they would be suppressed. Chapter 2447. Ling Huang was a very cautious person. He knew that if he had not lost the spiritual formation, the human clan would not have talked terms with him today, and Long Chen would not have made this bet with him. Therefore, no matter when, he would hold the weakness of losing the spiritual formation tightly. After all, among the human clan, no one wanted anything to happen to Lingxi, and they did not want Long Chen to be heartbroken because of this. In fact, the crisis of the Devil Star was far from being resolved. Therefore, such a thing would undoubtedly cause them to be badly battered. The only way they could retaliate was to launch an attack on the entire spirit race. But even so, the human race would not gain any benefits, and it would not frighten the Spirit Emperor because he was not worried at all. It could be said that for the sake of a suitable successor, he would do anything at this time. While he was talking, the 15 Dragon Emperors secretly discussed. If the 15 Dragon Emperors joined forces and fought head-on, it would not be a problem to defeat Ling Huang, but they would certainly have to pay a certain price. In fact, there would often be no chance of a head-on fight. Ling Huang was proficient in soul spells, even more powerful than Lingxi. If he wanted to escape, the 15 Dragon Emperors together could not trap him, unless Yang Yu was here. Unfortunately, Yang Yu was on the Sky Dragon Star. But no matter what, the spiritual house was almost the most difficult in the world. When Long Qinglan went to the spiritual house, he was much stronger than Long Chen now. If Long Chen, who needed to improve his strength to go to the Devil Star, went to the spiritual house, there was a 90% chance that he would fail. Long Chen had an important mission. If he died in the spiritual house, or was trapped there, it would be a very troublesome thing. So now the Dragon Emperors were dizzy. What they were most afraid of was that Long Chen could not help but directly attack Ling Huang. It was not a big deal to attack, but Lingxi's life was controlled by the other side. No matter what they did, they would be afraid of hurting her. The Dragon Emperors could not help but look at Long Chen, who was still very quiet. From beginning to end, he did not say much. He just held Long Chen, his eyes were dead, but his eyes never left Ling Huang. At this time, Ling Huang was waiting for Long Chen's decision. A few thousand years ago, your father challenged the Spirit Zun residents and easily succeeded. He even defeated me afterward and became the strongest person in the world. Your growth in these years has surpassed your father's, so I'm very curious. Do you have Long Qinglan's ability? After your father's death, no one can stop me. So I'm looking forward to seeing if you can catch up to your father's footsteps. I just don't know if you have the courage to do so. Ling Huang put his hands behind his back, squinted at Long Chen, and said word by word. This might be a very simple provocation, but for Long Chen, it was just right and had endless effects. Of course, Long Chen did not make this decision because of these words. It was just that after Ling Huang said the bet of the spiritual house, he had already made up his mind. From the beginning to the end, he was eager to fight. The agreed time of 3 months, now there was only a little more than a month left. He had done all that he could, but he was still a little short. And this might be the understanding he had gained in a life-and-death battle. But now, it was a pity that there were too few people who could be Long Chen's opponents. Yang Yu would not risk your life to fight with him, so there was only one Ling Huang left in the world. If he didn't care about anything else, and Spirit Emperor had given him such an opportunity, he wouldn't have hesitated to take it. This was because fighting and killing were his life, and it was the most important way for him to improve himself. He had never been afraid of any challenge, and this was also the reason why he could grow to where he was now. What Ling Huang brought him was not a bet, but a challenge. When his cultivation was at a standstill and lost, such a challenge was enough to make his blood boil, and he could not help but laugh, and his eyes were red. Indeed, the way Ling Huang invited him was too despicable, so despicable that it made Long Chen feel extremely disgusted, and he had a strong desire to kill him, so that he would never forget his opponent's means for the rest of his life. But in his heart, there was no such thing as losing. Only a challenge could give his cultivation a new lease of life when it was at a standstill. For Long Chen, this was enough. He had no time to think about what would happen if he lost, because that was not within his scope of thinking. What he was thinking about was how he could win. Of course, he was not a creature dominated by fighting, and he could still think clearly. So at this time, in front of all the Dragon Emperor, he suddenly said, "One bet is too little, and it's meaningless. We can add one more to the original foundation." This meant that not only did Long Chen agree, but he was even more fierce and ruthless than Ling Huang, and this answer was something that even Ling Huang did not expect. So, Ling Huang could not help but ask, "What do you want to add?" The corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and that evil smile suddenly released a killing intent. Although it was just a flash, everyone could see his anger and hatred, which also made Ling Huang realize that this young man was difficult to deal with. At this time, he said, "If I break through the spirit house, I will fight with you. The new bet is on the result of this battle. If I win, then you will keep your promise and pass on the Spirit King's inheritance to Lingxi." When he said this, to be honest, even the 15 Dragon Emperors were shocked, not to mention those who had just come to watch from afar. It had to be said that Long Chen's idea was too bold. Breaking through the spirit house was almost impossible, and he wanted to fight with Ling Huang and hope to win, which was even more impossible. 2 consecutive impossible bets. Was he trying to force himself into a dead end? Anyway, at this time, the faces of the 15 Dragon Emperors changed. They knew how powerful Ling Huang was, especially after so many years. The current Ling Huang was not the Ling Huang of the past. Maybe he had become even more powerful, and he was the strongest person in the world for tens of thousands of years. Long Chen would definitely have a chance to beat him in the future, but it would not be in a short month. But for Ling Huang, he was really scared. He thought that the spirit house could scare Long Chen and make him not dare to agree, but he did not expect that he had underestimated Long Chen's appetite. He made an even bigger offer, and he was not afraid at all. This made Ling Huang, who was originally suppressing Long Chen, be suppressed by Long Chen's offer. If the spirit house inheritance was given to Lingxi, Lingxi would definitely not listen to him, but to Long Chen, which was equivalent to giving the spirit house inheritance to someone else. In fact, Lingxi was a very suitable inheritor, but her heart did not belong to the spirit tribe, so Ling Huang chose their child. If today was a battle, then Ling Huang was like a counterattack by Long Chen. He did not understand where Long Chen got the courage to say such a thing. It was because he did not understand Long Chen at all, and it was because he was such a courageous person that he was standing here. This made Ling Huang startled for a while, and then he asked, "But, what if you lose?" Long Chen was not afraid, and was very calm. He was so confident that Ling Huang did not have much confidence. He stretched out his hand and said, "You can ask for anything you want." This indifferent tone made Ling Huang's heart tremble a little. He had always been in control of the overall situation, but now it was destroyed by Long Chen. Of course, he was only stunned for a while. He knew what Long Chen's most precious thing was, so he said, "Although I don't need the inheritance blood, I know it is the most important thing to you. If you lose, give me the inheritance blood that you have now. The inheritance blood of the ancestral dragon." Of course, Ling Huang did not know. He only knew that Long Chen's inheritance blood was definitely the most tyrannical in the world, and there was more than one kind. He said this just to make Long Chen afraid, because if he did not have the inheritance blood, then Long Chen was really nothing. No dragon martial artist would be able to accept such an outcome. The dragon emperors also knew that Long Chen's secret was in this place, so they were very nervous at this time, worried that Long Chen would agree. They understood Long Chen a little, and knew that he would definitely agree. In the end, they guessed right. Although Ling Huang thought that this could scare him, what he heard was still Long Chen saying very simply, "Okay." Just this one word made Ling Huang silent for a long time. He found that he had really underestimated this child. He did not know, did not understand, where on earth did he get the courage to make two wagers, one at the price of his future child, the other at the price of his most important inheritance blood. He was so confident that he would succeed. Why was he so confident? Was he so easy to deal with in his eyes? Or did he not understand the Spirit Emperor Palace at all? Did he not understand himself at all? At that moment, even Ling Huang was a little frightened by Long Chen's incomparably quiet eyes. In this young man, he saw many things that were different from Long Qinlan, that terrible tenacity. Although he had boasted today, it was clear that he would use his life to realize it. At this time, it was too late for the dragon emperors to say anything. Their faces were stunned, and their expressions froze. There were thousands of words in their hearts, but they were forced back by Long Chen's firm and indifferent tone. They also saw a kind of temperament in Long Chen, which belonged to a true ruler. Although he was not the strongest, he already had that irresistible will. Chapter 2448. Ling Huang was absolutely serious this time. The oath he had sworn would naturally be spread throughout the world, so that everyone in the world could monitor it. This naturally put pressure on Long Chen. He wanted to see if Long Chen really had the courage to swear an oath after talking so much. If he couldn't swear an oath, then everything he had just said would have been empty words. There was no meaning to it at all. By now, many people already knew what had happened. Ling Huang stared at Long Chen with a faint smile on his lips, waiting for Long Chen to respond. To be honest, today was a battle of willpower. Although Ling Huang had come prepared, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand so far. Swearing an oath, spreading it to the world, and letting everyone bear witness was his last resort. Everyone cared about their reputation, and no one wanted to be criticized by the world. Swearing an oath would make it so that there was no way out. However, he didn't know that since Long Chen had said those words, he didn't need a way out. Therefore, he stared at Ling Huang, raised his hand, and swore an oath. Similarly, I agree to these two wagers. If I lose, I will naturally fulfill my end of the wager. Otherwise, I will be consigned to eternal damnation, and the human race will suffer the same consequences as me. He couldn't possibly betray the human race, so he would definitely fulfill his promise. This way, Ling Huang wouldn't have to worry at all. But for some reason, Long Chen had received his attacks today, and each of his counterattacks had been so fierce and powerful. Although he had achieved his goal, there was always a thorn in his heart, a thorn that couldn't be pulled out. No matter what, he couldn't feel happy. This kind of inexplicable uneasiness had always been following him. He would never be able to forget the look in Long Chen's eyes. They seemed deathly still, but they were so firm and unwavering. It was as if everything he had said was insignificant. Ling Huang had to keep telling himself that it was because he had forced Long Chen into a dead end. However, this kind of hint couldn't deceive him. He understood that Long Chen was really difficult to deal with. Perhaps this time, he should be fully prepared to face this battle seriously. If Long Chen really won, not only would all his meticulous plans be ruined, but he would also have to give away the Spirit Emperor's inheritance, which had been passed down for thousands of years. Then he would really be consigned to eternal damnation, and his reputation would be ruined. Then, I will wait for you in the Spirit Realm, the Spirit Emperor residence. At this point, Ling Huang didn't stay any longer. The 15 Dragon Emperors wanted to stop him, but since Long Chen had already said so much, there was no point in stopping him. Although the 15 Dragon Emperors were helpless, angry, and hated Ling Huang, this matter had something to do with Long Chen, so they really didn't know what to do. After all, everything was decided by Long Chen himself. After Ling Huang left, Long Chen said to the Dragon Emperors sternly, "Elders, before the trouble of the demon star came, we were hit by the lost spiritual formation. Ling Huang is this kind of person, so this disaster is inevitable. I have my own reasons for dealing with it. Now that everything has been decided, I hope you can support my decision. No matter what, I will not let you down. Please believe me." Believe, this word was easy to say, but it was really difficult to convince themselves. But when the result couldn't be changed, the Dragon Emperors wouldn't continue to struggle. Yongye Dragon Emperor was the first to speak. "You are right, Ling Huang has gone crazy for the sake of the inheritor. He can even do it without caring about the life and death of other people in the Spirit Clan, but we can't. All these years, we have watched you grow. No matter what decision you make, you have your own reasons. Even if these two things are impossible, we will do our best to support you. Anyway, we only have this 1 month. Next, we will put aside the matter of the demon star and do our best to help you." That's right. If Ling Huang wants to make a big fuss, then let him make a big fuss. Our Long Chen now lacks a stepping stone to rush to the highest peak. Since he appeared at this time, he should be prepared to be stepped on. I have no doubt that you can recreate the glory of your father. The Dragon Emperors knew how difficult this matter was, but on the surface, they knew that they absolutely couldn't discourage Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be discouraged because of their attacks. Because to him, this was his promise to a woman. The woman in his arms believed in him as always. She was hit by the lost spirit formation, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she clenched his hands tightly, giving Long Chen a lot of support. Long Chen's heart had never been filled with such strength before. When a person's inner strength reached the pinnacle, they would have the courage to do anything. At that time, he would have more faith in himself than anyone else. This was related to all the inheritances he had received, but it was also related to his personality and everything he had. The Dragon Emperor was right. He needed a stepping stone to rush to higher skies. Now that Ling Huang had appeared, whether he would crush Long Chen, or whether he would step on him and rush to the clouds, time would tell. But before that, this matter would definitely cause a stir in the eternal sacred realm. Whether it was the Spirit Zune residence or the Battle of the Strongest, these two matters would affect the entire eternal sacred realm. Especially the oath that the two had made for the bet, it was even more explosive news. Everyone wanted to watch the show, so when this news spread throughout the world, the eternal sacred realm almost exploded. For a moment, almost all living beings in the world were talking about this matter. They talked about Ling Huang's strength, talked about Long Chen's heaven-defying growth, talked about the unbelievable confrontation this time, talked about the gap between Long Chen and Ling Huang, and talked about the consequences of whoever lost. When two people fought, there would definitely be a winner, and there would definitely be a loser. Who won and who lost, and what the consequences would be, were all the biggest news. On the Eternal Dragon City side, the 15 Dragon Emperors had already made their preparations. They didn't have much time, so they immediately prepared to go to the Spirit God realm. This time, the 15 Dragon Emperors and many experts of the human race would personally accompany Long Chen to the Spirit God realm. For such a pinnacle battle, it was necessary to build momentum. All of them would become Long Chen's strongest support. The Dragon Emperors said that if Long Chen lost, they would fight the final battle, flatten the spirit race, and make Ling Huang pay the price. Of course, the most important person was also returning, which was Yang Yu. After hearing the news, she said 2 words to Long Chen, "Don't worry." Then, she directly went from Celestial Dragon Planet to the spirit race. With her speed, she would soon reach the Spirit God realm. At the same time, the Grand Demon Lord, the Holy Sorcerer, and the Sea Emperors were also furious when they heard the news. Right now, Long Chen was the most important person. He was the one who wanted to save the Eternal God realm, but Ling Huang had caused such a ruckus at this time. It was simply outrageous. So this time, basically all the experts from the major races came to the Spirit God realm. At this time, all the experts in the world were approaching the Spirit Lord residence. The people of the spirit race were actually scared out of their wits. From the eyes of the other 4 races, they could see that once Long Chen lost, the spirit race would suffer a calamity. Even if they had Ling Huang, there was only one Ling Huang. A human Yang Yu could hold him back, and that might be the end of Ling Huang. Although the entire spirit race had been thrown into chaos, the truth was that after the Spirit Emperor had returned, he had directly gone to the deepest part of the Spirit Supreme residence. No one could find him, and he had disregarded everything else to wait for Long Chen's arrival. He was looking forward to this battle more than anyone else, and he couldn't help but tremble at the thought of it. Now, the experts had already put aside the matter of Mo Xing. Although they didn't understand why Long Chen would pay such a price, and even raise the price, it would definitely be a good show. The human race was now at the peak of its power, and Ling Huang still provoked them. In the eyes of the Great Demon Lord and the other experts, it was hard for them to understand. But this time, they would definitely stand on the side of the human race, because Mo Xing was their true enemy. Although Ling Huang was strong, the spirit race wasn't qualified to do so. Perhaps in the end, even if Long Chen gave his child to Ling Huang and offered his blood essence, the human race would still annihilate the spirit race to vent their anger. But in reality, no one wanted such a thing to happen. After all, the spirit race was innocent, and it was Ling Huang's fault. It was just that the human race didn't have any other way to take revenge. At the very least, there weren't many people in the spirit race who supported Ling Huang. Previously, during the battle of the primeval trolls will clone, Ling Huang didn't receive any news, and the spirit race was separated from the other 4 major races of the eternal life sacred domain. Many people in the spirit race were already dissatisfied, and this time, he caused such a huge commotion for the sake of an inheritor, and the entire spirit race was very depressed. Could it be that the spirit race was so big, and he couldn't find an inheritor that he liked, so he had to look for one in the human race? And he had to pay such a price? They definitely knew that it was impossible for Long Chen to win, but this was what they were most worried about, because if that happened, the human race would vent their anger on the spirit race. But if Long Chen could pass through the Spirit Zune residence, then everyone would be happy, and the spirit race would also be very satisfied. As for the final battle, it was basically impossible. The spirit race could only hope that after obtaining the blood essence, Ling Huang would be tactful enough to return it to Long Chen. After all, it wasn't what he wanted in the beginning. If that was the case, then the war between the races wouldn't happen. As Long Chen and the 15 human race experts led by the Dragon Emperor approached, the entire eternal life sacred domain seemed to have a heart, and it was beating extremely violently. Billions of living beings were nervous, and their hearts were beating intensely. Chapter 2449. Now, it seemed like all the experts of the Eternal God realm were gathering outside the Spirit Lord residence, except for a few who were still on Sky Dragon and observing the Demon Star's movements. These two bets shook the world, especially the one that Long Chen proposed. It was related to the Spirit Lord's inheritance and Long Chen's mysterious blood essence. These were the most precious things in the world, so it caused the biggest stir. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Because so many people knew about it, almost everyone in the world knew about it. Therefore, when they lost, the possibility of Ling Huang and Long Chen going back on their word was smaller. Although the Spirit Clan was not satisfied with Ling Huang using the Spirit Lord's inheritance as a bet, in fact, based on Long Chen's current situation, it was doubtful whether he could pass the Spirit Lord's inheritance. So basically, the Spirit Clan was not worried. However, the experts of the various races were also interested in Long Chen's confidence. When he fought against the primeval trolls Will Doppelganger, Long Chen's strength was not enough to fight Ling Huang, nor was it enough to pass the Spirit Lord residence. But he could accept such a bet. There were only two possibilities. Either he was a fool, or he had a certain degree of confidence. At least he had a chance of winning. Since Long Chen could make it this far, he was definitely not a fool. So, there were still some people who believed in him and guessed that he had a chance of winning. Although no one could see where this confidence came from, in history, weren't the most heaven-defying figures born from absolute impossibility? Even if Long Chen lost in the end and lost everything, his courage in the face of difficulties was still admirable. Especially since Ling Huang had used a dishonorable method, which was to lose the spiritual formation. After the news spread, Ling Huang's reputation plummeted. In the eyes of the other races, he was a despicable and shameless villain. Only some blind Spirit Clan members still followed him fanatically. In any case, a large number of Spirit Clan members were still gathered outside the Spirit Zone residence. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the grand event to begin. Over the past few days, powerful fighters from various clans had arrived. The Sorcerer Tribe and the Spirit Tribe were getting closer. At this moment, the 8 great holy sorcerers had appeared in the surroundings. They were obviously there to support Long Chen. Of course, they were still rather puzzled. Where did Long Chen get his courage from? How did he dare to bet his child and his inherited blood essence here? Tai Wu thought for a moment and could not help but say, in my opinion, he's still a hot-blooded child after all. He lost his rationality in a moment of anger after being bullied by Ling Huang using the Lost Spirit Array. That's why he made these 2 bets. The 8 of them were currently high up in the clouds. No one in the spirit race had the ability to discover them yet. That may be the case, but the 15 Dragon Emperors were present at that time. How could they let him do as he pleases? I think we should try to stop it. After all, this is too crazy. Actually, it's Ling Huang who's too disgusting. What kind of situation is this now? We don't even know if the eternal celestial territory can continue to exist. Not only did he not deal with the primeval trolls Will Avatar, he even dragged Long Chen into this. Now, the entire world is counting on Long Chen to deal with the devouring demon. He's fine, but if something happens to Long Chen, then the eternal celestial territory will most likely be finished. I think the 15 Dragon Emperors and Yang definitely won't be able to tolerate it. When that time comes, Ling Huang is too heaven-defying. I reckon he'll probably be killed before they let it go. Ling Huang has always been strange, but I didn't expect his brain to be so rusty. In any case, when the human race calls for help, the demon race and ocean race will definitely be furious. No one wants Ling Huang to have an easy time. This kind of person might even take advantage of the chaos and stab us in the back when we fight against the primeval troll. Isn't he stabbing us in the back right now? At this point, everyone became silent. The spirit race people below were extremely noisy, and they had been clamoring the entire time. At this moment, the cloud sorcerer said, "Dear holy sorcerers, have you never thought that Long Chen is actually a very rational person, and also a strange young man? During the time when the primeval trolls will avatar, we relied on him to escape from the trap. This kind of young man shouldn't be as simple as being hot-blooded. I think his counterattack can give Ling Huang some psychological pressure. After all, didn't Long Qinglan barge into the Spirit Emperor Palace last time and drag Ling Huang out and defeat him? Now, his son has come fearlessly. Ling Huang only wants Long Chen's child, but now he's betting the Spirit Emperor's inheritance. Compared to Long Chen's ferocious arrival, he'll suffer a greater impact from the public opinion and the shadow in his heart. I reckon. According to what you said, there's still some suspense. Let's wait and see." The 8 holy sorcerers quietly waited for Long Chen's arrival. The true experts arrived one after another. Because the Spirit Reverend Palace was slightly to the west of the Eternal God domain, a few great demon lords and a few sea kings had already arrived. While they were discussing the matter in full swing, Long Chen arrived at the Spirit God domain under the protection of 15 dragon emperors and numerous human experts. He arrived outside the Spirit Emperor Palace. When the human race saw Long Chen in front of the 15 dragon emperors, they instantly fell silent. Some of them had even seen Long Chen before, but it had only been a few years, and Long Chen had already become a top figure. Even the 15 dragon emperors were behind him. When the 16 strongest dragon warriors gathered together, they formed a terrifying aura. They were like gods, and the spirit race was really frightened when they saw them. At this time, Long Chen was calm and peaceful, as if what was about to happen had nothing to do with him. However, his seemingly easygoing eyes were always frightening. It was an absolute deterrence that came from the heart, a power that came from his will. Anyone below the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of him. When they arrived, the great demon lord, the sea monarch, and the holy shaman also appeared and greeted Long Chen and the others. After experiencing a disaster, everyone's relationship was very good. Only the people of the spirit tribe were excluded. Seeing so many experts gathering above their heads, the people of the spirit tribe didn't dare to say a word. Many people finally understood what a stupid thing Sovereign Chen Ling had done. He could hide in the depths of the Spirit Emperor Palace and not come out, but if something happened to Long Chen and angered these people, the spirit race wouldn't have a good time. One Ling Huang couldn't stop more than 40 peak experts, unless there were 10 Ling Huangs. Except for a few people, most people were sighing. They still hoped that Long Chen wouldn't enter the Spirit Emperor Palace, because they couldn't afford to provoke him. When Long Chen arrived, the spirit race's patriarchs and core members of the Holy Spirit race were there to welcome him. Apart from Ling Huang, the strongest expert in the spirit race had just passed the 9 palace tribulation. They weren't a match for a dragon emperor. The group of old men stood awkwardly in front of Long Chen. They first bowed and said, "Everyone in the spirit race greets the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter and the 15 Dragon Emperors." To ease the tension, they called Long Chen the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. Long Chen didn't say anything. He wanted to see what they had to say. Now, all the experts in the world had gathered, waiting for this battle. When Long Chen arrived, he was ready. A white-haired old man from the Holy Spirit race stood out and said nervously, "Everyone, Ling Huang was too reckless. Now that all the experts in the world are here, I represent the spirit race and want to ask if there is any way to ease the tension. If the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter doesn't enter the Spirit Emperor Palace, the spirit race can try to persuade Ling Huang to cancel the bet. At the same time, we can ask Ling Huang to remove the spirit formation. What do you think? There are many similarities between the human race and the spirit race. Don't hurt the harmony. Although they believed in the Spirit Emperor at first, now that the four great races had come to their doorstep, the people of the Spirit race didn't think that the Spirit race alone could resist the power of the four great races. They knew that in the previous battles, the four great races had established a very strong relationship. Only the Spirit race was excluded. In fact, they wanted to help, but the Spirit Emperor didn't give the order, so they couldn't do anything. Everyone in the Spirit race was waiting for Long Chen's answer. At this time, Long Chen said directly, "There is no need. We have already made the bet and made the oath. We have been waiting for this moment. Moreover, you don't have the ability to persuade Ling Huang, so don't waste my time." The old man pleaded, "We want to try first. If you can give us a little more time, we will do our best to persuade His Majesty Ling Huang." Now that everyone was watching, the 15 Dragon Emperors didn't want to go into the Spirit Supreme residence, so the Eternal Dragon Emperor quickly said to the old man, "You can try." In the end, they still felt that it was too difficult for Long Chen to complete these two tasks, especially the second one. Even if Long Chen passed the Spirit Supreme residence, it was very likely that he would lose the inheritance blood essence. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Long Chen understood Ling Huang. At this point, everything was just a waste of time. He was about to go to the Spirit Supreme residence when 10 beautiful women suddenly entered his sight. These 10 Spirit race women were all stunning, and each had their own characteristics. They had always attracted the attention of many people. Of course, they had helped Long Chen greatly in the past. Ever since he left the Spirit God region, he hadn't had the time to properly thank them. They were the Goddess Heart who had brought Long Chen out of the Dragon God region. "I haven't seen you for a few years, but you are still as beautiful as ever." Long Chen's mood eased. After all, they were his benefactors. He knew how to repay their kindness, so he naturally couldn't keep a straight face. "That's right. We are still making no progress, but you have already leaped into the clouds, almost invincible under the heavens." Chapter 2450. Looking at them, he recalled how they had traveled from the Dragon God realm to the Dragon God realm, then from the Dragon God realm to the Demon God realm for Mo Xiaolang, and finally to the Chaos Star realm, and then back to the Dragon God realm. They were the first people who had helped Long Chen and the others after they had come to the Eternal God realm. If they hadn't saved him in the battlefield of the gods, who knew how Long Chen's fate would have changed? Now that they had met under such circumstances, it was fortunate that Long Chen was calm and unaffected. Otherwise, his hot-bloodedness might really turn into tenderness at this moment. Lingxi and Kitten were in his divine kingdom. Lingxi was very happy to see them. She came out of Long Chen's divine kingdom and greeted the sisters she had known. "Let's talk somewhere else," Long Chen said to the Dragon Emperor and the others. At this tense moment, he suddenly stopped and went to catch up with the famous Goddess Heart of the Spirit race. They could only wait. The old fellows of the Spirit race found an opportunity and hurriedly contacted Ling Huang. They said that if Ling Huang was willing to give up on the two bets, Long Chen was willing to do so as well. Meeting with old friends was probably the only thing Long Chen could be happy about in this situation. Back then, the strongest person in the Goddess Heart was the Holy Spirit, who was at the 7-star reincarnation realm. The weakest sister was at the 4 symbols reincarnation realm. Long Chen hadn't reached the reincarnation realm back then, and was far behind them. But now that they met again, he was already much stronger than the strongest Holy Spirit. This made the girls of the Goddess Heart feel like they were dreaming. Fire Spirit and Dark Spirit, who used to tease Long Chen in front of him, didn't dare to do so now. Ling Shi liked them very much, so she quickly chatted with them. Long Chen smiled as he watched them talk. Lingxi didn't have many friends to begin with, and the women of the Goddess Heart were the closest to her. It was also because of their care and protection that the two of them had survived the most difficult period of their lives. Soon, their topic shifted to Long Chen. The Holy Spirit was older, so she had more confidence. So, she said in a serious tone, Long Chen, we know that Lingxi has been hit by Ling Huang's lost spiritual formation. If we don't do as he says, then Lingxi will be in danger. But, I still have to say that we shouldn't choose to confront Ling Huang head-on at this time if we have any other way. Do you know what kind of place the spirit house is? It's a place that only a few people have been able to pass through in the past millions of years. There are 5 great tribulations, and each one is several times crueler than the one before it. Many people have lost their lives in it. It's a supreme secret territory passed down by the gods. If Ling Huang is an outsider, he may not be able to pass through it even if he tries to pass through it himself. The other women also tried to dissuade Long Chen with a sincere tone, you've agreed to his bet, so you've fallen into his trap. I think he wants you to die in there. The spirit house is really in a difficult situation. Now that the 4 great races are supporting you, you can take advantage of this situation and make Ling Huang yield, so that he can remove Lingxi's lost spiritual formation. This is also a method. After all, we've asked many spirit races' opinion. Most of them who can think rationally think that Ling Huang's method isn't appropriate. It's impossible for you to succeed. Even if you're lucky enough to pass through the spirit house, the possibility is less than 1%. Then, you'll have to face Ling Huang. He's been famous for tens of thousands of years, and he's the most powerful man in the world. Your father only defeated him after he was 1,000 years old, and you're not even 100 years old yet. The time is too tight. If you can only defeat 3 dragon emperors, then you're still far from being his opponent. You'll probably lose your inherited essence blood, and you'll end up with nothing. We sisters care about you very much, so we couldn't help but remind you about this. Yes, you're the god's favored one, so there are still many possibilities. We can think of other methods, such as letting the experts of the 4 great races exert pressure on Ling Huang. But if you go alone, it'll be very foolish. The 10 spirit race beauties surrounded Long Chen, their voices full of concern and love. Long Chen wasn't someone who forgot his roots. Even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens, he still saw them as his sisters, so he had to respect their words. However, Long Chen had already made up his mind, and he definitely wouldn't change his mind just because of their words. Sisters, you don't understand Ling Huang. He's already here today, and even if the 4 great races kill all the spirit race now, he won't appear, and he won't cancel the bet. Lingxi gently held Long Chen's arm, her tone firm. The goddess's heart and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't understand Ling Huang's actions. Long Chen smiled faintly, sisters, don't worry. I've already made all the necessary preparations before coming here. I know you'll definitely be worried about me, but I don't think it'll be difficult. There's nothing in this world that's difficult if you put your mind to it. Wait until I've finished the 2 bets, then I'll have a good chat with you. From Long Chen's eyes, they could see an unshakable conviction. As if to prove his words, Ling Huang's voice suddenly came from the depths of the spirit residence. He said, since you're here, let's begin. There's no turning back now that we've started. You and I are the same. Now that all the heroes of the world are here, let's quickly determine a winner and a loser. Let's see if you, the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor, can continue your father's glory. Will you be a hero, or will you be an idiot who relies on your father's generation? Ling Huang's voice suppressed all other voices. It also made the people of the Spirit Clan, who were trying to persuade him, blush. He had already spoken to such an extent. Today's reconciliation was simply impossible. For a moment, everyone quieted down and looked at Long Chen. Farewell, everyone. Long Chen had already made up his mind to leave. Lingxi was always by his side. After the 2 of them said goodbye to the goddess's heart, they directly headed in the direction of the spirit residence. The spirit residence was in the deepest part of this land. Except for Ling Huang, no one could get close to it. But today, Long Chen had come. Lingxi stayed in the God Kingdom, waiting for Long Chen to complete these extremely difficult challenges. She knew that this was the only way for Long Chen to break through his limits. If he won, then his life would undergo a transformation. If he failed, then it would be a heavy blow. Especially before entering the Devil Star, accepting such a challenge was undoubtedly quite dangerous. But Long Chen was such a one-track mind. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to fight. Who cared about the gods and Buddhas in the sky? Who cared about Ling Huang? He only needed to fight. Therefore, everyone could only watch him disappear in front of them like a comet, rushing into the endless colorful clouds. That was the direction of the spirit residence. Regarding the inside of the spirit residence, no one knew the details. Perhaps only the current Ling Huang knew. But the Dragon Emperor had collected some information and knew that the spirit residence had roughly 5 layers of difficulties and dangers. Each layer was scarier and more difficult than the previous one. Only after passing through these 5 layers of difficulties and dangers could one find Ling Huang in the deepest part of the spirit residence. Then, Long Chen would have won the first condition. The only thing Long Chen knew now was that the first layer of difficulties and dangers was the door of the spirit residence. Only by passing through this door could one be considered to have truly entered the spirit residence. If one could not even pass through this door, then one would not be qualified to enter the spirit residence at all. This door was called the 10,000 layers spiritual array. That's right. Although it was called a door, it was more like a tunnel. There were 10,000 layers of arrays arranged in it. They were all spiritual arrays created by the most powerful spiritual spells of the Spirit Clan. Every layer of the spiritual array contained the power of a spiritual spell. They were all the most powerful secrets of the Spirit Clan, and they all had great destructive power. They also had various effects, such as direct attacks, curses, restraints, and so on. And most importantly, the 10,000 layers spiritual array formed a terrible repulsive force. Once one stopped at any layer, he would be directly expelled from the spirit residence. Only a super expert who could break through the 10,000 layers spiritual array in one go could pass through the 10,000 layers spiritual array and truly enter the spirit residence. Even entering a door was so difficult. This showed how difficult the spirit residence was to enter the highest level of the secret territory. Throughout history, countless powerful cultivators had tried to enter the spirit residence, but without exception, 99% of them could not even enter the first layer of the 10,000 layers spiritual array. As for what was inside the 10,000 layers spiritual array, it was a mystery that no one knew. Ordinary people were forbidden to enter within 1,000 miles of the spirit residence. So by the time Long Chen was about to reach the entrance, he could not see anyone else. But it did not matter to him, because he had thrown everything aside and only had one belief. In front of him was an endless colorful fog. The entire land was empty. Only in a valley did Long Chen see the first layer of the spiritual array. It was a vertical array with a diameter of a few thousand meters. There were densely packed symbols on it, which were created by the spiritual spells of the Spirit Clan. Lingxi often played with them, but the complexity of this first spiritual array was actually similar to the Qian Kun shifting array that Lingxi had set up. Buzz! As Long Chen approached, the entire spiritual array shook. Then, the tens of millions of symbols twisted and turned into huge fire snakes. There were tens of thousands of fire snakes twisting on the spiritual array, staring at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. They flicked their tongues, and an incomparably scorching power rushed towards him. And behind this fire spiritual array, there were traces of blue ice crystals flying. One could vaguely see that the second layer of the spiritual array should be a rapid freezing ice. From the scorching flames to the freezing ice, it must be a very difficult thing to go through. Moreover, there were a total of 10,000 spiritual arrays. Who knew what would appear at the back? And he would have to rush through it in one go. Long Chen did not believe that the spirit residence was not left behind by the gods. With his current ability, if it was just an ordinary thing, it would not be able to do anything to him. 10,000 layers. Chapter 24:51. Now, the whole world was focused on Long Chen's challenge to the spirit house. It wasn't just the experts waiting outside the spirit lord's residence. As soon as Long Chen stepped into the vicinity of the residence, the entire world heard the news through countless star talismans. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. What would happen in the next 20 days or so would very likely affect the fate of the entire eternal god domain. Long Chen had met Yang Yu before he arrived at the spirit house, and Yang Yu had found them first. She was naturally angry, but she couldn't blame Long Chen. This was his personality, and also the difference between him and Long Qinglan. Long Qinglan didn't have many challenges in his life, and before he became the strongest, not many people dared to provoke him. But Long Chen's luck wasn't very good. So Yang Yu only made one request to Long Chen, and that was to break through the spirit house no matter what. He couldn't let this affect Lingxi, or hurt Lingxi. Long Chen agreed to this. Then, she added, if anything happens to you, I will bury the entire astral race with you. These were her deepest thoughts. Now, Long Chen was the only reason why she lived in this world. If Long Chen didn't exist, she naturally wouldn't restrain herself. She would do whatever she wanted. The matter of the primordial giant devil was no longer important to her. It was because he knew that Yang Yu cared so much about him that Long Chen understood that he was walking on a path that only allowed him to succeed. Now, he was standing in front of the 10,000 layers spiritual array. The god-slaying sword with over 800 Dao patterns was ready. He had returned the sea-steadying godly pillar that he had obtained from the Sea God Emperor to the Sea Clan. Otherwise, he could make the god-slaying sword even stronger. It would be great if he could obtain other Dao treasures that could allow the god-slaying sword to reach the level of an unbounded Dao treasure. The 10,000 layers spiritual formation, layer after layer, formed the gate of the spirit house. Everyone was waiting for this moment. Long Chen held his breath. After a few attempts, he roughly understood that it would be difficult for him to use the 10,000 layers spiritual formation with his current cultivation. This was only the entrance to the spiritual house. Normally, it would be a piece of cake for an expert with the ability to break through the spiritual house. However, it was clear that Long Chen didn't belong to that category. However, he wasn't discouraged. He naturally knew that with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to complete either bet. To him, this was a challenge. What he wanted to challenge was actually his cultivation in the spiritual residence. Others might have used the spirit sovereign residence to break through, but Long Chen was different. In his heart, he was able to gradually forget some things and truly relax. He treated this place as a place to break through his shackles, a place that would help him complete his final transformation within the 3 months he had agreed upon. In these 3 months, apart from the Death Realm, the Dragon Gate, and the Sea of Chaotic Times, he had gained nothing. Now that there were only 20 days left, he needed a heavy challenge and a fierce stimulation to give him the opportunity to progress again. I'm ready. Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword tightly. Little Skeleton was howling excitedly within it. The 10,000 swords of massacre against the 10,000 layers spiritual formation was evenly matched. Now was the time for the sword of massacre to complete its final mission. Therefore, he was exceptionally excited. Charge! With Little Skeleton's howling and Lingxi's anticipation, Long Chen truly put the sword of massacre to use. Although the first sword was the weakest, Long Chen was also trying his best to control it. He couldn't release too much energy, or else he wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest. Just as he had expected, the first sword light directly tore apart the simplest spiritual formation of fire. Long Chen passed through the opening and broke the first layer of the spiritual formation. Under the vast energy of the spirit house, the first layer of the spiritual formation would quickly recover. Therefore, Long Chen moved very quickly. From the beginning to the end, there was basically no chance for him to stop. While the scorching flames were still burning behind him, there was an ice mountain in front of him, blocking Long Chen's path. This was the second layer of the spiritual formation. Rip! The second sword move of the Sword of Massacre directly shattered the ice mountain, revealing the second formation hidden inside. At this time, the Sword of Massacre still had enough energy to tear a crack in the second layer of the spiritual formation. At the critical moment, Long Chen rushed in. He understood that this was only the beginning, and not the end. What he had encountered now was just a small matter. From the first to the second layer, the power of the spiritual formation had actually increased slightly. Next was the third layer, and then the fourth. With a firm heart, Long Chen pressed forward with indomitable will. With his passion for cultivation, his love for Lingxi, and his anger towards Ling Huang, he slaughtered his way forward. Courage was also a great strength. At least, he never thought about what would happen if he failed. He only thought about what he needed to do to get closer to success. The spiritual formation of 10,000 layers was mysterious and strange. Along the way, Long Chen had encountered a spiritual formation that had never been the same. The spiritual arts were also profound, at least in the first 1,000 layers. Long Chen had seen that no two spiritual formations were the same, but each of them had been used to the peak of the spiritual arts. It was incomparably marvelous. Long Chen was shocked as he moved forward. What kind of existence would be able to lay out these 10,000 spiritual formations? One layer after another, there were wind, fire, water, earth, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, spirits, corpses, puppets, and so on. For example, after Long Chen tore open a spiritual formation, he immediately encountered a towering tree. The most difficult part of this spiritual formation was to find it, and Long Chen only had a chance to use one sword. Because if he used one more sword, he would have one less sword in the end. Time was tight, and there was no time to think. Fortunately, Lingxi was more familiar with spiritual formations, and she could see the location of the spiritual formation at a glance. That was why Long Chen could rush over in a short time. There were countless such things. When Long Chen used the slaughter sword incantation and killed his way through, he finally broke through 5,000 layers of spiritual formations. He was already quite tired at this point. This was a consumption of both his mental and physical strength. If he had only used 5,000 sword strikes, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, he still needed to find the weakest point of the spiritual formation within a short time to break through each layer. Otherwise, he might not even be able to break through. If he couldn't break through, the result would be that all his previous efforts would be in vain. Lingxi could see that the spiritual supreme residence was worthy of its reputation. Although Long Chen was only at the 10,000 layers of spiritual formations, he had already surpassed his limits. Long Chen was fighting with all his might, which made Lingxi's heart ache. He was fighting for his child, and for her as well. Lingxi could only do her best to help him. She had done some research on spiritual arts, and the same was true for spiritual formations. She could find the most suitable position faster than Long Chen. In this way, Long Chen only had to do what he needed to do, which made him feel more relaxed. The two of them had a tacit understanding as they moved forward, completely unaware of the passage of time. To completely break through the 10,000 layers of spiritual formations would require a certain amount of time. Under such a high-intensity situation, Long Chen had already broken through 8,000 layers of spiritual formations in the blink of an eye. As expected, the further he went, the more difficult the spiritual formations became. Some were even very complicated. For example, right now, Long Chen felt like he was in the starry sky. Countless stars were revolving above his head, forming a huge repulsive force that crashed towards Long Chen like a wave. Focus your energy on one point and go through from the center. Lingxi was very calm as she quickly said. Without another word, Long Chen made his move. The god-slaying sword changed from a slash to a stab. Under the stab of the massacre sword art, it condensed into a sharp beam of sword light. Under the terrifying repulsive force, it finally pierced the core of the countless stars. There seemed to be nothing there, but in fact, it was the weakest spot of the spiritual formation. There were only 2,000 layers of spiritual formations left. In fact, reaching this point was already the biggest test for Long Chen's strength. In the past, he could at most perform the massacre sword art to around 8,000 swords. Although he had become stronger now, it was difficult for him to get close to the final 10,000 swords. Moreover, in the 10,000 layers of spiritual formations, every sword attack landed on the spot and almost every sword had an effect. This caused the consumption to be even greater. Although he had only performed 8,000 swords, the consumption was similar to the usual 9,000 swords. Seeing that Long Chen's face had turned slightly pale, Lingxi's heart ached. She wanted to tell Long Chen to give up, but she restrained herself from saying such silly words. At the very least, she understood that with Long Chen's personality, even if he was afraid, he would still crawl through the 10,000 layers of spiritual formations. 8,003. Kitten was bored and kept counting at the side. As the number grew, the pressure on Long Chen increased. If I can't even get through this 10,000 layers of spiritual formations, how am I going to enter the Spirit Lord residence? This was the reason why he couldn't give up. He had come to this place to challenge Ling Huang and himself. The so-called difficulty was, in fact, a way for him to challenge himself. This was what he had been longing for. How could there be such a challenge when he trained quietly in Eternal Dragon City? In the past, he couldn't perfect the massacre sword art, but now he could. With this opportunity, he had to seize it. There was no other time when it was easier to cultivate the massacre sword art than now. As for the cultivation of the massacre sword art, he could finally have a plan to perfect it. Kill. The true meaning of the massacre sword art was to kill. Chapter 2452. At this time, Long Chen simply displayed a performance that was worthy of praise. When it came to 8,000 swords, he seemed to be exhausted and lost himself in it for a while. But then, as if he had gone crazy, he charged through layer after layer like a hot knife through butter. Now, the spiritual formations had reached the most difficult stage, and it was also the place where most challengers had failed. But there had never been a challenger with the same fighting spirit as Long Chen. He simply treated all the spiritual formations as his opponents. He forgot how many layers he was in. What he pursued now was a one-hit kill. He didn't make any mistakes. His whole body and mind were here, so he was successful from start to finish. This was the most frightening version of him. It was because of this willpower that he had reached this day. Then, without realizing it, he broke through his limit and reached 9,000 swords. And he didn't stop there. He moved even faster towards 10,000 swords. In the end, there was no need for Lingxi to remind Long Chen. When Long Chen treated the spiritual formations as opponents that he had to kill in one hit, he had that mysterious killing talent that allowed him to easily find the opponent's weakness. Then, a one-hit kill. Killing after killing had made his massacring sword incantation even more mature and sharper. This was a rare transformation. If not for the 10,000 spiritual formations, Long Chen would have needed a certain amount of time to cultivate the massacring sword incantation to this level. This was the kind of opportunity that came with challenges. 9,300 swords. 9,500 swords. Ling Huang, who was watching him with a special method, was getting more and more shocked. With only 500 more spiritual formations, Long Chen would be able to reach the spiritual supreme residence. 9,700 swords. Only 300 more spiritual formations. Based on his level when he first entered the spiritual formations, I estimated that he would only be able to reach 6,000. I didn't expect him to give me such a big surprise as soon as he arrived. As expected of his son. Of course, the real show of the 10,000 spiritual formations is in the last 10 layers. Those are the peak spiritual formations of the Spirit Clan. They are more difficult than all the previous ones. I don't believe that he can break through the 10,000 spiritual formations. Long Chen didn't know what Ling Huang was thinking. He only knew that if he had known that there was such a place, he would have come here long ago to train himself. Of course, if it wasn't for the Spirit Emperor planting the lost spiritual formation on Ling Shi and setting up 2 almost impossible bets, he wouldn't have felt the pressure he was feeling now. But for him, pressure was a terrifying motivation. It was precisely this kind of pressure that allowed him to once again surpass his limits. Even Ling Huang had to admit that if he were to disregard his familiarity with these spiritual arrays, it would be very difficult for him to break through these 10,000-layer spiritual arrays with brute force. With only 300 strikes left, Long Chen saw hope of victory. If it wasn't for the 10,000-layer spiritual formation, it would have been very difficult for Long Chen to execute the sword art of massacre to the level of 9,700 swords. This was what he had to thank for the 10,000 layers spiritual formation, but this was not the end. Kill, kill, kill. Little Skeleton's fighting spirit was high as he continuously urged Long Chen to move forward. At this moment, although Long Chen's face was pale, his eyes were filled with the strongest fighting spirit. He held the god-slaying sword and continued to roar as he charged forward step by step, tearing through the spiritual formations. He was getting closer and closer to the end. Even at this moment, Lingxi and Kitten heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Long Chen would definitely be able to break through the 10,000 layers spiritual formation. However, they soon discovered that when the last 100 layers of spiritual formations appeared, their power was terrifyingly strong. Not only were they sturdy, they would also attack on their own. Moreover, they were very destructive. Of course, at this moment, the power of the sword art of massacre was also increasing. With every strike, the power of the sword art of massacre would increase. At this moment, the sword could pierce through the Milky Way. Any strike from the sword could pierce through the heavens and earth and cut through the heavens. The final clash. For Long Chen, this final struggle was not a battle of strength, but willpower. After going through the 9,900 layers of spiritual formation, Long Chen was now exhausted. Moreover, it was very difficult to use the sword art of massacre beyond his limits. Every strike was a burden that challenged his limits. Of course, if he could successfully use it, the power would definitely not disappoint Long Chen. The last 100 layers of spiritual formations were like a nightmare. Of course, this was also the time that brought about the greatest transformation for Long Chen. With every step he advanced, he would improve. He would surpass his limits time and time again, bringing out his potential to the extreme. When the 10,000 layers spiritual formation was over, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. He reckoned that he would soon reach the late stage of the 7-star tribulation. Break. In the blink of an eye, it was the last 10 layers. Without a doubt, this was the most difficult time. After all, the god-slaying sword had already reached 9,900. The last 10 would be the end of the sword art of massacre. The most crucial moment had arrived. At the 11th last layer, Long Chen took a deep breath and entered through the crack that he had just torn. His intuition told him that the remaining 10 layers of spiritual formation would not be so easy. At this moment, Lingxi was also very cautious. Boom! They rushed out of the spiritual formation and arrived in the sky. There was nothing around them except for the boundless land under their feet. Just as Long Chen arrived, the entire land actually moved and condensed into a giant whose height could not be seen. The giant let out a roar and sent Long Chen flying. He felt a little dizzy. At the same time, the giant raised his huge palms and slapped towards Long Chen. His two palms were like heaven and earth, attacking towards Long Chen. If he was really hit, he would definitely be turned into a meat patty. Speed. At this moment, Long Chen had no choice but to use the power of the chaotic time reverse to block the giant and allow himself to rush out of the range of his palms. Even so, it was too dangerous just now. If not for the chaotic time reverse, Long Chen did not know how he would have rushed out of the giant's encirclement. His left eye. At this moment, Lingxi found the key. Long Chen looked quickly. As expected, the giant's left eye was different from its right eye. The left eye was deeper. He did not expect the spiritual formation to be hidden here. Without saying a word, he followed the momentum of the chaotic time reverse and rushed into the endless sky. The god-slaying sword in his hand had already exploded with endless killing sword chi. This was the 991st sword. Long Chen attacked decisively with a penetrating rainbow sword that pierced through the eyes of the mud giant and instantly tore the array diagram apart. Success. But this was not the time to be happy. From the difficulty of this stage, it could be seen that the next 9 stages would be even more difficult and definitely not easy. As expected, what happened next confirmed Long Chen's guess. These last few spiritual formations were the most powerful techniques of each spirit clan. The Fire Spirit Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, the Wind Spirit Clan, the Blood Spirit Clan, the Tree Spirit Clan, the Flower Spirit Clan, and so on. Breaking through each of these spiritual formations took a lot of effort and strength from Long Chen. Especially the Massacre Sword Art, which had already reached the limit of his limits. At this moment, as long as he could grit his teeth and use it, its power would be absolutely heaven-defying. Long Chen's performance in the last few layers could be said to be quite astonishing. In the depths of the Spirit Zune residence, the Spirit Emperor deeply furrowed his brows. He could already feel that Long Chen was different from the others. This tenacity and the ability to become braver the more frustrated he was, it was something that not many people could have. In the blink of an eye, it was already the last 2 stages. The last 2 stages were undoubtedly the most difficult. Most people thought that Long Chen would not be able to pass even if he knew how to use 10,000 spiritual formations. Whether or not he could impress them would depend on these last 2 stages. Similarly, the Massacre Sword Art was only left with the last 2 stages. These 2 stages were very important to Long Chen. At this critical moment, he seemed to have comprehended something new. This was what he had been dreaming of. Finally, when it came to the last 2 stages, he had this feeling. At this moment, he came to a dark world. Hiss. With a hiss, a blood red and black color began to condense in the dark world. Finally, a creature comparable to the mountain giant was formed in front of Long Chen. At a closer look, it was very similar to the primeval troll, but there were many differences. At least, there were no dragon scales, and there were goat horns on its head. This should be the spiritual formation of the Dark Spirit Clan. The spiritual formation is still on his left eye. Lingxi said quickly. Yes. The critical moment had arrived. Although he was facing such a huge beast, Long Chen's only option was to kill it in 1 strike. He couldn't use the second strike, because the second strike would be the 10,000 strike. If he did that, he would have to use the last layer of the spirit formation and finish the Slaughter Sword Art ahead of time. Left eye. Long Chen was very familiar with this place. Among the 10,000 spiritual formation, huge beasts often appeared, and the spiritual formations were all in the left eye. For the second last stage, Long Chen had been preparing for it for a while. He stood still and slashed with all his strength. Suddenly, a terrible sword light soared to 10,000 meters and pierced the left eye of the huge beast. This attack was almost the same as Yang Yu's deity sword Milky Way. Rip. The left eye of the huge beast exploded and disappeared completely. It worked. But Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that at the last moment, the spiritual formation had moved to the right eye. Sure enough, Lingxi's panicked voice came. She was talking about this. From the beginning, the spiritual formation had always been in the left eye, and it had never moved. This had formed a certain law in Long Chen's heart, which made him a little careless. He did not expect that it could move to the right eye before it was destroyed. Time was tight, and there was no time to think. Long Chen did not care about how to break through the last stage, and directly used the last 10,000 stage. This was a historical stage, and it was also the strongest stage of the massacre sword art. This stage was stronger than the previous one, and it finally broke the opponent's spiritual formation. Long Chen did not have time to rest, and directly rushed to the last spiritual formation. This was a world full of white light, which should have a lot to do with Sister Holy Spirit. Anyway, it was a blur, and he could not see anything. The last crisis was also brewing quickly. However, the massacre sword art had been used up. Chapter 2453. When he used the massacre sword technique to 10,000 swords and completed it to perfection, Long Chen finally understood the deeper aspect of the massacre sword technique. 10,000 swords was perfection. From 1 to 10,000 was also a process of cultivation. He was getting closer to the most perfect massacre sword technique. The most perfect massacre sword technique was not the process of going from 1 sword to 10,000 swords. It was not the completion of the 10,000 swords. It was surpassing the 10,000 swords and returning to the most primitive and core intent of the massacre sword technique. That was God slaying with 1 sword. Before understanding the massacre sword technique, Long Chen would use this God slaying with 1 sword. This sword was fast, accurate, and had shocking lethality. However, it had no form and no spirit. After going through the tempering from the first sword to the 10,000 sword, he pursued the true meaning of slaughter over and over again, honed the skills of slaughter over and over again, and comprehended the will of slaughter. When he broke through the 10,000 sword, he reached the realm of returning to simplicity and returning to the origin. The 10,000 swords was no longer a total of 10,000 swords. Instead, the 10,000 swords converged into one. The essence and killing intent of the 10,000 swords were all gathered together to form a true divine form. A single sword could slay a god. This was the core intent of the god-slaying sword. Now that he had completely mastered it, god-slaying with 1 sword was no longer the god-slaying of the past. It was still fast, accurate, but it had terrifying techniques, changes, essence, and intent. There were 10,000 changes in 1 sword. It was like a tidal wave that kept advancing and changing. It had the spiritual intent of the god-slaying sword. The lethality of God slaying with 1 sword probably surpassed the 3 life and death calamities. Of course, the most amazing thing about the 3 lifetimes threads was that it allowed Long Chen and Long Chen to share the same power. The 3 life and death calamities was just one of the small moves. Now, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and reached the last layer of the 10,000 layers spiritual design. The intent of the god-slaying sword seemed to be completely connected to him. Long Chen entered a gray world of death. It was a world of massacre and devouring. His anger and state of mind were in sync. 1 man and 1 sword, murderous intent sword. His person was sharper than his sword. He was now in a world shrouded in white light. It was a very pure light. It was a stark contrast to Long Chen's dazzling murderous intent. The white light rolled and suppressed the power of the god-slaying sword. This was the last one. As long as he broke through this stage, he would be able to enter the spiritual house. Long Chen was not excited, only cold killing intent. The spirit array will appear eventually. Long Chen closed his eyes. The last layer was the most mysterious. Throughout history, many people who had tried to enter the spiritual house had failed here. Buzz. There was a tremor, and an even more dazzling light shone from afar. It was as if there was a white sun. Even if one closed their eyes, they could still feel the intense light. Long Chen didn't need to use his eyes to know that a huge phantom had appeared in that place. This was the power of the Holy Spirit race. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that a white blazing sun had indeed appeared in that place. There were 3 snow-white wings on each side of the blazing sun. When they were spread out, they were extremely huge. Every feather on the wings was as sharp as a blade, and they shone with a dazzling light. A scorching sun with 6 wings. The blazing sun swallowed everything in its path. The entire blazing sun, including the 3 pairs of snow-white wings, is a spiritual spell formation. Only by destroying the first layer of the spell formation can one enter the Spirit Sovereign Palace. Yeah. Even with Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen still understood what was going on. The blazing sun was the core of this place, and it was also the gate to the spiritual house. There were too many people in the eternal life God domain who had been waiting for this moment. Ling Huang was also waiting for this moment. He could sense that Long Chen had already stopped using the 10,000 sword auras. Now that he had stopped, he had encountered the most difficult Holy Spirit array to deal with. It would be very difficult for him to use the previous auras to break through. Therefore, he was also waiting to watch a good show. Long Chen and the blazing sun were getting closer and closer. The blazing sun was covered in white flames, and it was about to swallow Long Chen whole. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with one hand and slowly raised it, aiming at the blazing sun. Long Chen closed his eyes again. The will and essence of the god-slaying sword's 10,000 swords revolved in his mind. Right now, all of it was in Long Chen's god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword shone with a boundless cold light. God-slaying sword. Without any other movement, he charged towards the snow-white blazing sun. It was as if the god-slaying sword in his hand hadn't moved at all, and he charged right through it. The blazing sun stopped behind Long Chen. Compared to the blazing sun, Long Chen's body was very small. He sheathed his sword and looked back. A black crack had appeared in the center of the blazing sun. That was the entrance to the spiritual house. He had succeeded. This was the credit of killing a god with one sword. The god-slaying sword was the most suitable weapon to tear apart the spiritual array. If he didn't have the god-slaying sword, Long Chen would probably be exhausted if he used other divine powers to destroy the 10,000-layered spiritual array. God-slaying with one sword was the most energy-efficient attack. He had succeeded. Long Chen and Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking through the formation had been very dangerous and exhausting. It was as if the spiritual house had taken them down a notch. From the looks of it, if one wasn't the strongest person in history, it would be very difficult to get to the deepest part of the spiritual house. There were only a few in millions of years. How could something that was passed down by the gods be so extraordinary? Long Chen didn't say anything and went straight through the crack. This trip to the spiritual house was indeed a challenge. At least for now, Long Chen was still very excited. He had also obtained the achievement of killing a god with one sword and perfected the massacring sword technique. This was an unexpected huge achievement. When used at the right time, the perfected massacring sword technique might not be any weaker than mystiques like the Death Realm Dragon Gate. After passing through the crack, Long Chen arrived at the spiritual house. Seeing this, Ling Huang didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. You do have some ability. Looks like the coming days will be very interesting. If you can really make it here and fight with me, that would be a good thing, suddenly, he remembered how he lost to Long Qinglan, and the expression on Long Chen's face when he made the bet with him. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The people outside already knew that Long Chen had broken through the formation. Of course, it was impossible for others to know that it was Ling Huang who told them. He was looking forward to it, and also very excited. The people outside were confused, and he didn't mind adding fuel to the fire to show them hope. In this way, if Long Chen failed, there would be more ups and downs. This long life is really too boring. Seeing that it's almost time, it's quite interesting to do such an interesting thing. I hope this child doesn't disappoint me too much. Ling Huang closed his eyes and chuckled. At this time, outside the spiritual house, the warriors of the Spirit Clan couldn't believe it when they heard the news, but they still spread the news all over the world. He has passed through the formation and entered the spiritual house. The people who were previously worried and had no hope at all now had a rare look of pleasant surprise on their faces. Their taut heartstrings finally relaxed a little, and the 15 dragon emperors also revealed smiles on their faces. As expected, Long Chen did not disappoint them. At least for now, he had done what he had to do. As for what to do next, they weren't sure. It's said that the 10,000 layers spiritual array is only the gate to the spiritual supreme residence. You have to cross this gate to enter the real spiritual supreme residence. The most terrifying and dangerous place is inside. Once you enter, you'll have to rely on spirit emperors to come out. If that's the case, the chances of death or injury are quite high. Walking into the 10,000 layers spiritual array meant that one had truly entered the path of no return. It meant more challenges. While they were glad for Long Chen's first success, they also had to worry about his situation in the next 10 days. That was the biggest challenge. Everything was just the beginning. Long Chen naturally didn't know any of this. Now he had come to a new world. Maybe this was the inside of the spiritual house. Although it was called the spiritual house, it had nothing to do with the house. Now, under his feet was a vast land. At this time, Long Chen seemed to have returned to the ancient times. Everywhere was barren. Everything he saw was very different from today. There was a very primitive atmosphere in the air, which was more compatible with the original reincarnation power of Long Chen. In this place, Long Chen recovered his strength very quickly. The sky was yellow. In this ancient land, Long Chen kept moving forward. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In this day, he didn't encounter anything. At least, there wasn't any danger. This was a land of death. However, according to his estimation, the peace and tranquility would not last for long. He took advantage of this period of time to recover his body. After all, the previous spiritual formation was too exhausting. It made his body and mind exhausted. At this time, Long Chen stood on top of a mountain, looking in all directions. At first, there was no movement, but after a while, the earth began to shake. Are you ready? From now on, everything that happens will be a disaster for you. If you can't hold on, tell me. I can save your life. Don't stubbornly resist in the spiritual house. If you do, you will really die, and I won't be able to save you. Ling Huang suddenly appeared above the clouds and said with a faint smile. He could move freely in the spiritual house, so he could be considered as half a master. Long Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. Now was not the time for the final battle. The earth shook. Then, in 9 different directions, Long Chen saw 9 tornadoes. The 9 tornadoes had 9 different colors, and they were coming in Long Chen's direction. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't feel anything yet. But this was the disaster that Ling Huang was talking about. Do your best. This is much harder than the spiritual formation, hee. After saying this, Ling Huang disappeared. Chapter 2454. The 10,000-layer spiritual array could only be considered as the door to the spiritual zone residence. Only by coming here could one be considered to have truly entered the spiritual zone residence. As such, the 9-colored tornadoes before him were the first tribulation to stop Long Chen. This time, in this ultimate mystery realm, life and death, victory or defeat, were all extremely important to Long Chen. The two bets were like two mountains pressing down on him, not allowing him to fail in the slightest. He could only surpass his limits and challenge himself. At the same time, he hid his fierce hatred and rage in the very depths of his heart. He was unable to tolerate others using Lingxi's life to threaten him. In reality, if it was in the past, he might have already let his hatred blind his eyes at this moment. However, at this moment, he would only choose the most suitable time to unleash his hatred. And that was when he passed the spiritual residence. When he fought against the world's number one, Ling Huang. The two bets were a challenge and transformation for Long Chen. The crowd couldn't understand his feelings. They just thought that he was too arrogant and crazy to make these two bets. In reality, Long Chen had only given himself a challenge that he couldn't retreat from. Now, he had come to accept it. When he couldn't choose to run away, he chose to face it bravely in an even more determined way. Now, no one thought that he could pass the spiritual residence. But as long as Lingxi believed in him, that was enough. Why didn't the crowd believe in him? Because Long Chen was too young. He had already been famous for many years when he passed the spiritual residence. Facing this 9-colored tornado, even though he knew how terrifying it was and that it would definitely be a test more difficult than the 10,000 layers spiritual formation, Long Chen had experienced countless difficulties and dangers. Now that he was facing the most difficult disaster, he could still maintain his calm and murderous intent. When the 9-colored tornado approached, the entire savage ancient land began to tremble. The 9 different colored tornadoes represented the various spirit art powers and races that the spirit race controlled. Now, the fiery red tornado began to burn with intense flames, turning into a fire tornado. Beside it, there were also ice tornadoes, sand tornadoes, and other tornadoes. Of course, Long Chen knew that these weren't important. What was important was what was inside the 9-colored tornado. The power of rules. After going to the Bone Palace in the battlefield of the gods, Long Chen suddenly felt that the power in the tornado was a bit strange. It seemed to have the power of the rule. The power of the rule was inherited from the gods. Even a half-step god like Ling Huang, although he had the heart of the rule, could not use the real power of the rule. On the other hand, some of the god servants had such power. For example, the divine general Long Chen met in the White Bones divine palace. He claimed that his true body would descend and kill Long Chen. The power of rules is a nightmare for ordinary people. No wonder so many people have died in the spiritual zone residence. Without the divine ability of the ancestral dragon to suppress the rules, if you fight against an existence with the power of rules, your strength will be greatly reduced, no matter how strong you are. No wonder Ling Huang was so confident in the spiritual residence. At the very least, the 9-colored tornado would be able to intercept most of the intruders. Long Chen was a bit special, so when he felt the power of rules, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 9-colored tornado suddenly changed. For example, the fire tornado. In a short moment, all parts of it turned into hundreds of thousands and millions of burning talismans. These talismans flew all over the sky, and then the flames gathered together, forming a flaming giant completely made of talismans. This flaming giant was full of talismans, and countless talismans were connected together, forming a whole. It was as if this was the flaming giant's bloodline. The power of the rules in the talismans kept flowing, making this flaming giant extremely terrifying. As expected of the spiritual residence, the highest secret land passed down by the gods. Just this giant, together with the power of rules, is as strong as a dragon emperor. In a real fight, if the opponent was immortal, the Dragon Emperor might even be at a disadvantage under the power of rules. After all, it was a power that only gods could have. The other 8 around him also turned into giants. They were ice, storm, tree, darkness, light, and so on. Each giant was made of runes, and their bodies shone with the power of rules. When the runes in their eyes lit up, it was as if the whole world was under their suppression. Now, the giants who controlled the rules had surrounded Long Chen. These are the spiritual puppets passed down from the ancient times of the Spirit Clan. They have the power of the gods inherited from the Spirit Lords. They understand the changes of rules, and their words are laws. They suppress the spiritual residents, and have killed countless intruders. You have to be careful. The power of rules is not easy to deal with. Ling Huang's vague voice rang in Long Chen's ears again. Humph, looking at the other party's smug look, Long Chen was very disdainful. Although it was hard to live in the 10,000 layers spiritual formation, he would create a good show here, even if the 9 terrifying spiritual puppets had surrounded him. Boom! The power of rules. As long as he willed it, the world would change according to his will. The spiritual puppets who were proficient in the rules of Earth were the first to attack. Suddenly, the savage antiquity land disappeared, and Long Chen fell into the vast void. He suddenly reappeared, but this time, the world had turned upside down. In a short moment, Long Chen's feet were in the sky, and his head was down. Of course, this was only the terrifying rule of one of the spiritual puppets. The next moment, countless huge vines suddenly extended from the ground above his head. Like demon snakes, they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, countless vines grew out and completely wrapped around Long Chen, sealing him in a space. At the same time, the other spiritual puppets also launched a fatal attack. Their attack of rule power was still incredible for Long Chen. For example, the power of flames. Although they looked simple, they couldn't be extinguished at all. They would constantly regenerate, and as long as they stuck to Long Chen's body, they would definitely burn Long Chen to death. Storms, ice, lightning, and so on were all such terrifying powers. There was also the power of light from the Dark Spirit race, darkness, and the Holy Spirit race, which formed 2 extremes, trapping Long Chen in a world of black and white. They struggled to pull, almost tearing Long Chen to shreds. At this moment, with so many rule power attacks, Long Chen finally understood how terrifying these spiritual puppets were. Ling Huang wasn't trying to scare him before. These 9 spiritual puppets were even stronger than the divine generals in the battlefield of the gods. Their rule power was even more ferocious. In just a moment, they almost killed Long Chen without giving him any chance to resist. What a pity. Although he's a genius that makes others envious, he's too bold and too wild. This isn't a good thing. What's troubling me is how to explain this to these ants. In the deepest part of the spiritual Zun residence, seeing Long Chen's miserable state, Ling Huang couldn't laugh even if he wanted to. At this time, Long Chen had already been drowned by the overwhelming rule power. The 9 spiritual puppets had already formed a formation, surrounding Long Chen and bombarding him indiscriminately. Each rule power was enough to seriously injure a Dragon Emperor. In this situation, no matter who it was impossible to survive. Do I need to save him? Ling Huang appeared from the clouds again, frowning as he looked down. He was ready to rescue Lingxi. As for Long Chen, from a selfish point of view, of course, he hoped that Long Chen would die, just like how he was powerless against Long Qinglan. He had been the strongest in the world for such a long time, and he was very afraid of people like Long Chen. He died an untimely death. He was a genius of his generation, shining brightly, but like a firework, he only had a moment of brilliance. What a pity, what a pity. But today, he only has himself to blame, so don't blame me, Emperor Ling, for killing him. At the end, he closed his eyes. To be honest, even he had no way of resisting these 9 spirit puppet servants' crazy bombardment with rule power. The only way to fight against these spirit puppet servants was to avoid being surrounded and restrained by them from the beginning. He could only break through them one by one. Once he was surrounded, he would only be able to die. Unfortunately, Long Chen lost this opportunity from the beginning. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't control these 9 spiritual puppets, I wouldn't have been able to let them leave the spiritual Zune residence. Otherwise, with these 9 spiritual puppets, would definitely be able to dominate the world. There wouldn't be any Grand Demon Lord or Dragon Emperor. This made Ling Huang feel very regretful. He had an abnormally strong power, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it. Below, the entire land had been completely shattered by the power of the 9 spiritual puppets, shattering in the void. Long Chen was sealed by countless seals, and could only be attacked passively, unable to fight back. For him to not die in such a situation, it could only be said that he was really lucky. At this time, Ling Huang couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Long Chen had underestimated the power of these 9 spiritual puppets, but it was impossible for them to kill him. The flame of life was a power above rule power. No matter how much damage the rule power caused to Long Chen, he could recover in a very short time. Now that he was surrounded by those brutal powers, Long Chen tried to use the god-slaying sword, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Looks like I'll have to use my trump card before the first tribulation descends. Only the ancestral dragon's divine power would have the greatest lethality. Divine prison of sabers and swords. Chapter 2455. At this time, under Ling Huang's shocked and puzzled gaze, Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon and used the divine Dao heart refining dragon sword of judgment to tear through the countless seals. Then, he transformed into a primordial blood spiritual dragon and appeared in front of the 9 spirit puppet servants. His current physique was at the same level as the spirit puppet servants. How is this possible? Ling Huang took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen in a daze. In his understanding, this kind of thing was impossible. Ling Huang was someone who was more confident than Long Chen. He had always believed that everything was under his control, but Long Chen frequently did things that exceeded his expectations. For example, the crazy second bet. For example, breaking through the 10,000 layers spirit array. For example, this time, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Now was not the time to fight with him. Now, he had to focus on dealing with the spirit puppet servants. It wasn't easy to break out of their encirclement, so it was time to counterattack. When it came to ruthlessness, he was never worse than anyone else. Before the spirit puppet divine servant could launch another attack, Long Chen let out a soft shout and activated his newly comprehended chaotic sea of time. The power of time. Ling Huang was stunned. He found that even he was within the range of the chaotic sea of time, which forced him to retreat a distance. It's actually like the sea of time. The time in the domain controlled is different. Some are fast, some are slow, and it greatly affects the opponent's performance. It's indeed a terrifying magical ability. It's a big problem. Ling Huang looked at Long Chen in shock. He didn't expect Long Chen to have such talent and comprehend such a magical ability. However, it's basically ineffective against the spirit puppet servants who use the power of rules. Ling Huang rejoiced. After all, according to common sense, it should be like this. However, what he saw was that the 9 soul puppets seemed to have sunk into a swamp in the chaotic time reverse. Their movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. They wanted to attack, but Long Chen easily dodged them with his control. In his domain, Long Chen was like a king. The time had come. The 10,000 layers spiritual array had taken Long Chen a few days. This time, he had to finish this battle as soon as possible. Thus, He used the chaotic time reversal to prevent the 9 spirit puppets from using their nomological powers. Then, he rushed into the sky. Death Realm Dragon Gate. Previously, the Death Realm Dragon sect did not manage to kill their opponents. However, it was different this time. Long Chen's most brutal and murderous intent coincided with the will of the Death Realm Dragon sect. Therefore, the Death Realm Dragon sect was especially terrifying this time. The primordial blood spiritual dragon's head and tail were connected. The center was covered with blood-colored dragon patterns, forming a huge door. The moment the Death Realm Dragon sect opened, the terrifying death aura of the Death Realm surged out like a broken dam, drowning the 9 soul puppets. Even Ling Huang was affected by this murderous intent. He also thoroughly felt the power of this magical ability. What kind of magical ability is this? It can actually suppress the power of rules. This was simply inconceivable to him. The dense death aura was Long Chen's true feelings. Although he was dealing with the soul puppets, his murderous intent was all on Ling Huang. Every time he attacked, it was an attack on Ling Huang's will. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the endless death aura drowned the entire world, the 9 soul puppets in the sea of chaotic time still couldn't control their own speed due to the change in speed, but they still rushed towards Long Chen. They had no intelligence, only orders and killing. At this moment, the huge Death Realm Dragon Claw appeared. Ling Huang slightly suffocated. What he saw was a giant creature descending from the sky, like the hand of the heavens, its movements swift and violent. Long Chen stared at the first spirit puppet divine servant. The spirit puppet divine servant was originally charging at Long Chen, but Long Chen instantly increased its speed by 10 times, causing the spirit puppet divine servant to crash into the Death World Dragon's claw. Rip. The Death Realm Dragon Claw opened its claws and pressed it down. It angrily exerted force and tore the soul puppet apart, turning it into runes that filled the sky. It was like the power of rules, but in front of the ancestral dragon's magical ability, it was nothing. With the first time, there would be a second time. The power of the Death Realm Dragon Gate was endless. Jiu Ling Huang could only watch as Long Chen tore the puppets apart one by one. His eyes were wide open. Of course, these puppets were not truly dead. After being torn apart, they would recover within 10 years. Basically, it was impossible for anyone to break into the spiritual Zun residence again within 10 years. What shocked Ling Huang was Long Chen's ability to resist the power of rules. The strength is ordinary, but it seems to be able to restrain the soul puppet. It seems that this is a victory of nature. This time, he got lucky and easily passed this round. Ling Huang could clearly see that Long Chen was almost exhausted after breaking through the 10,000 layers spiritual array for the first time. Logically speaking, he would not be able to pass the second round at all. After all, the lethality of the soul puppet was not ordinary. It was just that this time, Long Chen was lucky and his power just happened to restrain the soul puppet. Since the first soul puppet was torn apart, the others could not escape. Long Chen had the flame of life, so their power of rules could not harm him at all. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to recover after being injured by the power of rules, let alone recover completely. The last one was the soul puppet of light. Long Chen did not tear him apart. Instead, he made an attempt. The Death Realm Dragon Claw grabbed him and quickly retracted it, pulling the soul puppet into the Death Realm. This would be a true death. He could see that the other soul puppets could be reborn, but the one brought back by the Death Realm Dragon Gate probably would not. Even if he did not die, there was no way for him to return to this world. This detail was naturally noticed by Ling Huang. However, he had absolute confidence in the soul puppet's rebirth, so he did not think too much about it. He was still shocked by Long Chen's reversal of the situation. But the fact was that he had passed this hurdle. Long Chen dispelled the Death Realm Dragon Gate and transformed into his human form. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ling Huang. He looked at him and said, "Can you stop being an eyesore? Be a good boy and stay in the depths. I'll go find you." Hearing this, Ling Huang smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed young and ignorant. You have only passed the easiest tribulation of the Spirit Zone residence, and your tone has become a lot more arrogant. If you have the opportunity to see me in the innermost depths of the Spirit Zone residence, would I need to come out here?" Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Before the results are known, it's best not to come to a conclusion. Since I'm here today, I won't stop until I defeat you. Go back and wait obediently." "Yes, you are extremely daring. You even dare to take out the inheritance essence blood as a gamble. It is normal for you to be a little arrogant. Young people should be like you, full of fighting spirit. But the tribulations of reality can always make young people bow their heads in dejection. I hope that in a few days, you can still stand and talk to me like this, instead of kneeling and begging me to forgive you." Long Chen smiled and said, "Just wait and see." Of course, he knew that the road ahead was dangerous, but he also knew that he would have to fight against Ling Huang in the end. Therefore, he could not lose to him in terms of momentum. His calmness and decisiveness did make Ling Huang feel a deep sense of fear. Of course, it was only because of his personality. In terms of strength, Ling Huang was still very confident. "Let me give you one last piece of advice. The puppets are only the gatekeepers of the Spirit Zone residence. You have only just entered the depths of the Spirit Zone residence, so it is best not to be happy too early. The real show is about to begin. I can also reveal that there are 3 more tribulations before you can reach the depths. Of these 3 tribulations, the first one is enough to take your life. That place has the highest death rate. Remember, it is the death rate, not the chance of getting injured." At this point, Ling Huang had a faint smile on his face as he disappeared from the Spirit Zone residence. Long Chen only listened to these threatening words and did not take them to heart. He knew that Ling Huang was creating psychological pressure for him. After passing through the 10,000 layers spiritual array and the puppets, he had actually passed through 2 of the 5 tribulations. It could be said that he had completed a small part of the first bet. Although the next 3 would be even more difficult, how could he lose the slightest bit of confidence? He came here today to win those 2 bets and then teach Ling Huang a lesson. If he did not suppress this guy, how could he focus on dealing with Mo Xing in the future? No matter what, Ling Huang was still the world's number 1. This time, Long Chen came here for the title of number 1. Just like his father, he defeated Ling Huang and his reputation reached the peak. It did not take long for him to become the Eternal Dragon Emperor. "Let's go." His will was firm. After saying this to Lingxi and the others, he walked forward. There was indeed a colorful array in front of him. It was the door to the next tribulation. This battle was not just for himself. It was also for Lingxi, who had been struck by the spirit array lost, and for their child. Now that his family was gradually becoming complete, as a parent and a husband, he had to bear this responsibility and fight for the sake of love. At this moment, Long Chen had inner strength that Ling Huang could not imagine. Although Ling Huang had also been a father, he did not have the feelings that Long Chen had. Therefore, the 2 were destined to be different. Long Chen did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the array. His surroundings flickered, and he soon arrived at a new place. He stepped on the slightly damp ground. What came from the dark side was the smell of death, decay, and corpses. This smell was quite strong, almost nauseating. There was no doubt that this was a world full of death. Long Chen looked up. This was actually a huge cave. It was completely black, without any light. The surroundings were very dead. Water droplets constantly dripped from the top of the cave, making a beeping sound, which seemed a little strange. The cave was very deep. It should be through this cave. Chapter 24:56. Although the cave was large, that was only relative to his human form. If he had transformed into a dragon, he reckoned that it wouldn't be possible. His body would definitely be pushed to the limit, and the cave would explode. However, Long Chen understood that this was a cave within the spirit residence. It wouldn't explode just because someone said so. He took out the god-slaying sword and stabbed it into the wall of the cavern for about a few thousand meters. However, there was still mud everywhere. It seemed like the only way to leave this place was to walk into the depths of the cavern and not destroy everything here. If he couldn't transform into a dragon, his combat strength would be slightly weaker. But that was not a problem. Even if he couldn't transform into a dragon, Long Chen could still use the chaotic time reversal and the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Although the scale would be slightly smaller, it was enough. To use the Death Realm Dragon Gate in human form, he did not rely on his body, but on his hands. He would use his hands to open the Death Realm Dragon Gate. When he was ready, Long Chen grasped the god-slaying sword and started to move forward in the wet, dark cave. He did not dare to move too fast, in case of any accidents. He was carefully inspecting the surroundings, with Lingxi helping him. To be honest, there did not seem to be any danger in this cave. But this was a place even scarier than the 10,000 layers formation and the soul puppets. How could it be so simple? Therefore, he did not dare to relax. The god-slaying sword was a little uneasy. The little skeleton said, "Daddy, Daddy, the aura of death here is so strong. Many people must have died here. Or perhaps there are strange living beings that have gathered here for a long time. Only then would such an aura appear." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with the fact that the little skeleton kept calling him Daddy, no matter how many times he tried to correct it. However, he did pay attention to the little skeleton's words. Many people have died here. Long Chen realized that when he used the god-slaying sword to pierce through the mud, he had also pierced through many corpses. The corpses were not much different from those of humans. Of course, they were more like those of the spirit tribe. Since he could pierce through so many corpses with a single swing of his sword, there might really be a lot of corpses here. He just didn't know how long this cave was. If it was tens of thousands of meters long, or even longer, then there would be a lot of corpses. He also didn't know how much soil there was outside. If there were at least hundreds of thousands of corpses, then there might even be hundreds of millions of corpses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an unbearable and nauseating aura of death and corpses. However, no matter how many corpses were buried here, at least the cave was quite clean. Nothing could be seen, only wet soil. The surrounding death chi was getting heavier and heavier. Compared to the death world, this death chi was a bit different. The death world's death chi was filled with killing intent, while this place was filled with a foul stench. In a place like this, even Lingxi would be nervous even if she had great power. Moreover, Ling Huang said that although this place looked simple, it was actually the place with the highest death rate. After stepping into a certain area, Long Chen felt a deathly gray gas that was a mixture of black and gray. This gas was like a ghost, surging towards his body continuously. Although it didn't enter his body, Long Chen could already feel that this gas formed a strange power. It could actually cause fatigue and weakness, or rather, it was a type of poison. Although Long Chen could resist it, it would probably be a headache for him to stay here for a few days. This should be a very profound curse. You were cursed the moment you stepped into this place, causing your power to start weakening. However, because you have a strong resistance to this kind of curse that is similar to poison, you won't be able to feel the degree of exhaustion for a while. However, if you stay here for a long time, you will definitely be very tired. Moreover, we also don't know what the depths of the cave are like. Perhaps there are even more powerful curses, Lingxi said worriedly. Long Chen's eyes were resolute. He said, "There's nothing we can do about it. If we want to barge through, we can't just stop here." Lingxi knew what he was thinking, so she said, "All right, then be careful. I'll search among the Immortal Lord Realm techniques to see if there's a way to resolve this." This was the Spirit Lord residence. If there were any spiritual techniques, they would be of the highest quality. In fact, they wouldn't be inferior to the best of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. Curses were a type of application of spiritual techniques. They were traceless and harder to deal with. However, the conditions for setting them up were higher and more difficult. However, this curse from the Spirit Lord residence would probably be very frightening. Long Chen could already sense that the deathly gray gas had already penetrated his defenses and soundlessly entered his body. It attached itself to the primordial reincarnation force, causing Long Chen's strength to weaken. Long Chen did not have a way to deal with it for now. Of course, because his strength was ferocious, it was not an ordinary divine force, and his physique was also extraordinary. This curse did not have much of an effect on him for now. The speed at which he weakened was not as fast as Long Chen's recovery speed. However, he was afraid that the deeper he went, the deeper the curse would be. It seems like this trial is starting to take effect. Here comes the danger. As expected, it would be harder to deal with than the spirit puppet servants. This was because the spirit puppet servants were out in the open, while this place was filled with mysteries. He hadn't even found an opponent yet, only this curse. Lingxi couldn't find a way to alleviate it at the moment. Long Chen continued forward. As expected, the deeper he went, the stronger the curse. His strength was weakening. Although it wasn't a big deal at the moment, there was no guarantee that something big would happen in the future. At the same time, this was also a test of one's heart. Many people who came here would find that the strength they relied on the most had weakened, and the deeper they went, the weaker it would become. Many people would become afraid, hesitant, and lose their courage. However, Long Chen had come here for responsibility and love. He was different from others. His strength lay in his mental strength. This little trick wouldn't be able to make him waver. He continued forward, as if he had forgotten about the curse. There were 2 forks in the road ahead, one big and one small. This made it very difficult for people to make a decision. Most people would think a lot about which path was safer and consider the designer's train of thought. However, Long Chen didn't think that much. He directly took the big path because it would be more advantageous to him in battle. Following this, more forks appeared in the cave. There were even 5 or 6, 7 or 8. Long Chen just randomly chose one. The longer he stayed here, the stronger the curse became. Long Chen found that he had entered an extremely complicated maze. He couldn't even find the way back. Could it be that the difficulty here is this maze? That all the challengers are constantly wandering here, unable to find the way out, and finally die from exhaustion? Although this was also a terrifying test, Long Chen still felt that it wouldn't be so simple. The dense death chi and dense killing intent in this place weren't just for show. Moreover, any expert who came here, if they couldn't get out, they could easily destroy this place. With Long Chen's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to destroy this maze. However, he didn't choose to do that. This test didn't seem to be as simple as a battle of strength. There had to be a better way. He almost closed his eyes and walked everywhere, sensing all the changes here. He could see that this boundless maze seemed to be a huge formation diagram, and the formation diagram was the curse. The curse's power would gradually strengthen as time passed. The curse's power that surged into Long Chen's body was also gradually increasing. The speed at which it was weakening had already surpassed the speed at which it could recover, and it was still increasing. Lingxi found a way to alleviate it. She used it on Long Chen's body, reducing the invasion speed of the curse by nearly half. However, there was still no way to completely cure it. But she was still very powerful, at least she bought twice the time for Long Chen. Advance. They continuously arrived at new places, but Long Chen could confirm that he was still in this underground maze. As long as his sword pierced the wall, it would inevitably pierce through countless corpses. The number of corpses in this underground maze was many times more than the number of soil. There are even tens of millions of corpses here, and each of them is a part of the formation diagram, a part of this curse. Countless corpses are connected to form a huge spiritual formation, and the death energy is gathered in this cave. No wonder this curse is so powerful. It turns out that it's the death resentment of hundreds of millions of corpses. Lingxi came up with a conclusion that scared Long Chen. He took a deep breath and said, "So that's how it is. It's really difficult to deal with. Now that it's a dead end, it obviously won't be easy for people to get out of here. It seems that in this place, it's impossible to rely on brute force to destroy these corpses." "Boss, you said that there are so many corpses, who died in the end?" Kitten asked carelessly. Long Chen stabbed his sword into the soil and pulled out a corpse. This corpse was slightly smaller than a human, but it was very similar. It had a total of 12 fingers on both palms, and 12 toes on its feet. This was the difference between it and a human. It's not a human, but a type of spirit tribe. Long Chen took a few glances and said. At this moment, the corpse actually turned to dust in front of him and disappeared. Lingxi was puzzled and said, "That's not right. When I was in the spirit tribe, Sister Hualing told me that none of the spirit tribe had 6 fingers. That was strange. Then what kind of creature was it?" At this moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and looked at the front of the cave. Other than the sound of water dripping, there was now a very soft sound of footsteps. Someone should be coming. "Don't touch their corpses." In the distance, a soft and timid voice could be heard. It was amplified in the cave and finally reached Long Chen. That should be the voice of a little girl. It was very soft and ethereal. However, when it sounded in this place, it gave off a feeling that made one's hair stand on end. Long Chen stood where he was and waited for her to arrive. Her footsteps were very light, and she walked for half an hour before arriving in front of Long Chen. From afar, when she appeared from the corner of the cave, Long Chen saw her. This was a little girl who stepped on the soil barefoot. Her height only reached Long Chen's waist, and she looked very young. Her face was round, but her body was a little skinny. She wore a gray, old shirt and looked like a normal girl. The only difference was that she had a head of gray, dry hair that almost reached the ground. Her skin and eyes were also gray, and she did not look very pretty. Chapter 2457. When Long Chen arrived at the drenched death cave, Ling Huang had already informed the people outside that Long Chen had already passed the second checkpoint. The speed of the second checkpoint was simply too fast. It took him less than 2 hours to pass the myriad layers spiritual array. Therefore, this time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. When they heard this news, they couldn't react for a moment. After all, their attacks on Long Chen were far from that high. Therefore, they found it hard to believe. Of course, this news was still very exciting for the human race. They began to gain a lot of courage. When they thought of the determination in Long Chen's eyes, they were deeply affected. Perhaps, with his willpower, he can still pass through the spiritual zone residence. It's still too early to say this. Perhaps he just happened to meet an opponent that he can restrain. It won't be so easy next. Let's just wait and see. No matter what, the entire world was worried about this matter. This was an unprecedented grand event. Under their attention, Long Chen moved forward in the death cave, enduring the test of exhaustion. At this time, he finally met a little girl. This gray-skinned little girl looked weak and didn't have any offensive abilities. She wasn't like the spiritual puppet, which was terrifying the moment it appeared. Long Chen was even sure that he could kill this little girl with a wave of his hand. Now that she had just appeared, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Long Chen with a timid expression. She clasped her hands together and asked nervously, "Uncle. Uncle, who are you?" Long Chen's eyes swept over her fingers and toes. That's right, she had 6 fingers on one hand and 6 on her feet. They were the same as the hundreds of millions of corpses. This proved that they were the same group of people. Or perhaps, they formed the 3rd checkpoint together. This array formed by the hundreds of millions of corpses was quite terrifying. If it wasn't for Long Chen's strong resistance, he wouldn't have been able to last until now. He didn't have much energy left. Moreover, he still had Lingxi's spiritual technique to protect him. Therefore, he still had the majority of his strength at this time. He naturally did not dare to be careless towards this little girl. He calmly asked, "You asked me who I am. Why don't you tell me who you are first?" The little girl was a little timid. She pursed her lips and said carefully, I'm Ling. I'm a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I live here. I sensed someone moving the remains of our ancestors, so I came, Dead Spirit clan. Long Chen was unfamiliar with this name. He looked at the little girl for a while and found that she was indeed very similar to the spirit race. He asked, "Is the Dead Spirit race a type of the spirit race?" The little girl nodded timidly and said, "Yes, we were originally a member of the spirit race, just like the blood spirit race and the dark spirit race. However, our ancestors made a mistake. Under the search of several generations of Ling Huang, all of the dead spirit race were imprisoned in this spirit zone residence. Hundreds of millions of our clansmen were sentenced to death, and a small number of us survived until now. But even so, our dead spirit race doesn't have many people left. Including me, there are only a few hundred left." Speaking of this, the little girl's expression was very sad. Listening to her description of this matter, it seemed very ordinary. But it was the death of hundreds of millions of people. Ling Huang was really ruthless. He actually almost exterminated the entire dead spirit race and imprisoned the rest here. If that was the truth, then it was too sinister. If this little girl had lived in this cave since she was a child, she might not have seen the sun in the sky. Of course, the reason why the dead spirit race was exterminated must be because the dead spirit race posed a threat to Ling Huang, or to other spirit races. Listening to this name, it didn't sound like a good race. Of course, so much time had passed, and Long Chen didn't know what the dead spirit race had become. But at least the little girl in front of him didn't have much of a problem. Of course, Long Chen always remembered a very important question. This was the spirit zone residence. That meant that everything that appeared here might very well be a test and a trial for him. Although this little girl appeared in such a way and seemed extremely weak, he still had to be on guard. After all, he was currently in a state where his strength was starting to weaken. If he could not find a way to leave this place, it would be rather troublesome for him to be imprisoned here forever. He didn't have time to waste in this place. At this time, seeing his vigilance, the little girl asked in a low voice, "Uncle, are you an expert from the outside world? Are you here to enter the spirit zone residence? I heard from my mother that you are one of the most powerful people in the outside world. Legend has it that you have the power to reverse the world and shoot down the stars. Ling has admired you since she was a child. She also wants to go out and see the outside world, but we don't have this opportunity. Right, I heard from my mother that you have to go through the test of exhaustion in order to find an exit." Long Chen looked at the little girl again. Perhaps she was one of the tests, but it seemed that there were many things to be learned from her. At least, it was much better than running around like a headless fly in this maze. Moreover, the dead spirit race could be said to be very weak, so it shouldn't be the biggest threat in this test. That's right. I really need to find a way to leave this place. Do you know where to go? Long Chen carefully looked at the little girl and asked cautiously. The little girl nodded, then shook her head and said, I don't know. If I knew, our dead spirit race wouldn't have been trapped here for the rest of our lives. However, we are very familiar with this dead soul cave and know some special places. My elders know even more. Uncle, since you are so powerful, why don't I take you to see my clansmen? Perhaps they can help you find a way to leave this place. After all, you are different from us. You are a powerful warrior. There are many places that we cannot break through, but you might be able to. I heard from my mother that your power will weaken in the dead soul cave. The longer you stay here, the more serious it will be. Moreover, you are not familiar with this maze, so wandering around here is a waste of time. Ling has lived here since she was young, so she is very familiar with this place. So this place was called the Dead Soul Cave. The Dead Soul Cave, the dead spirit race, a race abandoned by the spirit race, surviving and reproducing in this dark place without being able to see the sunlight outside for the rest of their lives was something that could drive people crazy. Long Chen thought that it would be a difficult battle, but this dead soul cave was different from the 10,000 layers spirit formation and the spirit puppets. Apart from the exhaustion of his power, Long Chen didn't feel any other danger. He also learned a little about the dead spirit race that was imprisoned here. At least, this little girl in front of him didn't seem to have anything scary about her, so he didn't need to be on guard against her. He thought to himself, there are two possibilities. First, if everything she said is true, then I should follow her, so that I can find the exit faster and get out of here. Second, she is the danger of the third test. Everything she said is a trap. The dead spirit race and other things are all fabricated. There is no such thing. Her purpose is to kill me. At present, it seemed that the first one was more likely. It doesn't seem to be a solution for me to keep wandering around here. Whether this little girl is a test or not, I have to go and meet her. I understand that hiding is not a solution. I don't have much time left, so I can't waste it here. Thinking of this, Long Chen made a decision. He suddenly said, Ling, lead the way for me. I want to see the elders of your dead spirit race. Really? That's great. Ling-er's eyes lit up. The eyes were the windows to the soul. Long Chen stared at her eyes. The little girl's eyes were very pure and natural, without any flaws. She should really like him. Uncle, follow Ling-er. The little girl stretched out her gray hand and waved at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and started to walk with her. Of course, he was very careful. He was observing the little girl and the surroundings at the same time. In this direction, the power of the weakening formation has increased. Lingxi also didn't understand the situation, so she could only remind Long Chen. It's not a big deal. It won't affect me much for now. Long Chen's body and physical resistance were too strong, so he wasn't worried for the time being. He focused more on the little girl and decided to see if there were any flaws. Ling-er, tell me about your dead spirit clan. What exactly caused your clan to be exterminated and imprisoned here? Hearing this, the little girl was startled. She felt wronged and shook her head. Mother and the others didn't tell me clearly, but I seem to know that because our dead spirit race cultivates spirit techniques related to corpses and death, we are good at controlling corpses and absorbing their power. We are very powerful and threaten the Holy Spirit race's position. It made the Holy Spirit race feel disgusted and humiliated. That's why the previous generations of Ling Huang decided to exterminate us. Moreover, there was once an expert who threatened Ling Huang's position. That should be the trigger. There was nothing wrong with this. Long Chen asked, what was the name of that expert? How many years ago was he? The little girl replied, it seemed to be a very long time ago, millions of years ago. I don't know his name, but we called him Dead Ling Huang. Maybe it was because of this that he was killed by Ling Huang. Long Chen continued to ask a few more questions about the dead spirit race. The little girl answered very quickly, so Long Chen couldn't find any flaws. Although the weakening formation had been strengthening, there was no big crisis for the time being. Chapter 2458. Speaking of this, Ling stopped. Her body trembled slightly, and she asked nervously, "Uncle, are you a human?" Long Chen nodded. The little girl hurriedly said, "Both the human race and the spirit race have their own divine kingdoms. If you are willing, you should be able to take us away quietly. With your divine kingdom, you can easily do this. And your strength, how are you compared to Ling Huang?" Long Chen replied, "Should be a little weaker than him." The little girl's eyes shone even brighter, and tears of excitement appeared in them. She suddenly pulled at Long Chen's pants, knelt on the ground, and pleaded to Long Chen, "Uncle, please save us. We, the dead spirit race, have been living in this dark place for millions of years. We have been suffering, and we have never seen the outside world. I have many uncles, but they have all gone crazy and committed suicide. Our life's wish is to leave this place, to leave the dead spirit cave. This place has been our nightmare for generations. Uncle, if you can do it, Ling is really begging you, we will definitely work hard to find a way out of this dead spirit cave with you." She suddenly became so excited, as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. It was only when Long Chen brought it up that she dared to speak. The little girl looked very pitiful. Long Chen looked at her quietly. To be honest, he was a little soft-hearted at the moment, but he was still very cautious, because he still couldn't tell whether it was the first possibility or the second. Of course, he hoped that it was the first possibility. Exterminating any race and imprisoning them here for such a long time was not the right thing to do. It would be best if he could help, but the problem was that he knew that this was a test for him. This was the Spirit Zone residence, so the little girl in front of him could also be a trap, a kind trap. If it was a trap, it could only be said that the child's acting skills were too good. Her cowardice and crying begging came from the bottom of her heart. Her red eyes were heart-wrenching, and her frail body was trembling from nervousness. All her hopes were on Long Chen. Long Chen gently pulled her up and said, "Ling, about this matter, let's wait until I see your elders. I can't promise you right now. Moreover, Ling Huang is monitoring me at all times. What do you think his expression will be now? Will he be smiling proudly, or will he be sneering because of your request? If this girl was a trap, then Ling Huang would definitely be laughing proudly, but if not, he would definitely ridicule this little girl's naivety." Ling didn't seem to understand this sentence. She was a little confused and said, "Is he looking at us? Then it's impossible for us to leave, Speaking up to this point, she actually burst into tears. Her tears fell down and she kept wiping them with both hands. She looked very pitiful. "All right, don't cry. Let's go see your elders first." Long Chen gently patted her thin shoulder and took the opportunity to check with the original reincarnation power. Yes, this girl was indeed only in the god martial arts realm. She was a weak child that Long Chen could kill at any time. There was nothing strange about her body. The little girl looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and held the corner of Long Chen's clothes. She sobbed and said, "Uncle, I want to go out. I don't want to stay here anymore. I heard from my elders that the outside world is very big. There is the sun, the moon, the sky full of stars, flowers, and trees. I heard them describe it as very moving, but I don't know what those things are like. All I see is wet soil and bones, and nothing else." Theoretically speaking, if she was a trap, then the more she talked, the easier it would be for her to be exposed. However, so far, she had not been exposed. Everything seemed very real, which made Long Chen have no answer for the time being. It seemed that he could only look at the other undead spirits to come to a conclusion. He chatted with the little girl along the way. The little girl's path was indeed different. She went around and around, but it was because of this detour that Long Chen found that he could not return to the place that he had been to before. At this time, the degree of power exhaustion was very high. It should be the core of the competition. At the same time, Long Chen also felt the aura of other dead spirits. There were indeed hundreds of them scattered around. There should be a relatively large space in front of them, where most of the dead spirits were. "Uncle, this is our home," the little girl said, pointing to the depths of the space in front of them. At the end, he found that the space in front of him was much larger. This was a hemispherical space. The ground was flat, and the top was arched. It was relatively dark, but with Long Chen's eyesight, he could see the end of it at a glance. He could see the hundreds of dead spirits. There were old and young, and their strength was generally not strong. Even the strongest one had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. He really did not know how they passed the tribulation in this depth. These people were generally rather skinny, and their eyes were also a bit gray. They were perplexed and listless, and there weren't many who could be as lively as the little girl beside them. Their spirits were all very low, and only a few children were more energetic. They just didn't understand how terrifying it was to stay in this place for their entire lives. When Long Chen appeared, the eyes of all the dead spirits were focused on him. Their gray eyes first flashed with fear, but when they saw that the little girl was next to Long Chen and that Long Chen was friendly, they breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone surrounded Long Chen, and then respectfully knelt on the ground. Some of the old people were very afraid. They did not dare to raise their heads, and almost prostrated themselves on the ground. "Ling, come here." A thin woman next to her hurriedly waved her hand. The others shouted one after another, "We, the Dead Spirit Clan, pay our respects to the Strong One. We are only the last bloodline of the Dead Spirit Clan left in this world. We are not the test of the Spirit House. Please do not kill us by mistake. We do not have the ability to resist." Except for a few children who were looking at them curiously, the others were trembling on their knees. Long Chen's eyes swept over them and asked, "Did anyone come to the Spirit House and kill you before?" At this time, an old man trembled and raised his head. His eyes were sunken, and he said excitedly, "Yes, my lord. Every time, we were almost killed by mistake, and several times, our clan was almost exterminated. The hundreds of people we have now were all produced with great difficulty. We understand that those who came to the Spirit House are all peerless masters, but they were too cautious. They did not know that we, the Dead Spirit Clan, are just puppets imprisoned here. They thought that we were the test of the Spirit House, so they killed many of us. We almost had no power to fight back." This sounded even more real. Long Chen was confused. Were they really just members of the Dead Spirit Clan who were imprisoned here? The old man continued to explain, "The test of the Dead Spirit's whole is the Dead Spirit's virtual formation, which is built with the bones of hundreds of millions of our clansmen. The Dead Spirit's virtual formation is very scary. Only we, the Dead Spirit Clan, are not affected by it. Any other clansmen who come here have to go through a terrible test. According to our ancestors, many experts have died of exhaustion after wandering in the Dead Spirit's hole for dozens of days without finding a way out. This is the scary part of the Dead Spirit's hole. But it has nothing to do with our hundreds of dead spirits formation. I hope that the Strong One will not hurt us. If you need help, the Dead Spirit Clan will do our best to help you." "So that's how it is." Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Your acting is quite realistic. But only a fool would believe you. Go to hell." His movements were very fast. As soon as the god-slaying sword was drawn, a sword light that could kill the old man countless times pierced through the old man's body. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Before anyone could react, the old man's head was sent flying. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be stunned. In fact, the attack that he had executed was not strong. As long as it was an ancient martial art practitioner in the rebirth tribulation realm, they would be able to dodge it easily. This old man was very weak. It seemed that he did not even have the strength of the Nirvana tribulation realm. This was what Long Chen thought. If one was in a life-threatening danger, an ordinary person would subconsciously use his true strength to protect himself. However, this old man could only be casually beheaded by Long Chen. This meant that what he had displayed now was his normal strength. It was really an old man who did not have much combat power. The flying head scared many people. For a moment, everyone crawled back in panic. Ling Er also did not believe that Long Chen would actually do this. She also stared with her eyes wide open. However, Long Chen was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the old man's head was in his hand. The fire of life was burning. With such a weak physical body, the old man only needed less than a breath's time to recover completely. Moreover, he was even stronger than before. He did not intend to kill them. He just wanted to test his strength. The result was as he had seen. This group of dead spirit clan was indeed very weak. From the moment the head was chopped off to the moment it was reborn, only a blink of an eye had passed. Before anyone could react, the old man was standing in front of him in a daze. For a moment, everyone was stunned. My Lord, the old man was dead and alive. He did not know what to say at all. Long Chen looked at the little girl and saw her looking at him curiously. She asked, "Uncle, was that a trick just now?" Everyone knew that it was definitely not, because the old man's original body had just fallen to the ground. Long Chen smiled and touched her head. He said, "Ling Er, tell everyone, what did you beg me to do just now?" Ling Er was very excited. She said to everyone, "Elders, I just begged this uncle to take us out, so he asked me to bring him to see you. He won't hurt anyone." Chapter 24:59. Hearing the little girl's words, all the dead spirits couldn't believe it. For them, this was simply impossible. Which expert that came to the spiritual lord residence would take them seriously, let alone save them? Their lifelong wish was to leave this place, but it was an extravagant hope that would never happen. Now, it was as if their lifelong dream was right in front of them. Long Chen glanced at each of their expressions. They were all so real, natural, grateful, excited, and also a little afraid of himself. From their trembling expressions and their shallow strength, Long Chen gradually believed them. He asked Ling Shi and the little cat, "Do you think they are a part of this third calamity, or are they pitiful people who have truly been imprisoned here?" Ling Shi and Kitten looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know either. "Am I being too cautious? A place like the Spirit Zune residence definitely wouldn't use a scam to deal with me, but a real disaster. If it was a scam, then it was too boring." Kitten said at this time, "It's better to be careful. They are indeed imprisoned here, but I still have a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that these guys are not simple to survive here. Boss, as long as you are cautious, you will definitely be right. Right, you can make a deal with them and ask them to help you find the exit. After all, they are very familiar with this place." Long Chen actually had the same idea as Kitten. Towards the dead spirits, although what they showed was basically the truth, they still had to be on guard, and then cooperate with them. Therefore, Long Chen said, "Everyone, I have indeed talked to this little girl. After seeing you, I have also made up my mind, but I have a premise. You all know why I came to the Spirit Zune residence. I definitely want to leave this place and go deeper. Therefore, I need your help. If my friends from the Dead Spirit Zune residence can help me find the exit, I will fulfill my promise and take you all away. You all should know that I can't last long in this dead spirit zone residence. If I can't find the exit in a few days, it will be difficult for us to leave this place." Hearing Long Chen's words, the dead spirits were naturally extremely excited. They couldn't help but laugh. It was a miracle that they were so close to themselves. "All right, all of us will move and look for the exit with our benefactor." Everyone couldn't help but cheer. The genuine smiles on their faces didn't seem fake at all. A few of the elders were quite distressed. They temporarily let their clansmen cheer for the time being and said to Long Chen, "Great benefactor, although we also have the intention and are working hard to get out, we are all weaklings. After being here for so many years, we still don't know where the exit is. The only thing we can do is probably lead the way for benefactor, or find some special places that have existed since ancient times to let benefactor see what mysteries there are. If they knew the exit, they would have taken Long Chen there from the beginning." Therefore, what the old man said was very normal. Long Chen nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's start. If there is anything strange, you can take me there to have a look." "Yes." At this moment, the dead spirits were excited. Whether it was the old, the weak, the women, or the children, everyone stood up and spread out. Some people arranged themselves, while others formed teams and began to travel through the endless dead spirit zone residence. Long Chen could only trust them, but he was also prepared. Of course, he had to find the exit himself. After so many years, there should be people who have broken through this place in history. "Didn't your ancestors tell you where they left from?" Long Chen walked with the old men and asked. One of the old men said regretfully, "How would we know? In the past, the experts who came here either killed us directly or didn't dare to come close to us. If they really broke through this place, we also don't know where they came from. Benefactor, we now know a few places that we normally can't get close to. Let me take you there now." "Okay." Long Chen nodded. The little girl named Ling was also following him. She was very excited, and her whole body was very lively. From time to time, she would pester Long Chen and ask all kinds of questions. "Uncle, what color is the moon? Some people say it's purple, some say it's green, but I've never seen purple or green. I've only heard my mother say that some soil is purple, and some soil is green." Of course, she was very curious about the outside world. Even though there were thousands of doubts in Long Chen's heart, everything about the Dead Spirit clan was so real. His strength was the third in the world, and there really wasn't much that he couldn't see through. Therefore, he gradually chose to trust them. After all, they were a group of poor people. "There is a very dark place in front of us. We can't even see our fingers when we go in, so we usually don't dare to go in. Some of our clansmen went in before, but they never came back. They must have died in there. Benefactor, do you dare to go in there?" An old man asked in a low voice. "Let's go closer and see." Long Chen looked into the depths of the cave. It was really deep, and it was difficult to see clearly what was inside. Waves of cold air came from the front. Fortunately, the Dead Spirit clan was leading the way. Otherwise, no matter how long he wandered in the maze, he probably wouldn't be able to reach this special place. Soon, Long Chen arrived at his destination. Starting from a line in front of him, there was only darkness in front of him. It was chaotic inside, and even Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was inside. He could only feel waves of yin qi, which made his hair stand on end. The old men didn't dare to go near, and looked at it from afar with pale faces. The little girl Ling was also hiding behind Long Chen, looking at the dark cave in front of them timidly. Long Chen was discussing with Lingxi. "Can you see clearly what's inside? It seems to be the center of the dead spirit's virtual matrix. Haven't you noticed? The power of the dead spirit's virtual matrix is much stronger now, and it has reached an unprecedented level. Your strength has been consumed quite a bit, and if you keep going, you will definitely be exhausted even more. Chen, of course, Long Chen knew that, but according to the logic of the spirit house, the more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was to be an exit. If Long Chen wanted to leave this place, perhaps there was only one way, and that was to break into the center of the dead spirit's virtual matrix. He pondered for a while, and then decided to go in and take a look. Even if the dead spirit's clan hadn't brought him here, he would have gone in without hesitation. After all, he had come here to seek a challenge, and only a challenge would give him a way out. "Uncle, let's not go in. It's too scary in here," Ling said, trembling. "You guys wait inside, I'll go in and take a look." Long Chen looked at the chaotic cave entrance, and said firmly. "Don't," Ling said very nervously. The old men were also very nervous. Long Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps it was indeed dangerous in here, but he would come here eventually. The challenge of the spirit house would definitely force him to go to the most dangerous place. He suddenly understood. To be honest, the other party had already acted very well, and there were no flaws. But standing in front of this cave, Long Chen still had an intuition. He turned around and suddenly asked Ling, a person like Long Qinglan could easily barge into the Spirit Supreme residence. When he came, you elders should have been there as well. He is so kind, so why didn't he take you with him? Who is Long Qinglan? The old men were stunned. They seemed to be even more nervous. Long Chen smiled and said, "He's my father. I'm asking you a question. Since you're in such a miserable place, why didn't he take you with him? He was the last person to go in here." When he asked about Long Qinglan's name, he finally saw a trace of panic in Ling Er's flawless and innocent eyes. This slight change was enough. Long Chen suddenly thought of Long Qinglan, and so he turned around to ask. He didn't expect that he would finally make these guys reveal a flaw. They had already planned to bring Long Chen to this place. Even though everything before was so real, it might have been the result of countless rehearsals. In fact, everyone who came here had gone through the same process. Long Chen smiled and said, "Ling Huang could have manipulated this dead soul's cave and made me come directly to this passage in front of me. But he made you go through another process. It was probably because I thought I was extremely smart, but I was suddenly deceived. I panicked and couldn't perform well, which led to a mental breakdown. Then, I was defeated by the disaster here. That should be it." He knew very well what Sovereign Chen Ling's goal was. If the passage from the second to the third layer was directly set up in the core of the dead soul's illusion formation, Long Chen would be at his most cautious and his mind would be at its strongest. It would be very difficult to break through. But with the dead soul's clan, it would be different. Long Chen would trust them, but in the end, he would find that his trust had been used. His mind would have a major change, which would give the evil spirits an opportunity to take advantage. Ling Huang liked to play with these self-righteous little tricks. However, such a method had an unexpected effect in the Spirit Zune residence. Many people who had entered this place had ended up dying here. However, Long Chen discovered everything in time. In front of him, the old men suddenly became expressionless. Only Ling who was in front of him, became quiet. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 2460. Although the dead spirit race had been imprisoned here for nearly 1,000,000 years, and many people had entered the spirit palace during this period of time, there were only a few who had managed to break through the 10,000 layers spiritual formation and the divine puppets to reach the dead spirit cave. However, there were some who had the ability to break through the dead spirit cave and reach the deepest part. 10. Am I the 10th? Long Chen frowned and looked at the little girl with fear. He found that this little girl was the core of this group of dead spirit race. When she showed her original appearance, Long Chen felt a terrifying feeling from her. The little girl's gray eyes became indifferent, but there was a faint smile on her face as she said, "That's right, Ling Huang killed almost all of my ancestors and arranged the dead spirit void formation here. At the same time, he sealed all of my remaining clansmen here, never to leave." Later, about hundreds of thousands of years ago, the punishment was reduced. As long as our dead spirit race can stop 10 experts who have reached this place, then our dead spirit race can leave this place and regain our freedom. This is the agreement between us and Ling Huang. Her voice was a lot more mature at this time. She no longer sounded like an innocent child. Her every move was strange, and the dangerous feeling from her body had become more and more intense. Long Chen didn't expect that the story of the dead spirit race was actually true. When he found out that the dead spirit race was indeed strange, he had already denied everything that they had said before. We knew that the number 10 didn't seem big at that time. But today, we know how difficult it is. There are very few people who can reach the dead spirit cave. Only one appears in tens of thousands of years. Many of our clansmen have never seen a single expert who has reached this place in their entire lives. Moreover, some of the experts who can reach this place are very powerful. If we can stop them here, or even kill them, it will be very difficult. So you should understand how precious your arrival is to us today. Of course, it's not us, it's me. Long Chen was silent for a moment, carefully thinking about the other party's words. The last sentence was very interesting. She didn't say us, but herself. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and asked again, "In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. You can help me leave, and I will take you and your clansmen away from here. Don't tell me you're afraid of Ling Huang." They had chosen to follow Ling Huang's decision, and not to let him take them away. There must be a reason for them to be so determined. The little girl chuckled and said, "Our ancestors were indeed naive. They chose to go out with the experts who broke in. But after so many years, only 3 people have been able to break into the spirit house. In other words, it is basically impossible to break into the spirit house. In the end, not only will we be thrown back by Ling Huang, we will also be severely punished, and our clansmen will almost be exterminated. Therefore, our ancestors have taught us that if we want to be free, the only way is to follow the agreement with Ling Huang. Therefore, I am your enemy, and I will not help you. Moreover, I can't help you." What she said was not unreasonable. The spirit house was very difficult, and not many people could break through it. Moreover, even if he took her out, he wouldn't be able to protect the dead spirit clan for the rest of his life. He might even offend Ling Huang. One day, they would still be brought back by Ling Huang. Therefore, it was not realistic to take them out of this place. Of course, Long Chen was an exception. He knew that the real disaster was coming, so he wanted to fight a little bit more. Therefore, he said, "Maybe you don't know, but I came to the spirit house to make a bet with Ling Huang. If I can break through the spirit house, I will have another bet with him, and that is a battle between the 2 of us. According to the bet, the loser will give the winner the most important thing. If Ling Huang loses, he will lose the Spirit King's inheritance. Therefore, there was only a conflict between me and him before. If I win, you guys can go out without any worries." Hearing this, the little girl looked at Long Chen with an incredulous look and said, "You're really brave, but don't try to convince me. I'm not stupid. You're so young, so it's impossible for you to defeat Ling Huang. I only believe in myself. As long as I can stop you, I can get out of here. Why should I take the risk with you?" At this time, the little girl smiled at Long Chen and said, "In my life, I have seen 2 warriors who broke through. The other one was your father. He was really powerful. He easily broke through this place, and I couldn't do anything to him. It was said that he defeated Ling Huang and became the strongest warrior in the world. Are you trying to imitate your father? When I was born, I was told that as long as I could stop one more person, the Dead Spirit clan would be free. His arrival gave me the greatest hope, but because he was too strong, I was disappointed. Now, you are my greatest hope. After all, our Dead Spirit clan can't wait any longer. Speaking of this, her eyes glistened with tears. All of my clansmen are waiting for freedom with me. Unfortunately, we're too weak, and we don't have a long life in this place. Therefore, they've all died. Today, I'm the only one left in the entire Dead Spirit clan. What you see is just an illusion of the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. You don't know how terrible this formation, which was created by killing hundreds of millions of the Dead Spirit clan, is, but you'll know soon. Hearing this, Long Chen looked back and saw that the old men who had brought him here had turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. The entire Dead Spirit cave had become empty, except for Long Chen and the little girl. This Dead Spirit's virtual formation can deceive my eyes and thoughts. It's really terrible. After all, it was created by so many corpses and resentment. It's a terrible formation that has gathered the resentment of hundreds of millions of the Dead Spirit clan. It seems that the third tribulation is indeed much more terrible than the second one. Long Chen made a rough calculation in his mind. He stepped back a little, away from the little girl. At this time, he realized that this little girl was connected to the entire Dead Spirit's virtual formation. In other words, she herself was a part of this formation. All the strength she had just shown was, in fact, an illusion created by the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. The Dead Spirit's virtual formation used these illusions to deceive them, deceiving them into coming here. As long as they stepped into the chaos in front of them, they would be at the mercy of the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. The little girl stared at Long Chen with her big eyes and said in a cold voice, "Let me introduce myself again. I am the last living member of the Dead Spirit clan. My name is Shi Jiangling. I am the one who stopped your path forward, and even allowed you to be killed. Of the previous 9 warriors that we stopped, 6 of them were killed by us." Speaking up to here, the corners of her mouth curved into a strange smile. She chuckled and said, "However, you are the first person to see through our lies and the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. You were able to see through us before you even reached the core of the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. Therefore, our deceit and confusion from before were completely useless. That could be counted as a small trap of the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. However, don't be too proud of yourself. If you want to leave this place, there are only 2 ways. The first is to admit defeat, and Ling Huang will take you away. This way, I will be able to stop you. The second is to break into the core of the formation and defeat me and the Dead Spirit's virtual formation. Only then will you be able to leave this place. Only when the Dead Spirit's virtual formation collapses will there be a path to the depths of this place. Whether you saw through our lies or not, the only thing that will prevent you from panicking from being betrayed is that you won't be able to change the result unless you are willing to admit defeat at this time. In that case, I will be waiting for you inside." Perhaps she was afraid that Long Chen would attack her at this time. Halfway through her speech, she moved at an extremely fast speed and instantly entered the depths of the so-called core of the formation, causing Long Chen to be unable to find her figure. The surroundings became incomparably quiet, only the Dead Spirit's virtual formation was still operating, causing the strength of Long Chen's body to gradually weaken. "Chen, do you still want to believe this fellow? Perhaps she was just lying to you. If you want to break through this place, you don't necessarily need to pass through the core of the formation. This is the most central location of the entire Dead Spirit's virtual formation. If you enter, I'm afraid that the rate of exhaustion will increase by several times, or even 10 times. If that's the case, even you won't be able to stay for long. After all, it's obvious that you can enter the core of the formation, but you won't be able to come out of it. Lingxi studied formations, so she was even more aware of how frightening the dead spirit's virtual formation was. After all, it contained too many things. Hundreds of millions of corpses of the deceased races, that was quite frightening. It was like Long Chen was fighting against the resentment of hundreds of millions of people. Long Chen said, "This time, it's true. This is the so-called test of the Spirit Zune residence." Ling Huang naturally placed the exit in the most difficult place. This isn't like the other secret realms, where there are no shortcuts. Ling Huang is completing the bet with me, so how could he give me a shortcut? This Shi Jiangling is right, I discovered the truth before I entered. The only thing I can do is to not panic when I'm suddenly betrayed. Long Chen's words were very clear, and Lingxi knew that it was indeed the case. Although she was worried, she was still willing to believe in Long Chen, even if at this time, everyone in the world was deeply worried. The Lost Spirit Formation. This was the enmity between Long Chen and the Spirit Sovereign. The Spirit Sovereign had planted such a seed in Long Chen's heart. Although Long Chen wouldn't act up now, there would come a day when he would make him pay the price. He had come here today for the sake of Lingxi, for the sake of his child, for the sake of this new family, and also for himself. Lingxi understood him, and loved him even more. "Boss, I have a question that I don't understand," Kitten suddenly said. "What is it?" Long Chen asked. He chuckled and said, "She's the only one left in the Dead Spirits clan, so what's the use of her going out? Won't the Dead Spirits clan still go extinct? Don't tell me she can give birth by herself." Chapter 2461. Now, Long Chen took a deep breath and held the god-slaying sword in his hand. He controlled the flow of his power to avoid a deeper level of exhaustion. He had regained the determination he had when he first came in. With a resolute will, he stepped into the heart of the dead soul's void matrix without a word. Since he could not avoid it, he had to accept the challenge. Just like how he was fearless when he made the 2 bets with Ling Huang. Just like how he broke into the 10,000 layers spiritual matrix and defeated the spirit puppet god. He had been so resolute in the face of so many unbearable hardships. He was not afraid to break into the dead soul's void matrix this time. He had come to the spirit house to accept challenges. The 10,000 layers spiritual matrix had already forced him to kill a god with 1 sword. With such a good start, what was there for him to be afraid of? He could only move forward. The black chaos in front of him was like a terrifying mouth that swallowed him. The moment Long Chen stepped into this world, he felt as if he had entered a world of viscous liquid. It looked soft, but it had a nauseating pressure. The entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes, and Long Chen himself discovered that in this world of darkness, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Even using the strength of his physical body was extremely difficult. This was the heart of the dead soul's void matrix, the heart of hundreds of millions of corpses. To have such a difficult binding power, it was like a swamp. It was almost 10 times slower than Long Chen's reverse time C. However, this was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was naturally the exhaustion of energy. Indeed, it was just as Lingxi had said. After entering this place, the rate at which the primordial samsara energy was exhausted greatly increased. In a short period of time, it was several times faster than outside. And this was because of Long Chen's special physique. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be completely exhausted in a short period of time. But even if it was Long Chen, under the effects of the dark swamp and the power exhaustion, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In such a troublesome situation, it would be even more difficult to break out of the necromancy void formation. Even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be troublesome. After all, transforming into a dragon would consume a large amount of energy. It would only lead to his energy exhaustion prematurely. As long as they lost, they would lose everything and even their children would be lost. Although this was not his choice, since he had agreed to the bet, Long Chen would not give up. There were some things in life that he could not lose, such as now. The surroundings were changing. It was as if all the caverns and soil were disappearing. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have arrived in another world. He was surrounded by an endless dark swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Under his feet, there was a huge gray matrix that stretched for millions of miles. In this endless darkness, there were suddenly countless gray lights. These lights surrounded Long Chen. They were endless, like dim stars in the night sky. But when Long Chen looked carefully, he realized that these gray lights were actually the corpses that were originally buried in the soil of the Dead Soul's cave. With Long Chen as the center, the hundreds of millions of corpses were now surrounding him. All the corpses seemed to be connected with each other, using dark gray lines to form a Dead Soul's void matrix. In the middle of the Dead Soul's void matrix, Long Chen seemed to be imprisoned in a world, making him look very small. Congratulations, you've seen the real Dead Soul's void matrix. At this moment, in the darkness, the gray little girl reappeared. Half of her body was hidden in the darkness, and although her appearance was no different from before, her eyes were cold and indifferent. There was a chill in them, as well as extreme excitement and madness. Her entire body was covered with countless tiny lines that were connected to the many corpses, which was the entire Dead Soul's void matrix. The entire Dead Soul's void matrix contained a terrifying power, and what surprised Long Chen was that this little girl, Shi Jiangling, seemed to be able to use this power. The power of hundreds of millions of corpses. Perhaps this was the source of Shi Jiangling's terror. After coming here, Long Chen was indeed having a headache. He still did not have a way to break this Dead Soul's void matrix, but the problem was that ever since he came here, not only was his body greatly restricted, his strength had also been greatly depleted. He did not have much time to think at all. To Shi Jiangling, as long as she talked to Long Chen, she would be able to exhaust Long Chen to death. Therefore, to him, time was equivalent to life. However, he knew that he could not be impatient. The more impatient he was, the more likely it was to be fatal. Calmness was always the key to victory. The Dead Soul's void matrix is indeed terrifying. The remaining 2 trials must be even more terrifying. No wonder only a few people have been able to pass through this spiritual residence in the past million years. Hundreds of millions of corpses formed the matrix, and now it was gradually draining Long Chen's strength. The more it drained, the stronger the Dead Soul's void matrix became. This was not a solution at all. Therefore, at this time, it was time to be decisive. Long Chen did not speak to Shi Jiangling. He used the god-slaying sword in his hand with great effort. The god-slaying sword's control over its power was very precise, which allowed Long Chen to control his consumption. Now was the time when he could not consume too much. Although the Dead Soul's void matrix produced a dark swamp, Long Chen still relied on his boundless strength to perform the massacre sword technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights flew out, shattering hundreds of corpses around Long Chen. This attack was indeed effective, but for hundreds of millions of corpses were not affected at all. Moreover, Long Chen realized that after the corpses were shattered, they were actually recovering. Although the speed was not fast, they would definitely be completely recovered after 2 hours. This meant that unless he could destroy all the corpses within 2 hours, it would be extremely difficult to destroy this place. Moreover, when he used the god-slaying sword this time, he released much more power than usual, as though it was being drawn out. Of course, Lingxi's Immortal Lord Realm technique did not have a specific way to break the Dead Soul's void matrix. This was the ultimate evil spiritual technique of the spirit tribe from 1,000,000 years ago, and there were basically no records of it today. She could only rely on her own understanding of spirit designs to think of a way. The one outside was Long Chen, but she was even more nervous than Long Chen. Only the kitten acted as if nothing had happened at this time. In his words, he believed that Long Chen was fated to not die, so he could not be bothered to be nervous. To tell you the truth, there is only one way to break the dead soul's void matrix, and that is to shatter all the corpses within 2 hours and defeat me at the same time. Otherwise, the dead soul's void matrix will not be broken until you exhaust your strength. Without this strength, no matter how many corpses you shatter, you will not be able to stop them from recovering. While Long Chen was attacking, Shi Jiangling continued to fly by his side, speaking faintly. Whether she was speaking the truth or not, she was exerting psychological pressure on Long Chen. The dark swamp, the exhaustion of strength, and over 100 million corpses. Such an environment would not give one the slightest sense of security. Even if one had great strength, it would be greatly reduced. If one had been tricked into coming here and suddenly met with betrayal, one would definitely be even more terrified. Although this third trial would cause one to exhaust their strength, but from start to finish, the most frightening attack was a psychological one. The usually calm Long Chen could not help but feel anxious at this time. He was now the third strongest in the world, but this dead soul's void matrix was so frightening that even Yang Yu and Ling Huang might not be able to shatter the 100 million corpses within 2 hours. Long Chen could only fight once. Dragonification. Dragonification would be the most powerful attack, but at the same time, it would also be the most exhausting. If he could not shatter all the corpses before his strength was completely exhausted, then it would be the time he would be completely defeated. But the more he hesitated, the less time he had, and the more exhaustion he would have. This time, Long Chen transformed into an ancient blood spirit dragon. He did not care about the huge consumption of strength, and summoned 3 million blood-weeping dragon souls at once. Countless little slaughter dragons broke through the dark swamp with all their might, pouncing on the sea of consciousness. These little slaughter dragons were like a red ocean, dyeing almost half of the dead soul's void matrix red. Such a huge consumption of strength made Long Chen quite satisfied. The blood-weeping dragon souls itself was a group attack, and its effect was very good. If the dead soul's void matrix did not have the two terrifying powers of the dark swamp and the exhaustion of strength, Long Chen could easily destroy these corpses within 2 hours. But now, the speed of the blood-weeping dragon souls was greatly reduced in this swamp, and its attack and bite were not as strong as before. It would take a while for a little slaughter dragon to destroy a sea of consciousness. More than 100 million corpses, 3 million little dragons. At least, each little dragon would need to tear apart 30 corpses within 2 hours to succeed. According to the current speed, there was a 50% chance of success. But to make these little slaughter dragons appear continuously, it was also a huge consumption. Whether or not Long Chen could last for 2 hours, it was up to the heavens. Now it all depended on luck. His spirit was highly concentrated, and he did not waste any time. He ordered the little slaughter dragons to tear apart a corpse, and then immediately moved on to the next one. Time passed quickly, and Long Chen's heart was also hanging by a thread. Right now, the whole world was black and red, and his strength was simply plummeting. Who knew if he could last until then? Chen, don't worry, there is still the 3 lives love thread, I can also help. Lingxi said. Wait a moment. Now was not the time for exhaustion, so Long Chen was not in a hurry. He just felt that if he could break this dead soul's void matrix so easily, would this be more difficult than the spirit puppet servants? It should be known that other people who did not have the ancestral dragon's magical power would have a very high difficulty to pass the spirit puppet servants. This place must be even more dangerous. Chapter 2462. Sure enough, what he had expected had happened. Shi Jiangling had said from the very beginning that he would only be able to leave if he defeated her and the necromancy void formation. Long Chen longed to break out of the Spirit Lord residence. Since he had come here, he was prepared to put his life on the line. Therefore, he had no fear, only hatred. Hatred for Ling Huang, the #1 expert in the world. He was indeed a despicable person. He had spent 2 months lying in wait and creating something like the Lost Spirit formation just to get his hands on Long Chen's child. In this place, Long Chen was constantly thinking about defeating the Spirit Sovereign. This was his strongest desire at this moment. It was for Lingxi and his child, for his own dignity, and more importantly, for the sake of following in his father's footsteps. He had once easily broken through this place, defeated Ling Huang, and created a legend. But now, Long Chen was facing a life-and-death crisis in the same place. It wasn't that he was too far behind Long Qinglan, but that he hadn't even reached 1/10 of Long Qinglan's age. But none of this was an excuse for failure. He had expended almost half of his energy. In just an hour, he had crushed almost 50 million corpses. The corpses were slowly recovering, but Long Chen's energy, which had been depleted by the necromancy void formation, could not be recovered. If this continued, it would be very bad, and the chances of victory were very slim. Not to mention, at this time, Shi Jiangling actually launched an attack on him. In truth, her own strength was very, very poor, only around the divine martial realm. She was no different from a newborn baby in the eternal divine realm. But because of her bloodline, she could fuse with the necromancy void formation and use the power of over 100 million corpses. When she had this power, at least in the necromancy void formation, she was basically no different from a dragon emperor. If the necromancy void formation didn't have the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, it wouldn't have been placed in the center of the Dead Soul's cave. Now that Long Chen had almost no other energy to use in battle, Shi Jiangling did not hold back at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, her tiny hands manipulating the entire Dead Soul's void formation. As she waved them around, countless auras rushed towards her and were under her control. Long Chen was currently controlling the blood-weeping dragon soul, so he didn't even have time to pay attention to her. Lingxi was definitely not allowed to take action. Otherwise, she would be violating the rules. Moreover, in a situation where Long Chen's power was exhausted, the 3 lifetimes love silk would not be of much help. After all, the 3 lifetimes love silk mostly relied on Long Chen's power. The show has just begun. Shi Jiangling condensed the power of the Dead Soul's void formation on her hands. She stretched out a hand, and instantly, countless gray auras condensed on her arm, which then turned into a gray claw. It was sharp and sinister, and contained the sinister power of the Dead Soul's void formation. Don't ever let me touch you. Otherwise, I'll open a hole in your body and let your power pour out. To Shi Jiangling, Long Chen was the last opponent she needed to stop. She had waited for this moment for countless years. Not everyone could withstand the loneliness of countless years. Her life's wish was to go out once, so now, she was even more excited. There was no way she would give Long Chen any chance. Long Chen was fighting with his life on the line, but so was she. The gray claw had a total of 6 fingers. It looked simple, but in reality, it had condensed the power of the entire Dead Soul's void formation. It was definitely more terrifying than the 10,000 death claws. If not for the Dead Soul's void formation, Long Chen might have been able to easily destroy such an attack. But now that all his power was in a gamble, how should he face it? Accept your fate. Shi Jiangling appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Her gray claw stabbed towards Long Chen's abdomen. Long Chen wanted to destroy the Dead Soul's void formation in one go, so he had no extra power to deal with her. If he gave up on tearing apart the corpses and allowed them to gradually recover, he would be completely finished. This kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Long Chen. At this time, Lingxi could only let Long Chen use his own power. She used the 3 lives threads to connect with Long Chen, and her own power merged with Long Chen's exhausted power to provide some help to Long Chen. It allowed him to hold the god-slaying sword and perform the god-slaying sword at this critical moment. Whoosh! A sword shadow flew over at lightning speed. Long Chen naturally did not show any mercy at this time. He had finally used Lingxi's power to perform the god-slaying sword. Of course, he was aiming to kill his opponent. But unfortunately, in this dark swamp, Shi Jiangling had a lot of control over the dead soul's void formation. So, although the god-slaying sword was terrifying, she still managed to block her head with her arm in time. The claw was torn apart by Long Chen's god-slaying sword. As a result, Shi Jiangling lost one of her arms. But she only frowned slightly. Under the power of the dead soul's void formation, her arm gradually recovered. Soon, she could continue attacking. But Long Chen's situation was not optimistic. Lingxi was not that powerful. Although the 3 lives threads were shared, this time, she had almost exhausted all of her power. The 3 lives threads were good at recovery, but this time, it did not. So, Lingxi fell into a state of exhaustion. Long Chen quickly contacted the 3 lives threads. "Boss, why don't I help you?" Kitten asked tentatively. "According to the bet, you can't." Long Chen replied with a frown. Now, he was the same as Kitten. He had primordial reincarnation power in his body, which could be replenished with original cores. But the problem was that Kitten's original cores had been used up in the last battle. He did not have any himself, so his power was reduced with every use. Long Chen still had to find original cores for him. It was just a small accident. "You won't be so lucky now, right?" Shi Jiangling stepped forward again. The god-slaying sword just now had not really hurt her, and now she had reappeared to interfere with Long Chen. Now, Long Chen's power was even more exhausted. At this level, even if he went outside, a single Dragon Emperor would not be able to win, let alone against Shi Jiangling and the Dead Soul's void formation. Long Chen felt the taste of despair. Now, in front of him was a dead end, and Shi Jiangling was the one who pushed him to it. Now, she had come again. But as she said, if Long Chen wanted to fight back, he had to stop the weeping blood dragon soul. Once he stopped, he would lose all hope of victory, and all his previous efforts would be for naught. If he had killed this little girl when he first met her, he might have been in a much better situation now. Shi Jiangling's terrifying claws were closing in on him once again. If he allowed her attack to succeed, he would be instantly defeated, let alone winning the battle. Shi Jiangling's cold laughter kept coming. Victory was already in his grasp. Defeat, or even death, was approaching step by step. Long Chen felt the taste of being in a hopeless situation. Although he had never surrendered to the dead soul's void formation, in the past 1,000,000 years, less than 3 people had passed through the spirit residence. This was enough to prove how powerful the threat he was facing now was. But once he lost, he would lose everything. He had come here to accept the challenge. Just as Shi Jiangling attacked, Long Chen chose to give up on attacking the dead soul's void formation. He had made a decisive decision. Now that he had less than half of his power left, if he continued to covet victory, he would only lose more miserably. So he found another path, and that was to first deal with Shi Jiangling. The little slaughter dragons disappeared one after another. The blood-red eyes of Long Chen in human form instantly collided with Shi Jiangling. All of Long Chen's power was perhaps only enough for 1 or 2 attacks, so he especially cherished this opportunity. In this swamp, Shi Jiangling's claws were very close to him. At this time, Long Chen had decisively given up on the hope of victory. This shocked Shi Jiangling. There were very few people who could be so decisive in the face of the temptation of victory. Even if you can kill me, so what? You can't destroy the dead soul's void formation anymore. Shi Jiangling said coldly. At least, I've also destroyed your hope. Long Chen smiled coldly. This smile made Shi Jiangling feel terrified. Yes, as long as he killed me, I would have nothing left, not even the hope of freedom. When that time comes, why would I stop him? Long Chen's movements were swift and decisive. Just as Shi Jiangling wanted to kill him even more, and those sharp gray claws were about to descend, Long Chen stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Now, his hands had completely turned the color of blood, and so had his eyes. He used almost all of his power for the final attack. Die! Shi Jiangling flashed and appeared in front of him. At this time, Long Chen drew a semicircle with his left and right hands. When combined, they formed a very orderly blood-colored circle. Countless dragon patterns appeared in the circle, forming two semicircle gates. Seeing this gate, Shi Jiangling was shocked. She found that her whole body was trembling. Death Realm Dragon Gate, open. As if Shi Jiangling had crashed into this gate herself, in front of Long Chen, the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened. Endless death chi rushed out and instantly drowned Shi Jiangling. This was different from the death chi of the dead soul's race. This was a terrifying killing chi. Anyone would be afraid when surrounded by this chi. At this moment, Shi Jiangling felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In this dense death chi, she didn't seem to see anything, but at this moment, a terrifying dragon claw crushed her claw, and instantly grabbed her body, crushing a large amount of blood, and then pulled her towards the direction of the Death World Dragon Gate. Once she entered the Death World, it was even more equivalent to death, and she would never be able to return. This feeling of death made even Shi Jiangling, who was from the dead soul's race, shiver all over. She felt that death was coming. Indeed, everything was meaningless. Chapter 2463. Unexpectedly, she laughed coldly and said, "That's impossible. I'm only a part of the necromancy illusory matrix, not the whole thing. I can't stop any of the energy here. You've already used up all of your energy. He will still be defeated in the end. The necromancy illusory matrix will never stop weakening. If I let you go and don't kill you, you can at least promise not to attack me again, right?" Long Chen asked calmly. Shi Jiangling was startled. She felt that Long Chen should have gone crazy at this moment, should be extremely vicious, but he didn't. He was still very calm, even though he was doomed to fail. In order to vent his anger, he could easily kill her. In that case, he could take revenge. Although she had stopped him, she wouldn't get any benefits. The so-called human nature was basically like this. When one was in a difficult situation, it was very difficult to have the heart to bless others. But Long Chen didn't, he calmly made a promise with her. Shi Jiangling still shook her head and said, "I said, you've already lost all hope. That's just what you think. Either die, or stand there obediently and don't move, make your choice." An exterminated clan with only one clansman left, a person who longed for freedom, she deserved respect. Killing her to vent his anger was actually useless, no one had a choice. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen didn't feel that this little girl had done anything wrong, the one who was wrong was Ling Huang. "I choose the latter, don't worry, I swear on the soul of the dead soul's race." Shi Jiangling's eyes dimmed a little as she said helplessly. Long Chen followed the promise and directly let go of her. He also couldn't maintain the Death Realm Dragon Gate for much longer. At this time, when he directly pulled the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he almost couldn't stand still. This time, the Death Realm Dragon Gate once again used half of its remaining power. Now, it only had a quarter of its peak power, but the remaining corpse needed at least half of its power to destroy. Fortunately, Shi Jiangling indeed kept her promise. She floated in the air, quietly and curiously looking at him, not moving an inch. Long Chen took a deep breath. The current situation would undoubtedly make anyone despair, and he had the same feeling in his heart. However, he was still very calm. Right now, he was not in a hurry to consume his energy. Instead, he was thinking carefully. Once the remaining energy was used up, he would truly be defeated. I said, "It's useless. Even if I don't make a move, the current you can't continue. You are destined to fail. Since you dared to make a bet with Ling Huang, you should be prepared to lose." Shi Jiangling said indifferently. As long as Long Chen's strength was exhausted, she would succeed. However, Long Chen did not answer her. He began to immerse himself in his own world. Right now, he was sure that he could not break the necromancy void matrix by relying on his own strength. Attacking would only accelerate his defeat. Therefore, he decided to use his remaining strength to exchange for a certain amount of time to seek a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. His entire body was in the most closed state, and his strength was at the lowest level. Perhaps he could hold on a little longer like this, at least for a few hours. If he didn't break through and awaken within these few hours, then he would definitely lose. His previous struggle had now been declared a failure. He's actually sitting and waiting for death. That's indeed a good way to stall for time. However, if he loses all his strength, he definitely won't be able to break the necromancy void matrix. Shi Jiangling thought to herself. What she found hard to understand was that Long Chen actually believed in her. I lied to him before, and he saw through me. In this necromancy void matrix, I destroyed his only hope of success. He could have killed me to vent his anger, but he remembered that I've been bitterly waiting here for so many years in pursuit of freedom. It's really not easy, so he decided to take the risk and not kill me. With such character and willpower, he is indeed a good person. However, the spiritual supreme residence is not a place that just any good person can break through. In the end, it still depends on strength. Long Chen's release this time caused great turmoil in her heart. Of course, she would not joke around with her freedom. The only thing she could do was to keep her promise and not make a move against Long Chen. As for whether or not Long Chen could make it out, she could only leave it to fate. Time quietly passed. She did not know what was the point of Long Chen sitting cross-legged like this. Although he had a relatively long time, if he did not do anything, there would be a moment when his strength would be completely exhausted. Shi Jiangling could see that the time was almost up. What the hell is this guy doing? She was even more puzzled. Long Chen was a strange person to her. Looking at his determined face, she even had a strange thought. She suddenly looked forward to seeing what Long Chen could do in this last moment that would surprise her. Strange, what am I thinking? He only spared my life, but how could I forget my yearning for freedom and waiting for so many years? If I don't get out this time and reproduce, my dead spirit race will be completely extinct. I don't even know if I can survive until the next person comes in. In fact, outsiders did not know that the dead spirit race had a very strong bloodline. Generally speaking, even if they were to mate with another race, they would give birth to a very pure dead spirit race. Therefore, Shi Jiangling just wanted to get out and find a male. Otherwise, her race would really be completely extinct. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Long Chen tested it out. If he used the chaotic time reverse in a small area and slowed the speed of the surroundings by 10 times, then it would be the same inside his body, and his strength would be exhausted 10 times slower. But because the chaotic time reverse was very taxing even in a small area, it would exhaust at least 5 times faster. Therefore, with the two combined, his current speed of exhaustion was only half of what it was before. But to think of a solution, the time was still very short. He had placed all his hopes on the Tao of life. Ever since he had completed the chaotic time reverse, he had actually been researching the Tao of life. Now, his consciousness was completely focused on this vast divine kingdom. In truth, this dragon-shaped continent was growing stronger and more perfect. Perhaps it would not be long before it would truly become a new world. He was experiencing what the next level of the Tai Chi life-form dragon was. He had fused with the inheritance blood essence and awakened the 14 tempering. He had seen Xiao Chao in the White Bones divine palace awaken the flame of life. Now, he seemed to have used the power of the 15 dragon heads. People in desperate situations were often able to display extraordinary strength. Long Chen was in such a situation now. He knew that he didn't have much time left. There would be a moment when he would fail and lose his children. This challenge had been so exciting and crazy, but he had been forced to do so from beginning to end. If he hadn't lost the spiritual formation, Long Chen would definitely not have chosen these 2 wagers. It was because of his anger and hatred that he wanted Ling Huang to offer up the most important thing, the Venerable Spirit's inheritance. Perhaps that would be the only way to slightly alleviate Long Chen's anger this time. Now, there was no way out, and there seemed to be a dense fog in front of him. There was also no way forward. Long Chen would be trapped here sooner or later. He had won countless times since he was young, and often no one thought that he would win. This time was the same, but this time was the most difficult. Life, creation. These were the 2 abilities of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Maybe in terms of fighting, the Tai Chi life-form dragon wasn't good at it, but it had created the world, created everything, including life. If all living creatures had a common ancestor, then that ancestor would probably be the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Right, its creation, the Tai Chi life-form dragon wasn't only good at life, it was also good at creation. From nothing, it had created the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and even corpses and origin power. The so-called origin power was all the power of the world. Before, Long Chen had been thinking about life, so he hadn't made any progress. After all, the flame of life was already a very high level of comprehension, so he had neglected the other attribute of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. But now he saw his whole divine nation. Although everything here was very small, it had everything, and the divine nation also had a certain amount of origin power. The Tai Chi life-form dragon's divine abilities were all contained in the Life Tao seal. It wasn't difficult for Long Chen to comprehend them, but he needed to find the keys to unlock these divine abilities. As for keys, they were often produced in desperate situations, or in ingenious realms. For example, right now, Long Chen was in a desperate situation. Whatever he needed, he could think of it. Although time was tight, he felt like a fountain of ideas. He was like a writer who suddenly had countless inspirations. He looked at the continent of his divine nation. There were 14 peaks. Flame, lightning, sun, moon, and so on. These 14 peaks supported the entire continent, and each type of energy fused with each other, transforming into each other, maintaining the balance of the continent. If one type of energy was lacking, the other types of energy would be transformed, complementing each other. In truth, there were far more than 14 types of energy in this world. But just by relying on these 14 types of energy, one could transform all of them. For example, water could be transformed into ice, or 4 types could be fused together to create a new type of energy. That's right, transformation. Creation, transformation. Long Chen deeply understood the meaning of this word, and he suddenly felt enlightened. He was pleasantly surprised to find that in this hopeless situation of certain death, he had found the key to opening the Life Tao seal. Now, the Life Tao seal was actually trembling, and countless information was being bestowed to Long Chen. This key opened a treasure trove. During his battle with primeval trolls Will Avatar, Long Chen had been the key to opening the Death Realm Dragon Gate. The special environment of the Sea of Time was the key to opening the chaotic Sea of Time for Long Chen. Chapter 2464. At least for him, who had almost exhausted all of his energy, when the new Tao of life descended upon him, he discovered that he might be able to deal with this necromancy void formation. In his eyes, the 14 peaks of the divine kingdom had now become 14 spirit formations. Everything in the world was formed by these 14 spirit formations. The power between these 14 spirit formations could be transformed into one another, from water to fire, to ice, and they could also be combined to give birth to new powers. Everything in the world could be derived from these 14 spirit formations. These 14 spirit arrays were not only in Long Chen's divine kingdom, but also in his body. Now, his body was the core of these 14 spirit arrays. He could transform into any spirit array, and he could also expand the spirit array to form a domain around his body. This Tao of life was called the 14 Lives Formation. Within Long Chen's 14 Lives Formation, everything in the world could be transformed, decomposed, and dissolved to become his own power. The 14 Lives Formation still had countless wondrous uses. Currently, Long Chen could only be considered to have comprehended the tip of the iceberg, and the only thing he could do for now was to transform the power within the spirit formation. But just this function alone was enough to save him, who had almost exhausted all of his energy. While he was deep in thought, time actually passed very quickly. Although Shi Jiangling did not attack, under the necromancy void formation, after such a long time, the power of his body had already been exhausted to the extreme. Now, he was only a hair's breadth away from failure. Dragging it until now, and there's still no other way. What a waste of time. Shi Jiangling could not understand Long Chen. She could not help but feel excited in her heart, because she would soon be able to leave this place and experience that legendary world. At this time, Long Chen, who had almost lost all of his energy, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze constantly changed, rapidly transforming into 14 different colors. Finally, the two eyes turned into two incomparably complex spirit formations. They were exactly the same, and the colors of these spirit formations constantly changed. There was a total of 14 colors. Seeing this pair of eyes, Shi Jiangling was a little dazed. She could vaguely sense that this was a somewhat terrifying spirit formation, an extremely profound power. Perhaps you have made some breakthroughs, but unfortunately, you have almost lost all of your power. Admit defeat. If you don't, you will die of exhaustion. In fact, most of those who died before actually died of exhaustion because they refused to admit defeat. Really? Long Chen trembled as he stood up. He felt that he had lost all of his strength, but the power of the necromancy void formation was much stronger than before. 2 hours had passed, and the corpses that he had destroyed had all been restored. Naturally, it's because you've been exhausted to your limit, and the necromancy void formation is already in its most perfect state, so they've absorbed your energy. Shi Jiangling said seriously. Long Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. This feeling of exhaustion and emptiness in his body was simply too unbearable. He wanted to try and stop it. His eyes constantly changed colors, and eventually became illusory. This was not the illusory image of the void cosmic dragon, but a kind of illusory image of the Yuan Qi dragon head among the 14 lives spiritual formation. This illusory spirit formation was the Yuan Qi spirit formation of the 14 lives spiritual formation. When his Yuan Qi spirit formation eyes swept the surroundings, on the ground around him, the illusory lines slithered like snakes, and in a short period of time, a huge spirit formation was laid out. This spirit formation constantly extended outwards, and had a diameter of several thousand meters. This was like a projection. The spirit formation in his left eye was projected onto the ground, and the spirit formation in his right eye was projected into the sky. Right now, everything between heaven and earth was under his control. 2 layers of Yuan Qi spirit formations emitted a strange power. What do you want to do? Shi Jiangling asked curiously. Long Chen said, just watch. Shi Jiangling said, I'll tell you one last time, just admit defeat. You've spared my life, and I don't want to see you die from exhaustion. Everyone has to learn to admit defeat. You won't have a good ending like this. Even if you fail, there will be a day when you have a chance to make a comeback. Long Chen glanced at the little girl, and said, "Child, you won't understand. This time, I don't have a chance to make a comeback. I only have one chance to decide life and death." Shi Jiangling was startled, and said angrily, "Who's a child? Do you really think you're an uncle? I'm much older than you." Just as she said this, Long Chen activated the Yuan Qi spirit formation of the 14 Lives spiritual formation. The illusory spirit formation in his eyes rotated, causing the huge spirit formation to rotate. Within the space surrounded by the 2 layers of Yuan Qi spirit formations, there were many corpses. This was the core of the dead soul's virtual formation. In the space in the middle of the Yuan Qi spirit formation, the spirit formation emitted a misty light that enveloped everything in it. Suddenly, the surrounding power changed. Shi Jiangling, who was still controlling the dead soul's virtual formation, felt it the most clearly. What's going on? She discovered that part of the dead soul's virtual formation's power was actually changing. This was simply inconceivable. She discovered that she was gradually losing control of this part of the dead soul's virtual formation. She hurriedly looked over, and saw that within the range of Long Chen's Yuan Qi spirit formation, the nature of the dark swamp and the power of exhaustion were actually changing. They were being decomposed into the purest power. Within the range of Long Chen's control, the exhaustion had already stopped, and he was no longer affected by the dead soul's virtual formation. What was even more frightening was that the power that was decomposed and transformed had all turned into pure Yuan Qi. It surged towards Long Chen, and was rapidly absorbed by him, transforming into his own primordial reincarnation power. He also used the 3 lives threads of love to connect himself with Lingxi, and in the blink of an eye, the exhausted Lingxi recovered. His exhaustion lasted for several hours, but the time from losing any power to recovering was very short. While Shi Jiangling's mind was blank, and she stared blankly at all this, he had already recovered, and was even more vigorous than before. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the 14 Lives formation. This was merely a Yuan Qi spirit formation. Perhaps after gaining power, Long Chen would be able to expand the Yuan Qi spirit formation even more, dissolving and transforming more of the power of the dead soul's virtual formation. Within the area of his control, everything was basically his world. All of this was like a miracle. It was inconceivable, and Shi Jiangling was dumbfounded. She knew that there were people who could break through this dead soul's virtual formation, but not in such an unimaginable way. For example, that Long Qinglan had easily defeated Shi Jiangling and the dead soul's virtual formation with absolute power. Long Chen was even more exaggerated. At the last moment, he had actually plundered the power of the dead soul's virtual formation, causing the formation's greatest exhaustion property to completely lose its effect. Such a strange spirit formation could only be described as a miracle. Only when he had completely recovered did Long Chen temporarily stop. After all, using this Yuan Qi spirit formation was quite exhausting. The Tai Chi spirit dragon had never been weak, and from the flame of life to the 14 Lives formation, they were actually quite heaven-defying divine abilities. With the 14 Lives formation, Long Chen had only displayed a drop in the ocean of power. He looked at Shi Jiangling, and the corners of his mouth curled into a proud smile. "Child, tell me, do I need to admit defeat?" This was what he wanted. Because of the nature of the ancestral dragon Dao seal, he needed to transform in a desperate situation. If he did not have the courage to challenge a desperate situation, then he would never be able to unearth the 14 Lives spiritual array's divine ability. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Ling Huang like this. And now, he had finally done it. Not everyone could be as determined as he was in this kind of challenge that basically had no possibility of success. Now that everything was brightly lit, he was even more confident that he would be able to resist the remaining trials and even defeat the Spirit Emperor. This was something that made his whole body burn with passion. Just how did you do it? If you could do it, then why did you pretend to lose? Shi Jiangling was extremely angry. She felt that Long Chen was playing with her. He definitely knew this divine ability from the very beginning. In this kind of angry situation, she did not even hear Long Chen call her a child. Long Chen said, "If I said that I learned this move before I was about to die, would you believe it?" He looked very serious, and there was no doubt about it. Shi Jiangling looked at the spirit formation revolving in his eyes. It was extremely terrifying, like a machine that could grind everything to pieces, without the slightest trace of emotion. Long Chen's emotionless gaze told her that perhaps what he said just now was true. That was undoubtedly something even more terrifying. Shi Jiangling could not imagine that a person who was on the verge of defeat could be so calm and confident, making several correct choices, and even calmly sparing his own life, as if all the dangers were nothing to him. While she was still in a daze, Long Chen suddenly smiled. "Let me show you what the sun looks like." In that instant, the spirit formation in his eyes instantly turned into a fiery diagram. The spirit formation beneath his feet and in the sky burned with scorching flames, and the power of the dead soul's void formation in the area suddenly transformed. Countless terrifying energies gathered, not from Long Chen himself, but from the dead soul's void formation. But now, this energy was under Long Chen's control. Rumble. Countless energies formed a huge sun in the middle of the diagram, and this sun burst out with boundless light. This was the sun spirit formation, a sun spirit formation formed from the power of the dead soul's void formation. The huge and fiery sun lit up the entire world, and completely illuminated Shi Jiangling's eyes. That scorching energy to the extreme made Shi Jiangling feel terrified. Is this the sun? The legendary thing that brought light to the entire world in the sky was actually so terrifying. To be honest, the power of this sun spirit formation was already very great, and Long Chen definitely could not have done it by himself. Moreover, there was also the power of the dead soul's void formation, and the two powers stacked together to attack this dead soul's void formation. Rumble. Within the sun spirit formation, the power of the sun exploded, and the scorching sun rolled past, turning a large number of corpses into dust. But Long Chen did not seem to be exhausted at all. Next, the moon. Long Chen said lightly. The moon was the moon, and it was the moon. His eyes instantly changed from the scorching sun to the pitch-black diagram of a full moon. Chapter 2465. There were naturally 14 types of 14 lifeforms formations. Shi Jiangling had been in the dead soul's cave since she was born. There were many things she had never seen before, such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees. These were all so fresh to her. When she saw these things appearing in Long Chen's 14 lives formation, she had even forgotten that Long Chen was her enemy. She was deeply immersed in these things. Shi Jiangling understood in her heart that perhaps she was destined to lose all hope this time, because Long Chen had really learned such a miraculous divine ability at the very last moment. He was actually able to turn the power of the dead soul's void formation into his own power, and was able to easily counterattack without expending any energy. The necromancy void formation seemed to have been destroyed by him. Without the restriction of power exhaustion, it wasn't difficult for Long Chen to destroy these hundreds of millions of corpses. While he was demonstrating to Shi Jiangling, he was also trying to intimidate Ling Huang. He knew that Ling Huang was definitely secretly watching him. Now that he had reversed the situation, Ling Huang's expression must be very interesting. Just a moment ago, Shi Jiangling also thought that Long Chen had no hope, and she believed that Ling Huang felt the same way. If he won Long Chen's child in this bet, he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. However, she never expected that an accident would occur at the last moment. In fact, Long Chen had only used a few spiritual arrays to completely destroy this dead spirit's array. Now that he had the 14 live spiritual array, this dead spirit's void array simply could not do anything to him. At this moment, he had effortlessly defeated the necromancy void formation. At the same time, he had also completely subdued Shi Jiangling. He could have spared Shi Jiangling's life before, but now that the necromancy void formation had collapsed, Shi Jiangling had lost all of her power, and had become a very ordinary divine martial realm warrior. Now, the entire necromancy void formation had started to change, as if it had sunk into the darkness and started to close up. The path to a new world had already appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was a multicolored formation, with a total of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. This meant that Long Chen had already passed the third obstacle. He had already passed more than half of the spirit residence. This time, Ling Huang did not show up. However, he still used a cold tone to spread the news. It had been quite some time since Long Chen had passed the second test. Everyone was very worried, especially the Dragon Emperor. They were simply restless. They naturally knew that the deeper Long Chen went into the spirit residence, the more dangerous things would be. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped him. I wouldn't have had so many regrets, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said helplessly. Don't worry too much. Don't you see that Yang Yu isn't very worried now? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. This old man kept nagging at her side, causing her to be annoyed. Yang. A Yang, and a Jiangling lives. You. The Yang Yu are as you. Lives. Yang Ling Yang, as, a Yi Yang, as a Yang, as the Yang, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said. Everyone was panicking. In fact, even the higher-ups of the spirit race did not want anything to happen to Long Chen. At first, they did not think that the situation was so serious. But now, 15 Dragon Emperors, 16 Great Demon Lords, and the Sea Monarch Holy Shaman were guarding this place. Each of them looked fierce and ferocious. If they were really unreasonable, who would stop them? The Spirit Clan had the number 1, Ling Huang, but no one else could compete with the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. The news that the Demon Star was about to be broken was still in the hands of the higher-ups of the various clans. Ordinary people did not know, so they did not understand how important Long Chen was to the Demon Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Witch Clan. Unless Ling Huang was willing to enter the Demon Star, they would not think that Long Chen was that important. But obviously, Ling Huang would not do that. But just when everyone was at their most nervous, Ling Huang's voice was heard. The third stage is over. Hearing this voice, everyone cheered. For a moment, they did not notice Ling Huang's tone. Previously, it was playful and teasing, but now, it had a trace of anger. It was fine that Long Chen had passed the second stage, but he had even passed the Dead Soul's Cave. This was beyond his expectations. Don't be happy too early. What he will face next is a much more terrifying opponent. It is not as easy to deal with as the Dead Soul's void formation. Ling Huang said coldly again. Before, he was also teasing the common people. But now, the situation was different. Yang Yu looked at the depths of the spirit residence, holding the deity sword even tighter. She did not say anything, and would not affect Long Chen's progress. But she would take revenge. Originally, she did not have any conflict with Ling Huang, but now the conflict was big. Everyone was cheering and did not care about Ling Huang's ugly expression. In any case, they could not see it. At this time, Long Chen said to the gray child in front of him, Ling, I am really sorry. It seems that you can only wait for the next person to come here before you can leave. Shi Jiangling's face was very ugly. She had been happy for half a day, thinking that she would be free. But Long Chen's final reversal had simply destroyed her beautiful dream. She was not angry, but very sad. As if she had been struck by lightning, her whole body gradually became sluggish. She murmured, "The next person, who knows when the next person who can come here will be? 10,000 years later, I will probably be dead by then, and my dead soul's clan will be truly extinct. I really deserve to die for not being able to leave behind a bloodline for my dead soul's clan." As she spoke, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Such a young child crying in front of him was quite pitiful. Thinking that she would have to stay here for thousands of years, and eventually die of old age, Long Chen indeed felt some sympathy for her. Unexpectedly, at this time, the child sized up Long Chen for a while, and suddenly said, "I have a way to let my dead soul's clan bloodline be completely passed on to my child. Although it is a mixed blood, it can give birth to a pure dead soul clan. Since you still have time, why don't you consummate your marriage with me and give birth to a child for me?" After hearing this, Long Chen fell into a state of sluggishness. The point was not that she could give birth to a pure dead soul clan bloodline, nor was it that she was so unrestrained, but that this child, who looked like she had not even started to grow, wanted to give birth to his child. Before Long Chen could say anything, Kitten was already rolling on the floor with laughter. He clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. "Damn, this is too explosive. Boss, you've really committed a sin." Seeing Long Chen's suddenly frightened expression, Shi Jiangling's eyes widened. At this time, her body began to crack, and her bones elongated. Her figure changed, and in front of Long Chen's eyes, she turned from a little girl to a woman who was as tall as him. Her figure was incomparably alluring, and she had a pair of alluring gray eyes. Although she was from the Dead Soul clan, it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty even among the Dead Soul clan. Her indifferent eyes and proud figure were indeed full of unique seduction. Her slender waist, perky butt, and round, slender, and powerful thighs were all enough to make one forget to leave. Shi Jiangling's appearance changed, as if she had grown up in an instant. She glared at Long Chen and said, "My previous appearance was just to confuse you, and you really believed it. Alright, look at me now, I should be beautiful enough to give birth to a child with you." Just based on looks alone, she was definitely beautiful enough, but the word "give birth to a child" was something that Long Chen could not accept. Moreover, Lingxi and Kitten were still here. Shi Jiangling had not seen many people since she was young, and in order to reproduce, she felt that it was normal to give birth to a child with Long Chen. However, Long Chen was really shocked. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "This method definitely won't work." Shi Jiangling's face did not even blush. Instead, she said angrily, "You dare to look down on me?" At this time, Long Chen gradually came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "You and I are not husband and wife, how can we carelessly give birth to a child? Although it is important to reproduce, this matter cannot be done recklessly. Of course, you don't have to worry, I have other methods." Seeing that Long Chen's attitude was not bad, Shi Jiangling was no longer angry. She asked, "What methods do you have?" Long Chen said, "Do you know why I came here? I came to fight with Ling Huang. I have already told you before that the Spirit Zune residence is my last trial. Now that I have broken the Dead Soul's void formation, I am about to go deeper. If you trust me and feel that I have the ability to do so, I can bring you out of here and let the last member of your Dead Soul's clan see the light of day again. You can rest assured, the experts of my human race are all outside. Even if we are defeated in the end, they are more than enough to protect you." Shi Jiangling looked at him in a daze for a moment. She remembered that Long Chen was talking about bringing her out of here from the very beginning. She did not expect that he would still make such a suggestion after she was defeated. He did not hate her at all. Previously, she had tried every possible way to defeat Long Chen. If it was as Long Chen said, with his character, and if she trusted him, she might really be able to leave this place this time. Shi Jiangling was extremely eager to leave this place. She had stayed here for too long, and the entire Dead Souls clan had been here for nearly 1,000,000 years. This was too terrifying. She could not wait for the next person to come, and she was not sure if she would go crazy if she was alone. Therefore, Long Chen's suggestion was extremely attractive to her. Why do you want to help me? I once wanted to harm you. Shi Jiangling still did not dare to believe it. Long Chen said, don't think too much about it. I just feel sorry for you. A little help is a lifelong pursuit for you, and I am not an unforgivable evil person. Why would I not help you? I don't have much time, so don't waste it. Although these were very true words, and he did not give Shi Jiangling any face, she did not know why, but after hearing these words, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Long Chen had thrown her into the divine kingdom. In a way, he had done a good deed. Presumably, Ling Huang would be even more furious. This time, Long Chen had come to challenge his prestige and dignity. Chapter 2466. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten was still rolling around in laughter. He looked up and saw a sexy beauty standing in front of him, looking at him in confusion. Who are you? How did you get in? Kitten stood up, trembling. Shi Jiangling sized him up and said, you look pretty good. The one outside doesn't want to have a child with me, so you can have a child with me. I'm in a hurry to reproduce. Although you're a bit lacking, it's convenient for me to extract your bloodline. Previously, she was just a little girl, but now, she was actually a great beauty. Kitten only dared to smile awkwardly and said, that. This isn't too good, right? In my boss's divine kingdom, he can see everything we do, and my boss's girl is also here. It was only now that Shi Jiangling saw Ling Shi sitting on the limestone. To Shi Jiangling, who rarely saw other people, such a refreshing, ethereal, and beautiful girl was practically a treasure. She turned her head to look at the mischievous little cat, and it practically looked like a pile of shit. Forget it, I won't have a child with you. She walked towards Lingxi and stood nervously in front of Lingxi. She couldn't help but look her up and down, from her eyes to her ankles. She couldn't help but say, you're so beautiful. If you were a man, you would be able to reproduce with me. Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. This girl had been alone for too long and lacked communication, so there were many things she didn't know, which made her look very cute. When they started talking, Long Chen had already arrived at a new place and started a new challenge. This was a legendary place even more terrifying than the Dead Souls Void Formation. He came out of the colorful spiritual formation and stood in the middle of a vast sky. There was no land on the ground, and he was surrounded by endless clouds with no end. The place he was currently standing on was actually a rainbow of 7 colors. That's right, this was a rainbow bridge that extended from the endless sky behind him, and pierced into the distant horizon in front of him, forming a huge bridge. Although it was a rainbow, it was terrifyingly sturdy. Long Chen tried to break it, but he found that he couldn't. This Spirit Zune residence was indeed worthy of being a supreme secret realm passed down by the gods. A rainbow bridge spanned across heaven and earth. Long Chen should have been near one end. Since he appeared, he was facing the other side, which meant that he had to go forward. As long as you can safely pass through the rainbow bridge, you will be able to reach the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace, at the end of the rainbow bridge. As long as you can pass through the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace, you will have passed through the Spirit Elder residence. At that time, I will naturally appear to take you out for the final battle. Ling Huang did not appear, but his voice echoed in Long Chen's ears. 10,000 layers spiritual array, soul puppet divine servants, Dead Souls Cave, Rainbow Bridge, Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. Are these the 5 checkpoints of Spirit Elder residence? It seems like Rainbow Bridge and Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace are more dangerous than Dead Souls Cave. Although the Rainbow Bridge looked very beautiful, like the most beautiful creation in the world, Long Chen knew that as long as he went deeper, he would inevitably encounter the most difficult obstacles, or a shocking battle. Since he was already here, of course he would not lose confidence. Be careful. I don't mind telling you that on the Rainbow Bridge, you will definitely lose. Even your father did not have an easy time crossing this place, let alone the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. If you can't cross the Rainbow Bridge, you might not even be able to see the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. Ling Huang said again. Can you stop talking nonsense? When I first came, didn't you say that I couldn't even cross the 10,000 layers spiritual array? Now I'm here. So, please don't yell blindly on the side. Get ready. It won't be long before it's your turn. Then I can only say that I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of this, Ling Huang seemed to have disappeared. Of course, he would still be monitoring this place at all times. Long Chen stepped on the Rainbow Bridge and walked forward. This place was not as mysterious as Dead Souls Cave. If there was any attack, it would definitely come directly. Although I've been in Spirit Elder residence for a long time, I don't know what's going on here. Shi Jiangling looked around curiously and said. Now, everyone was concentrating and looking ahead. Long Chen was very slow at first, but he gradually sped up because he found that the Rainbow Bridge was really too long. If he didn't speed up, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to reach the other end in 10 days or half a month. Even if he sped up, it didn't affect him for the time being. There was no danger yet. Now, Lingxi was also helping to watch. If there were any traps, she could see them in advance. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Obviously, the end of the Rainbow Bridge was still very far away. Now, as Ling Huang said, he couldn't see the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace at all. Long Chen sped up again and continued to move forward. He became more and more relaxed because a full day had passed, and he didn't expect to encounter any danger. Looking back, he had walked a long way. At this speed, he was almost at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. After all, the rainbow had an arc. About half a day ago, Long Chen stopped rising, and the road began to descend. Now that it had been descending for half a day, it was estimated that it was almost at the end. Chen, now is the time to be most cautious. Let's slow down a little. I feel that we are almost at the end. The other party is likely to take advantage of your most relaxed time to make a move. Lingxi explained her thoughts. Long Chen nodded. Anyway, at this time, he was not in a hurry. The rainbow in front of him rushed into the thick clouds, and he felt that the end was really not far. The so-called danger is at the last point of the Rainbow Bridge. Just as this thought surfaced in Long Chen's mind, he suddenly stopped. First, he felt a murderous intent. This murderous intent appeared out of nowhere, but in a short time, it had already locked on him. He should have entered a certain range. Of course, he knew that this range was the range of danger. It was more dangerous than the Dead Souls Void Array. Lingxi checked and found that there was no array around, so there was no need to worry about the same situation as the Dead Souls Void Array. Here, it should be the place to fight directly. Long Chen had such an intuition. The deeper he went, the stronger the feeling that made people feel. This was not the death energy of the Dead Spirit clan, but a dignified majesty that made people unable to help but kneel down and worship. If Long Chen guessed correctly, the crisis here at the Rainbow Bridge should be related to the god called Venerable Spirit. Sure enough, when he came to a place where people could not help but tremble, he saw the crisis. In front of him was the end of the Rainbow Bridge. In the rainbow at the end, there were a total of 7 coffins lying across the Rainbow Bridge. These were 7 very gorgeous coffins, shining with unique light, corresponding to the color of the rainbow bridge: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. In addition to the shining light, these 7 coffins also had very complex but gorgeous carvings, which vaguely looked like blooming flowers, worshipping crowds, and flying colorful ribbons. The 7 coffins, with the arrival of Long Chen, gently trembled. In these coffins, there was obviously a very terrible crisis, which would be the enemies that Long Chen must deal with on this rainbow bridge. Obviously, only by defeating them could he break into the deepest part of the Venerable Spirit residence, the heavenly palace of the Venerable Spirit. The light of the 7 coffins shone even brighter, and even the carvings on them shone, making the flowers, ribbons, and crowds in the carvings look lifelike. As the coffins trembled, the entire huge rainbow bridge, which was connected to them, also trembled together. Long Chen retreated a distance, prepared himself, and looked at these coffins coldly. The 3 people in the Divine Kingdom were frightened. Their intuition told them that the opponents this time were more difficult to deal with than the puppets. I seem to recognize the carvings on these coffins. Shi Jiangling's face suddenly turned ugly, and she said with a trembling voice. Long Chen was relatively quiet, and said, "Tell me." Shi Jiangling calmed down, and then said, This should be the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies. Legend has it that the 7 beauties who served the Venerable Spirit were nourished by the Venerable Spirit, and finally became gods. They served the Venerable Spirit, and disappeared with him. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies are one of them. I don't know what these coffins have to do with them, but they are all real gods, Kitten said in surprise. It can't be, that Ling Huang made it so scary. Could it be that there is a real god inside? Long Chen shook his head, absolutely not. If it was a god, my father would not have been able to break through, and there are no longer gods in this world. But according to what Shi Jiangling said, perhaps these coffins have something to do with the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies. At this point, Long Chen thought of the divine palace of bones in the battlefield of the gods. In the divine statue palace, there was a statue of a martial god that suddenly awakened and fought with him, but was defeated by him in the end. That statue used the power of a god, but it was very weak, far inferior to the current Long Chen. He was thinking, if it really had something to do with the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, would it be similar to the statue in the divine statue palace? There was no point in guessing now, so he could only wait cautiously. He first held the god-slaying sword, and was ready for battle. The 3 people in the god nation were extremely nervous. They could already feel the power that belonged to a god, and it was a terrifying suppression for them. Only Long Chen could withstand such power. As time passed, the power of the 7 coffins became stronger and stronger. Finally, one of them exploded. What Long Chen saw was the 7 coffin lids being shaken open at almost the same time, and 7-colored smoke came out of the coffins, rising in spirals. When the coffin lids were opened, the suffocating aura of a god truly descended. Under Long Chen's cold gaze, a total of 7 beauties hidden in the clouds sat up in the 7 coffins. Each of their eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, filled with deterrence, that was the majesty of a god. Chapter 2467. Through the layers of clouds, Long Chen could clearly see the 7 women sitting up from the coffins. At this moment, they were already standing up and floating in the air. The first thing that caught his eyes was their long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. The hair was as black as the night and as soft as a river. Every one of them had different hair accessories on their heads. The hair accessories were very complicated, but all of them were very beautiful. Each one of them was shining like a rare divine object. Some were dignified and noble, some were cute and playful, some were beautiful, and some were charming. Looking down, these 7 were all true beauties. In terms of appearance, they were already top-notch beauties. They were perfect from head to toe, without a single blemish. Their skin was like porcelain, their lips were like cherry blossoms. When they were quiet, they were like flowers reflecting on the water. When they were moving, they were like willows swaying in the wind. Their waists were like willows, and they were slim and graceful. On the right, they were like lotuses that had just emerged from the water, and on the left, they were like peaches and plums. All 7 of them had different appearances, but they were all equally beautiful. Whether it was their figures or faces, they were all perfect. Being the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, these were not special. What was even more special was that they were like real gods. There was almost no difference between them. Every single one of them had a boundless godly aura. Even though some of them were cute and weak, the godly aura they exuded was still boundlessly domineering, making it impossible to look at them directly. It was this godly aura that made Longchen feel that they were terrifying. However, although these 7 ultimate spiritual ladies had a vast and mighty divine might that made it impossible for anyone to approach them, as if they were high above the masses and Longchen was like an ant in front of them, their bodies were also extremely alluring. Their appearances and figures were all top-notch. However, at this moment, the 7 of them were practically naked. There was only an extremely long ribbon wrapped around their bodies, covering their bodies. However, it was precisely because of this that their snow-white skin and jade-like bones were even more alluring when they moved. At the very least, Longchen's heart was greatly shaken when he saw them. Clearly, the danger brought about by the 7 ultimate spiritual lady was not only in terms of strength, but also in the destruction of one's spiritual will. Compared to the powerful invasion of the primeval troll's will, the 7 ultimate spiritual lady was not strong. However, the seduction and infiltration of her will was even more terrifying to the current Longchen. Boss, are these the real spiritual ladies of the 7 ultimate? They are all divine spirits. The kitten was drooling as it said in admiration. His eyes swept up and down as he looked at each and every one of them, unscrupulously commenting on them. He had no idea that these people were even more terrifying enemies to Longchen than the Dead Soul's Void formation. Not a god, but more like a miniature version of a god. Longchen had to be firm in his heart. Although these 7 women were beautiful, their beauty and figures were their weapons. If he was lustful, the result would definitely be tragic. In the eyes of these 7 people, Longchen saw dead silence. He could be sure that these 7 were not the real spiritual ladies of the 7 ultimate. If those real gods still existed, any one of them could easily kill Longchen. However, these people in front of him obviously could not do that. Gods had 1 billion divine palaces, and 1 billion divine palaces had 1 billion living beings that worshipped them. Generally speaking, after reaching the body of a demigod, they would be able to form the world tree, the heart of rule, and the divine palace. However, the Dragon Emperor's divine palace only had 10 million divine palaces in the end. Although Ling Huang was close to the realm of gods, it was estimated that he only had a few dozen million divine palaces. Only when he crossed the final realm could he become a real god and have 1 billion divine palaces. As for these 7 people in front of him, Longchen could see through their world tree and the divine palaces that were like stars in the sky. Their divine palaces were beyond the level of ordinary people, even far beyond Ling Huang. However, the highest number of divine palaces was only about 100 million, and the total number did not exceed 1 billion. Of course, this did not mean that they were stronger than Ling Huang. The source of their power was only the divine palaces. However, Ling Huang's divine palaces were only in their embryonic form. What he relied on the most was the divine power of all living beings that flowed through his body. Only when he truly became a god, or that divine power of all living beings, would he be able to form more divine palaces. This was the difference between them and a half-step divine spirit like Jiu Ling Huang. They had all the attributes of a god, but only a small part of their power. Of course, although it was only a small part, it was much stronger than the martial god statue that he had encountered in the White Bone Divine Palace. It was still a great pressure for Longchen. Long Chen did not know what kind of existence they were, so he decided to call these 7 fake gods. They came back to life from their coffins to welcome Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen, the spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes left their coffins and flew towards him, surrounding him. Their divine might was vast and mighty. If an ordinary person were to see them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all and might even kneel down. This was their natural advantage. Long Chen was clear that if it wasn't for his unique physique, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist the might of these gods. Gods and ordinary living beings were the difference between the controller and the controlled. It was the relationship between the upper and the lower. Although the 7 in front of him were not as strong as Ling Huang, they belonged to a higher level of eternal life, while Long Chen belonged to a lower level of eternal life. The 7 absolute spiritual ladies quickly launched their attacks. They were as dignified as gods and simply couldn't be bothered to give Long Chen a chance to move his mouth. This was their innate pride. They weren't like the spiritual puppets and divine servants who didn't have any consciousness. Their every action showed that they were extremely clear-headed. Mortals are not qualified to enter the Spirit Emperor Heavenly Palace. Death. These words came out of the 7 women's mouths. Their faces were full of pride and indifference. Although they knew that Long Chen had some ability, they still disdained him deep down. This sentence infuriated Long Chen. He felt an indescribable anger in his heart, and it even overshadowed his anger and hatred towards the Spirit Emperor. This trip to the Spirit Zun Manor was really not easy. He was forced to this extent, and was even humiliated by a group of women. It was simply intolerable. Although Long Chen did not know what they were, whether they were true gods or false gods, his only desire now was to defeat them and then go to the Spirit Emperor Heavenly Palace that they believed Long Chen could not desecrate. Chen, calm down. They are angering you and making you lose your sense of propriety. They are anxious and tempting you at the same time. The combination of anger and temptation will make you want to quickly conquer them. You just need to face it calmly. Don't treat them as arrogant women. Facing arrogant women, men would have a strong desire to conquer them. This was what the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies showed, which was why Long Chen had suddenly become angry. So, it is more of a mental trap. Long Chen could not help but sneer. He should have guessed it from the way the 7 were dressed. They were faintly discernible, but cold and arrogant. It was nothing more than multiple stimulations to make Long Chen fall into a state of madness, thus making him lose his reason and propriety. After understanding this, he was much more clear-headed. In fact, he was not worried at all, because just like the spirit puppet divine servants, he was not afraid of the power of rules. Although the 7 in front of him were much stronger than the spirit puppet divine servants, there was not much difference between them in essence. At this time, the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies surrounded Long Chen. The 7-colored silk fluttered and twined around him. Their divine might suppressed Long Chen again, and there was even the power of rules among them. They wanted to make Long Chen unable to move. 9 Heaven Spiritual Dance. The dignified and noble-looking woman who was draped in a crimson dress issued an order. The 7 beauties began to circle around Long Chen and then began to dance. As they moved, music rang out. The music was pleasant to listen to, and the dance was beautiful. Long Chen stood there like an emperor, enjoying the light music and the graceful dance. Those who didn't know the truth were simply envious. However, Long Chen was gradually beginning to feel how terrifying this 9 Heaven Spirit dance was. The 7 women around him constantly changed, and their dance was moving and enchanting. It was indescribable. The silk fluttered, and as it danced, there were waves that floated towards Long Chen. The silk seemed to approach Long Chen, but when it got close to him, it turned into a beauty and directly pounced on him. It was not a physical body, but it was vivid, and every detail brought a huge spiritual impact to Long Chen. This kind of impact was like a battle with the will of the primeval troll. In Long Chen's spiritual sea, countless illusions of beauties rushed in, with layers of rules, moving forward in the spiritual sea. They were looking for Long Chen's primordial spirit, but in the end, they saw the void dragon with 5 seals. The spiritual impact was originally the charm of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, but when faced with a primordial spirit like the void dragon, it did not work at all, so they turned to fight the void dragon. With the power of rules, they could imprison the void dragon in Long Chen's spiritual sea. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would not be able to resist the power of rules, but Long Chen was different. Time storm. This storm tore apart the charms of these fake gods that had invaded his spiritual world. Long Chen's originally chaotic eyes instantly became clear, but the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies' attacks were not just spiritual impacts. When Long Chen came into contact with the crisis in his spiritual sea, he was faced with a physical attack. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies all surrounded him, and their bodies were filled with the power of gods. They used the rules to open the way, crushing everything, and suppressing with divine might. The power contained in each silk was enough to tear the sky and the earth, and even enough to slap a dragon emperor to death. After all, the dragon emperor could not resist the power of rules. At this critical moment, Long Chen used the chaotic time reversal, and the time domain was completely under his control. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, who had been attacking very quickly, all hit nothing but air because of the time disorder, allowing Long Chen to escape a few attacks. But now, the spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes had already formed a formation. Even though it didn't work once or twice, it was followed by a mountain-toppling attack. There were so many of them that they covered the sky, instantly enveloping the entire space. Long Chen cast his gaze over and saw that the entire world was surrounded by these colorful lights. It seemed like he had to tear everything apart in order to rush out. Chapter 2468. Under the restraint of the 9 Heaven Spirit Dance, he was now surrounded by the frightening power of the colorful ropes. If this wasn't the Spirit's supreme residence but outside, the battle at this moment would have destroyed a large area. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies danced gracefully around Long Chen. They were hidden in the colorful ropes, and it was hard to determine their position. They used the colorful ropes to attack, and their dance was charming. There were even soft moans that could make one's heart flutter. If it wasn't for Long Chen's determination, he would have long been bewitched by the 9 Heaven Spirit Dance. But the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies should have discovered that under Long Chen's chaotic time reversal, it was difficult for them to attack Long Chen. Long Chen could at least use his control over time to disrupt their steps. Even if they joined forces to use the gorgeous yet murderous 9 Heaven Spirit Dance, they still wouldn't be able to hurt Long Chen. Long Chen could move freely on the Rainbow Bridge, and he didn't need to fight them. This was the unique effect of the chaotic time reversal. With the help of the chaotic time reversal, when Long Chen figured out the other party's movements, he started to counterattack. At this time, he already had enough confidence. In fact, his biggest advantage was that the God Spirit rules were ineffective against the other party. If they were effective, he wouldn't even be able to resist the spirit puppets. At least in terms of power, he was the weakest martial artist since he came here. Of course, in terms of attack, the ancestral dragon's magical power could still bring great damage to these false gods. Long Chen borrowed the power of the chaotic time reverse and his strong willpower. Even though he was surrounded by these colorful ropes, he was in an invincible position. His movements were swift and fierce as he charged towards one of the women who was wearing blue ropes. That woman was dancing, and there was water flowing around her. When Long Chen tried to attack her, she coldly smiled and arrogantly counterattacked. Countless colorful ropes formed a cage around Long Chen, blocking his path. With the toughness of these ropes, even if Long Chen controlled the chaotic time reverse, he would not be able to escape from this tight encirclement. But he didn't panic. Drawing a circle with both hands, the Death Realm Dragon Gate. At this moment, Long Chen had boundless power, and he could quickly recover through the 14 lives formation. As such, this was destined to be a carefree and intense battle. He used his hands to draw a circle, and under the massive power, the Death Realm Dragon Gate instantly appeared and opened. Deathly chi surged, and a blood-red aura instantly filled a large area. The will of death caused the fake gods to be unable to help but be moved. At this moment, the Death World Dragon Claw was like Long Chen's finger. It pierced through the Death World Dragon Gate and instantly came into contact with the countless blue ribbons. The Death World Dragon Claw was filled with killing intent and contained shocking power. With just a casual pull, the incomparably sturdy ribbons were torn apart by Long Chen. Not only did the 7 Ultimate Spiritual Lady fail to trap Long Chen, but she was also exposed in front of Long Chen. The Death World Dragon Claw was incomparably ferocious as it slashed towards the woman. At the same time, Long Chen used the chaotic sea of time to control time, causing the 7 Ultimate Spiritual Ladies' time to slow down and the Death World Dragon Claw to speed up. RIP. In this split second, many things happened. First, the 7 Ultimate Spiritual Lady in blue ribbons was incomparably frightened. Then, she realized that she couldn't dodge at all, so she used her charm technique. The ribbons on her body scattered, and that incomparably alluring body twisted and turned in front of Long Chen. This was a powerful impact on one's willpower. It wasn't a problem of one's willpower, but whether one's willpower was strong or not. Even those who had long severed their evil thoughts and had their 6 senses pure could be shaken in the face of such temptation. Long Chen was young and hot-blooded. Logically speaking, he should be the easiest target to be charmed. However, his willpower was firm, so the charm was ineffective. His Death World Dragon Claw was extremely fast. The fake god used all methods but still couldn't dodge. Her waist was directly grabbed by the Death World Dragon Claw. Crushed. Long Chen didn't dare to show mercy at this moment. The Death World Dragon Claw exerted force and almost tore the woman in half. At this moment, the attacks of the other 6 were already coming. If he didn't dodge, he might be killed directly. Therefore, Long Chen could only escape first. He swam in the chaotic sea of time and changed time. He easily avoided the encirclement. He turned around to take a look, only to find that he had failed to kill the semi-divinity earlier. Her abdomen had been nearly snapped in half by Long Chen, and it was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. However, she was already in the midst of recovering, and it wouldn't be long before she could fight again. As expected, even with the ancestral dragon's mystique, these women were still relatively difficult to deal with. Their eyes were still filled with arrogance and contempt. Even if Long Chen's attack was successful, it didn't change their arrogant sneers. Now, they were protecting the injured fake god. Each of them placed their palms on the fake god's body. Light constantly flowed from their bodies towards the woman. In this short period of time, the woman's injuries were recovering rapidly. The other 6 were only slightly weaker. During this exchange, the other party used killing moves repeatedly. However, Long Chen wasn't injured at all. It could be said that he had the upper hand. Of course, before he could completely defeat this 7 Ultimate Spiritual Lady, he naturally didn't dare to be too complacent. It was especially so when he saw the contempt in her eyes. Although she was charming Long Chen, she still maintained that arrogant expression. The way she looked at Long Chen was like she was looking at a beast. There was basically no difference. However, at this moment, the other party stopped the 9 heaven spiritual dance. Her aura changed abruptly. It seemed like it was time to determine the victor. Just now, she was still charming. Now, it had all turned into killing intent and godly might. The terrifying killing intent of the gods descended on this world. This was like a judgment that mortals didn't have the courage to face. If Long Chen's killing intent was crazy, then their killing intent was filled with dignity and justice. It was almost the same nature as the heart-refining dragon god. This feeling was as though he should obediently accept their judgment. Sisters, use the holy kill formation and kill this evil creature. One of the women shouted out in a delicate voice. Instantly, all the colored streamers disappeared to surround them once more. Next, they quickly separated to surround Long Chen again. This time, however, there was something different. A Dao artifact had appeared in their hands. 7 people, each with a Dao treasure. The Dao patterns on it were densely packed. Every Dao treasure was not inferior to the Sea God Emperor's divine sea pacifying needle. In fact, it was even more powerful. It was actually not far from the Deity Sword's Silver River. Although it wasn't a peerless Dao treasure, it was still a peerless Dao treasure. Long Chen roughly calculated that every Dao treasure basically had between 930 Dao patterns to 949 Dao patterns. Those with 949 Dao patterns were just a step away from being a peerless Dao treasure. They were a blade, a spear, a sword, a halberd, a bow and arrow, a pair of short swords, and a pagoda. There were very few peerless Dao treasures in the entire eternal celestial realm. There were definitely no more than 7 of them. However, there were 7 Dao treasures that were infinitely close to being peerless Dao treasures. They were all at the peak of Dao treasures. Every Dao treasure far surpassed Long Chen's god-slaying sword, and greatly increased the strength of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, making them twice as terrifying. However, Long Chen was laughing inwardly. He had originally planned to defeat them quickly, then barge into the Spirit Emperor's celestial palace before fighting Ling Huang. However, he had no choice but to slow down now. This trip to the Spirit Emperor residence had brought him great benefits. Not only had he perfected the sword art of massacre, he had also comprehended the 14 lives spiritual formation. Now that so many Dao treasures had appeared, he finally remembered that it had been a long time since he had given the god-slaying sword a good meal. "Daddy, let me do it. Let me do it." Seeing so many Dao treasures was like a starving person seeing delicious food. Little Skeleton was drooling and his green eyes were shining brightly. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand. From the beginning until now, he had yet to transform into his dragon form. Both sides had yet to display their strongest state, and were still in the midst of testing each other. However, when it came to a real fight, the outcome would be decided in a very short period of time. Although the power of the god-slaying sword was not surging, due to its nature, it was like a hungry wolf facing a fat elephant. Moreover, there was more than one elephant in front of it. Therefore, the outcome was not certain. Moreover, Long Chen could still use the ancestral dragon's mystique. For example, at this moment, his chaotic time reverse was still in control of the situation. Holy kill formation. A shrill voice could be heard. The 7 Dao treasures of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies linked together at this moment, forming a formation that trapped Long Chen in the middle. Every Dao treasure was flowing with divine power of rules. They were surging and majestic, forming a huge amount of murderous intent. The energy was tumbling, as though countless swords and sabers were surrounding Long Chen. At this moment, all the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies made their moves. Within the formation, their coordination was incomparably tight. They used divine power of rules and actually chose to engage in close combat with Long Chen. Within the formation, it was rather difficult to fight with 7 opponents face to face. The chaotic time reverse was also not easy to control at such a close distance. Although the 7 ladies looked beautiful, in reality, their attacks were ruthless. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds were all attacking Long Chen at the same time. Long Chen let out a long roar. The god-slaying sword exploded with the light of death. He used the 10,000 massacring sword art to fight against the 7 ladies. Such a violent and ferocious sword art was used to avoid these troublesome fellows. When facing a siege, the best way was, of course, to take them down one by one. Therefore, at this moment, after forcing the 7 ladies away, Long Chen swung the god-slaying sword in his hand and used the single sword slaying god. This sword was fast and accurate. With the coordination of the chaotic time reverse, with a swoosh, one of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies' arms was severed. Her Tao treasure flew into the sky and was controlled by Long Chen with his strength. The Tao treasure turned into a Tao spirit. It was a giant ice bird, similar to the blizzard Kunpeng. Without a word, Long Chen pressed down on the Tao treasure and used the god-slaying sword art to execute the massacring sword art. Thousands of sword chi immediately bombarded the Tao spirit. Each attack was like a wild wolf tearing off a piece of flesh from an elephant. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies were furious and attacked again. Don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Chapter 2469. From one Tao pattern to more than 800 Tao patterns, the god-slaying sword had gone through a series of metamorphoses. Just like Long Chen, it had reached its current realm through countless massacres. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for it to devour a Tao weapon that was much more powerful than it. All it needed was a certain amount of time. The god-slaying sword's greed would never stop. Now that Long Chen was using the chaotic time sky reverse to restrain the spiritualists, it looked as though the spiritualists were fleeing for their lives. However, in reality, he still had the upper hand. Under the chaotic time sky reverse, Long Chen manipulated time at will and the spiritualists were unable to control their speed and attacks. It was a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long Chen wielded the god-slaying sword and fought against the masterless Tao weapon. It was a huge saber. The god-slaying sword hacked at the Tao spirit again and again, tearing off pieces of flesh from its body. "I'm so full, so full." Little Skeleton cried out continuously, but he didn't stop. Under Long Chen's attacks and the spiritualists' encirclement, the holy kill formation was nothing. Finally, after 15 minutes of continuous fighting, the Tao weapon with more than 900 Tao patterns, which was even more nutritious than the oceanic pacifying needle, was completely devoured by the god-slaying sword. On the hilt of the god-slaying sword, new Tao patterns continued to form. After all, there were 900 Tao patterns. The god-slaying sword's power continued to grow, becoming more and more terrifying. The green color in Little Skeleton's eyes also increased. The destruction of a Tao weapon really infuriated the spiritualists. Previously, they could still maintain their noble and arrogant looks. Now, they were infuriated and their attacks were extremely ruthless. They were determined to kill Long Chen on the spot. If it was anyone else, they would also go mad with anger if they encountered an opponent who had been using the power of time to stall for time instead of fighting head-on. Although the spiritualists were angry, they had to admit that the divine text of rules was useless against Long Chen. After completely digesting the Tao weapon, Long Chen and the god-slaying sword revealed a cold smile. Now that the god-slaying sword was even more powerful, it was easier to devour. With so many delicacies before them, how could they let go of them? Swoosh! Borrowing the time control of the chaotic time reverse, Long Chen instantly appeared beside a woman. He faced his opponent head-on. His opponent was also using a sword. Divine runes flickered on her sword, forming an absolute suppression. This woman displayed the beauty of her sword dance to the extreme. She was extremely beautiful, and the faintly discernible snow-white skin on her body was also something that could affect one's will. The majesty and allure of a god combined together made it hard for one to breathe. Hell's Eye. She had assumed that she had managed to pin down Long Chen. After all, the other sisters were about to arrive as well. However, Long Chen had suddenly made his move. That Hell's Eye was also a transcendent power, and it was actually able to affect the will of the godly spirit. Slaying a god with one strike. These were the two strongest moves of the god-slaying sword. Long Chen repeated the same trick and severed the woman's arm with one strike. At the same time, he used the eye of hell to pierce through her throat and snatched the sword from her hand. You deserve to die for provoking the divine might. Injuring a god will result in eternal calamity. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be forgiven. Hurry up and stop. If you don't surrender, you will regret it for the rest of your life. You have violated a great taboo. Even death will not be enough to make up for your mistake. Seeing that Long Chen was like a loach and had teleported far away by manipulating time, the remaining 5 spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes chased after him with all their might. At the same time, they started cursing loudly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they no longer looked noble and proud. Instead, they looked flustered and exasperated. The other 2 were still recovering, especially the woman whose neck had been pierced by Long Chen. The deathly sword chi of the god-slaying sword had entered her body. She still needed some time to recover. Swoosh swoosh. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to anything they were saying. This was just a small revenge of his. He believed that Ling Huang, who had thought that Long Chen couldn't possibly be a match for these women, must be looking terrible right now. Long Chen wasn't an ordinary dragon martial artist. As a dragon martial artist and rules of order, he could deal fatal damage to other martial artists. However, it wasn't obvious to him. This was something that even Ling Huang found unbelievable. The second Dao weapon shattered under the devouring of the god-slaying sword. At this moment, the god-slaying sword had surpassed 900 Dao patterns in one go and reached the peak again. The green in Little Skeleton's eyes became even more intense, and his lethality had become even more terrifying. Is this sword the legendary god-slaying sword that can slay gods? At this moment, Ling Huang's extremely shocked tone could be heard. In the dark, he could easily see the Dao patterns of the god-slaying sword on Long Chen's god-slaying sword. He could feel that the god-slaying sword was becoming stronger. At this moment, Long Chen was no longer afraid that others would guess it. The god-slaying sword was indeed a treasure. However, there was no one who could snatch the god-slaying sword from Long Chen's hands now. At this moment, the god-slaying sword was qualified to clash head-on with these Dao weapons. Long Chen knew that this false god would eventually learn his lesson and put away his Dao weapons. Long Chen wanted to make use of this opportunity to kill as many Dao weapons as he could before that happened. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity to do so. For the third time, he used the same trick and was still successful. The chaotic sea of time and god-slaying sword rendered the holy kill formation completely useless. The god-slaying sword's Dao patterns soared to 920. He was gradually approaching the limit and reaching the level of an unbounded Dao weapon. Long Chen's current wish was to make the god-slaying sword an unbounded Dao weapon. For the 4th time, the false gods had not learned their lesson yet, and Long Chen reluctantly chose a battle halberd with 940 Dao patterns. This time, there was no need for him to snatch it from the false god's hands. After fighting for a period of time, the god-slaying sword broke the false god's halberd and devoured it. At this point, it had grown to more than 930 Dao patterns. Without an unbounded Dao weapon, there is no way it can become a new unbounded Dao weapon. Long Chen knew that this would be the case. Therefore, he was not anxious. But at this moment, the god-slaying sword had undoubtedly become a Dao weapon killer. In this short battle, although Long Chen had injured the other party a few times, he had once again destroyed 2 of the other party's Dao weapons. In the end, the god-slaying sword's Dao patterns stopped at 945. It had reached its limit. Among the 7 ultimate angels, only the girl who was wielding the green ribbon was left with a bow and arrow. At this moment, she kept her bow and arrow. Perhaps she knew that at this level, she was no longer able to deal with Long Chen. Now, the 7 ultimate angels had stopped attacking and gathered together to heal each other. Very soon, they were more or less recovered. However, compared to before, they were in a sorry state. They were even more terrifying now. Now that 6 Dao weapons had been destroyed, it was a great humiliation to them. If before, they had only wanted to beat up Long Chen, now they wanted to use the cruelest method to kill Long Chen. As expected of living beings related to the real gods. Even at this moment, they could still display even more terrifying power. They were like bottomless pits, constantly releasing killing intent. The 7 of them were already close to each other, and their bodies shone with a majestic light. God-slaying sword. How enviable. Now that they are really serious, you are finished. After this, the God-slaying sword will belong to me. At this moment, Ling Huang appeared on the left, revealing an elegant smile. Long Chen frowned slightly. As expected, the strength of the 7 fake gods had increased by quite a lot. In this situation, they might use even more terrifying methods. It seemed like he had to end this battle quickly. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but they'll give you a surprise. Of course, I'm really surprised that you've persisted to this extent. What I'm most puzzled about now is how exactly did you manage to make the terrifying nomological power so boring to you? Ling Huang kept talking. His voice was like a fly flapping its wings in Long Chen's ears. It was extremely disgusting. Can you shut your mouth? It won't be too late to talk about this after I am defeated. Long Chen looked at him coldly. As expected, Ling Huang's eyes were still filled with contempt. He was still looking down on him. Long Chen was a little anxious. In fact, the most important mission of this trip was to break through to the late-stage 7 astral tribulation. Only then would he have the power to fight against Ling Huang. However, it was obvious that he had not completed it yet. Therefore, the outcome of the 2 bets was still a huge challenge and question. At that moment, the bodies of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies began to undergo an inexplicable change. The 7 of them began to fuse and expand. Each of their bodies burned with a different color of flame. The 7 colored flames fused together to form the 7 colored flame. The 7 colored flame continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of thousands of meters. Its power had also increased to an extremely frightening level. Within the 7 colored flame were densely packed divine characters. The ancient characters within the 7 colored flame took the form of tens of thousands of diagrams. They kept changing, generating a boundless power. A good show is about to start. Ling Huang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the 7 ladies would fuse together. Be it divine might or power, they had increased by more than 10 times. Within the 7 colored flame, Long Chen saw an incomparably huge body. Perhaps it was because the 7 ladies had fused into one body and turned into a giant. The huge body had endless divine might. Before it had fully appeared, it had already completely suppressed the current Long Chen. It was like a real god. Now, Long Chen couldn't move. If this 7 ultimate goddess succeeds in forming an even stronger form, I'm afraid I will definitely be defeated. If it wasn't for the fact that the nomological power that they were most proficient in didn't have much effect on him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Long Chen knew that he had to end the battle quickly. He even had to defeat them before they could attack. He kept the god-slaying sword and instantly transformed into a dragon. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's body was equally huge. It met the 7-colored flame giant in the air. The other party's divine might was still boundless, full of intimidation and oppression. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.